Perfect. I'm looking just to make sure if it goes up
as well. All right, cool. It looks like we're live on Willie Dills' stream. So I am joined by JBillyB.
How's it going, everyone? And I'm with Dan0. And we are going to be casting the top 8 of the Dills League tournament. This is season 3, I believe we're in.
Yeah, this is season 2, actually. Yep, so season 2. I'm about to just actually check in the match here. See who we're going to cast first. And since this is Willie Dills' stream, I guess it would probably make sense to cast Willie Dills and Buckeye Fitzy first if they're actually ready to go. They both are, so I'm actually going to let everyone know that they can get their matches started and that Dills and Buckeye will be up first here. So
sounds good. I'm excited to watch some of Dills' matches. He is definitely an accomplished player. He's been playing since the beta, obviously the one of the podcast hosts of The Angry Chicken, and this is a league that is for patrons of his own Twitch, his Patreon, but these are just a lot of people that are fans of The Angry Chicken and fans of Willie Dills.
Yeah.
If you're watching this Twitch, you likely are a fan as well.
It's a pretty fun, so this is the Dills Hearthstone League top 8 finals tournament. So it's double elimination, true double elimination. So the winner from the winner's bracket has to get beat twice in order for them to lose a championship. So the loser's bracket winner has to beat the winner's bracket champion twice. So make it a little bit more interesting and make it a true double elimination tournament. About the league, it was a 2-month league, 8 weeks actually, Swiss style league. So the people here, Dills was actually 8-0. And then Buckeye Fitzy, the 8 seed, is actually 5-3. So it was to get to this tournament. It was a pretty long haul. So I'm pretty impressive for sure.
Right, it's definitely a very accomplished group of players too, because the kind of people that listen to Hearthstone podcasts are the kind of people that tend to take Hearthstone at least a little more seriously than your average player. They're trying to get expert knowledge. They're trying to reach out there and expand their gameplay and their deck selection. So I'm really excited that we're probably going to see a pretty wide variety of decks today. Only half of the field even brought Shaman, so we definitely could be in for some fun stuff.
Yeah, a lot of. So Reno Lock was brought by, I believe, all 8 players. So we're going to see, I think, about a third of the decks that were brought have Reno. The second most brought class was Priest, actually. So we're going to have a pretty controlly tournament. So it should be pretty interesting. A lot of interesting plays to walk through.
So buckle up. We might be here for a while today, folks.
All right. So so Dills and Buckeye are getting ready to play. So as soon as they're starting, we're going to get that match kind of kicked off. And what we're going to do is we're going to stick with the winner's bracket. So.
Perfect. And double elimination is one of those really interesting kind of formats that it's used on the HCT in a lot of their tournaments. Sometimes it gets mixed reactions, but it's very exciting for the players because it's almost like you have just 2 lives. You get one strike, but if you lose one more time, you're done. So everyone has a bit of wiggle room, but if you're the guy climbing up to the top of the loser's bracket and you get to the finals, you have to beat the guy at the top of the winner's bracket twice. That can be just so exhausting after you've had to play about twice as many games as the people at the top of the winner's bracket to get to the top as well. So it's definitely a tricky format. You have to have a lot of endurance to be able to climb to the top of the loser's bracket. Someone has to do it, and that person can definitely win the tournament.
We're going to get going here, so I'll be... we'll have both decks, or both hands be visible. And they'll both be right side up, if not just super entirely clear. But it should be a little bit better than the past tournaments. So.
Dills is starting with the coin, starting with that sweet pirate draw. It's definitely something you like to see as the rogue player. Although he multi eviscerate.
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet hand. I probably I'm not sure if maybe would have kept the eviscerate just because I don't want to drop patches, to be honest.
Now it's kind of interesting. We're looking at Buckeye Fitzy. It looked like he was thinking about keeping that Gadget Sand Auctioneer too, which is kind of interesting. It is one of those cards that you just want to find, but it is risky to keep because you leave yourself a little bit of room for getting blown out by a hand filled with 1-drops, like Willie Dills has.
Yeah, he was with double coins, so that bears to ask the question: do you play 3 1-drops on turn 1, or 4 if you include patches, right?
Exactly. The thing is, Dills does have a choice here, though, because he can still just play one of the Buccaneers and potentially double coin out a weapon and still use the weapon and the patches to take out the Buccaneer, and then, he's the one with the 3-2 standing on the board. But you also could just try to get down, all 3 of your pirates and set yourself up for the turn 2 hero power and just push a lot of damage.
Should be really it's an interesting kind of walkthrough, right? Because you have the 3 1-drops and then you have just nothing to follow them up with, right? With double coin prep. That prep was kind of a bummer top deck if I'm Dills. I'm not super excited about that.
Although if that swashbuckler found something like a fan of knives, it could potentially get a little spicy.
And we're going to go with the coin weapon, so I think that's a good opening hand.
I think this play definitely makes sense, because then if your opponent's going to be using their weapon to try to clear your Buccaneer, they're just going to take more damage and just fall a little bit behind. This can be a matchup that often comes down to just chipping through a little bit of extra damage, and it really does matter. But we've got Buckeye Fitzy sitting with a hand full of threats, but not a whole lot of options. It's kind of like one of those draws where you just kind of have to play your minions on curve, and that's very scary as the rogue player when you don't have a lot of tricks and you can't develop early. It leaves room for your opponent, Willie Dills, to potentially set up a timing attack and just kind of go over the top with the burn spells like Eviscerate and whatever the Swashbuckler might turn up.
Defy is probably not exactly what he was looking for there, I imagine. But yeah, they had kind of exact opposite hands here, right? So Buckeye has, sort of his end game, and Willie Dills is looking at what could aggro rogue almost at this point. So it'll be kind of fun to watch this play out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Buckeye Fitzy really doesn't have any answers to that Defias Ringleader, though. If Dills was to just prep it out, he's suddenly going to be able to push, the 4 on the board plus another 4 from those 2 minions. That's a clock that just will be able to end Buckeye Fitzy's life in about 2 to 3 turns.
Yeah, and I think you just re-dagger up here if you're Buckeye. So I'm going to look at Buckeye's list here. I think he is actually only playing the 1 questing, actually. So I'm just going to pull up his deck list here.
And that backstab is just the perfect draw off the top to let Dills kind of take the board. Dills is kind of he's getting the perfect draw for this matchup because he's making all the plays in the early game, while Buckeye Fitzy is very restricted by the fact that he just can't do a whole lot with his hand. And he kept the small-time Buccaneer. He had the turn 1 drop, which is fine with Rogue because you have a weapon guaranteed to buff it. But he did keep that Questing Adventurer, and without any other spells, it definitely is a little clunky and just kind of sitting in his hand as a dead card.
I think you just questing prep of this here if you were Dills. Because, one thing's for sure, the Aggro Rogue is actually a pretty good matchup against Miracle Rogue. So I think if he just keeps on pushing here, it's a good place to be.
Mm-hmm. It's tough because he is potentially going to lose that Questing Adventure. He's still pushing a lot of damage, but Buckeye Fitzy has kind of the natural counter and, the Questing Adventure Eviscerate play. And then just, I guess the minions on Dills' board will be able to answer that, but then suddenly this game will turn around in Buckeye Fitzy's favor if Willie Dills just draws 1 or 2 blanks off the top. Dills is suddenly in a very precarious
Dills
position.
does have the deck list as well, so he knows that there's just the 1 questing in Buckeye's deck, right? So, once that threat is gone, then it's really just, Leroy Coldblood. So, if he draws the answer to that questing, in his hand here, can keep some sort of board presence, he'll be in really good shape, I think.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, and so it does look like this begets kind of the Questing Adventure Eviscerate play. There's not a lot of advantages to using the coin to go up to 5, because even if Dills was to draw like an Eviscerate off the top of his deck, he wouldn't be able to combo it. And so I like just holding on to that coin. You're holding on to the Gadget Sand Auctioneer. Buckeye Fitzy's kind of trying to set up for, knows that he needs to set up a winning play and kind of make a big splashy turn to turn this game around.
I think the answer here is just eviscerate, face tank that questing, and keep your board state, where it's at for Willie Dills here. I don't think you want to clear with one of your minions, or you want to clear with one of your minions.
Yeah, I like this play because, let's see, although you're just going to hero power, you don't want to use the eviscerate, and you want to keep your highest minion power on the board, and so that eviscerate potentially represents just closing out the game. Now he's just, one cold blood would potentially represent 10 damage, so I guess it's probably going to take, 2 draws, because most of the other pieces that deal enough damage to become lethal over that 13 with the eviscerate require combo themselves, so he might need to pick up 2 things.
Yeah, and Dills' hand is just completely run cold at this point, so it'll be... You're going to have to find an answer. I don't think that's the answer he was looking for.
Exactly, that's so clunky right here. Because so many of the cards that are good need combo, the kind of cards you need to get back in this game are also going to combo with that eviscerate. So if Dills isn't running, the Gadget Sand Auctioneers, he really has to get this Auctioneer off the board or he'll lose the game. So the only play this turn is to Van Cleef and eviscerate the Auctioneer, which is a shame because you lose your reach and you kind of waste one of your strongest threats, but if you let the Rogue on top of that Auctioneer, that's how you lose this game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why I was kind of on board with clearing the questing with your face and the eviscerate, because you kept the board and that was really all you had going for you. And now you're in the awkward position where you kind of have, no board. So, but I think I think he's in a tough spot. That Edwin was just the absolute worst top deck there. So.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those really interesting positions where, Buckeye Fitzy spent the whole game having all these clunky cards in his hand, and now he has a fully developed hand while Dills is just completely run out. And that last 12 health seems low, but when you're a rogue, that requires a lot of cards to do that much damage. When you're just drawing 1 card a turn off the top of your deck, that really isn't enough.
And I think you just tempo out your Blood Mage. I don't think you need to worry about clearing that Van Cleef if you're Buckeye Fitzy. That's not any sort of threat.
Oh, I think if I'm Buckeye Fitzy, I get rid of the Van Cleef every time because I'm really worried about that life. That 12 life is a lot, but 10 life is suddenly not as much, and if it becomes 8 life, it's even worse. And you really, I think just every minion counts so much for Dills, and there's so many blanks he can draw off the top of his deck,
Dills
too.
Is running, Leroy Coldblood, there's that option to just, die from 10, but with an empty hand, I think you're okay.
Mm-hmm. I think we're about to see a little bit of ping pong with this Auctioneer and Sack. It's gonna maybe take some time to develop it, but if Dills picks up any spells to go with that Auctioneer on the next turn, that Auctioneer is a great draw because it doesn't do a lot for him this turn, but it represents the closing of that gap of that last bit of life, and it lets his 1 card off the top become 2 cards off the top. And that snowballs into just finding the going the distance.
Look at Leroy, Fan, Conceal this turn with the coin there. That's 9 mana.
I kind of like it. If you're Buckeye, you need to start closing this game out. You can push 7 damage. Let's see. You're still probably going to need to draw a couple of tools, and this is looking like a 3-turn
that
clock.
Sap will answer anything that he can drop, so I think that might be the play. I like that play better than just hero power passing. And then you also get a cycle.
I like it a lot, too. I like trying to get a little proactive here and close out the game, and it looks like Buckeye Fitzy is going to take that line. Now, you could always save the coin in the Conceal in case you were to draw an Auctioneer. You don't necessarily need to use it. With picking up that SI7 agent, I think Buckeye Fitzy is going to say, if you have a removal spell, then, you're probably going to want to save it for my face. You already used a backstab earlier this game, so let's see if you can come up with the next one.
Sap got the ideal answer for Leroy Jenkins.
Ooh, but that Cold Blood's such a scary pickup off the top. Buckeye Fitzy may have the answers, but that Cold Blood combined with a Leroy suddenly represents lethal.
So what do we have here with that Cold Blood?
And a pickup for Cold Blood with Buckeye Fitzy, too. And this is kind of something I want to draw back to is earlier in this game. On Willie Dills' first turn, he buffed up the 3/2 Buccaneer to be able to push 2 extra damage instead of flooding the board with all 3 of his 1-drops. And that 2 extra damage is coming into play here in a game that's decided by about 4 life. It's going to be really close. Dills is still, short of the damage to finish him, so he has to pick up something like a Leroy Jenkins off the top. And Eviscerate would also do it.
A surprisingly interesting game, I'm going to be honest with you. It looked like it was going to kind of be one side of both one way then the other, and then end up being just really close. And that's kind of that, that miracle mirror, right? You never know quite what you're going to get.
And that's a miss for Dills. That's a blank. Buckeye Fitzy is going to take this game. What an awesome Leroy play. I mean, and this all started by starting that Leroy clock with the proactive play with the Fan of Knives. Buckeye Fitzy made some really nice plays with a really clunky draw earlier in this game to kind of swing the whole thing around.
Right, that's number 1. So Buckeye Fitzy goes up 1-0 on undefeated Willie Dills. For anyone just joining us, I'm Dan0. This is JBillyB joining me. We are commentating on the top 8 Dills Hearthstone League finals tournament. It is a double elimination tournament, so everyone has to get beat twice, including in the championship match. So if the winner from the losers bracket beats the winners bracket champion, then he has to beat him twice. So it should be pretty interesting.
And we are going to game 2 right now, though. It's just the first game. We've got a field filled with Reno decks, filled with a whole lot of variety, and not a lot of Shaman and Warrior. So we're about to see a whole lot of pretty interesting matches
I
today,
hope so, NDC. I'm always a fan of upsets. I'm not going to lie. I think I'm going to root for everybody who's playing Willie Dills this day. That's what you get when you go 8-0, right?
Well, that sure was that was such a swingy game. I mean, that was really just so well played by Buckeye Fitzy. I'm really excited to see some more play. And again, this is the Conquest format, so that rogue is off the board. Now I'm guessing this is Reno luck. Gonna go out on a limb with that one.
I just posted the bracket in chat for anyone who wants to see it, so kind of see what's going on and who's playing where. So
perfect, and you can also use Battlefy to see what decks people are playing, what decks people have used to win certain games.
See what decks are being played because we just put this on top of our tournament, our league thing, and so in Battlefy they don't actually allow you to week to week change your decks, so I had to do a workaround with that. So actually we pretended we were using all the classes, and so people had to just give bans and such in chat. So
no worries, but this is like a trustworthy group of people. And like
and this is a really good hand for Dills against Reno Lock, right? I'm not sure about Lord Drax's though.
Yeah, you're always hoping to find just that 1-drop, not draw patches. You have the coins, you have the auctioneer. This is definitely everything Willie Dills is looking for. But yeah, Buckeye Fitzy has the curve too, Buckeye Fitzy's got the Reno, the Twilight Drake. This is a pretty strong draw from both sides. It'll be very interesting to see how they measure up against each other. And with this play right here, Corruption is a really nice play because it's a little slow, but it is single target removal. It's a decent answer to a Tomb Pillager.
Yep, I like the Corruption pick there. The other options really weren't great, right? So.
It's always tempting as the Reno Luck player to just kind of play for the board, but when you get a card that's like a 1-mana destroy a target, some Reno Lucks go play Blast Crystal, and they're willing to sacrifice a freaking mana crystal to destroy a single target. In Corruption, just you have to wait a turn. You still keep your mana though.
So that's a great opening hand for Buckeye Fitzy. You're getting all your early drops, which is when you're playing a Reno deck, I think all of us know it doesn't always work out that way.
Not to mention finding the Reno and finding the Kazakus. All those 4-drops don't measure up that well with the Corruption this turn, which makes us a little uncomfortable, but it is tempting to just drop that Twilight Drake. Have, that 4/7.
Yeah, I like the Twilight Drake here. I think that's a good play. It cleans up the board, which is nice, and anytime you can play that in curve, you're doing pretty good, I think.
So Dills has the potential to just start pushing this turn. Now his opponent didn't answer the Tomb Pillager, so how tempted are you to just coin Cold Blood it and go for an eviscerate and just kind of swing for the fences?
I think that, or you can also get your first questing developed here as well, because you can clear that Twilight Drake and get questing going, which is another option.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame, though, because to clear the Twilight Drake, you kind of would have to give up the Tomb Pillager and another one of your spells, right? Or both Eviscerates. It's hard to deal with that Twilight Drake without giving your opponent a 2-for-1. At least you get the coin out of it, so it's not completely a 2-for-1, but it doesn't feel great. As the rogue, you really want that Tomb Pillager to live.
It's kind of like, are you, as the rogue, are you trying to get this done quick? Are you hoping he doesn't have the Reno, or are you going to play that long game like he does? And it's just hard to kind of get that feel until this early in the game, but you kind of got to make the call, how are you going to play it.
Mm-hmm. And you're also just tempted to save that coin in the Cold Blood for the Auctioneer. Dills might just show some patience right here. Just go face, like, questing hero power. or just questing. I don't know how I feel about this, because it gives... So this trading into the Twilight Drake, it, like, kind of protects the questing, but it's so easy for your opponent to deal with it.
Yeah. I guess he wants to save the Eviscerates to go over top, if he's thinking to taunt up at the end. So I can get that, but it seems like a lot of resources for that Twilight Drake, so...
That definitely was a tricky turn, though. I mean, because if Willie Dills had taken the all-in, like, buffed and used both Eviscerates to clear, maybe there wouldn't have been a minion, and he would still have a minion on the board, but Buckeye Fitzy would have the Reno and, the Corruption incoming.
I kind of don't hate the Corruption here, really, on the questing.
Oh yeah, my guess is Buckeye Fitzy wants to save the Corruption for the Auctioneer, but I'm always so afraid of conceals happening like later in the game. I usually would just try to get value out of like the removal earlier when you can. But Buckeye chooses to use the Hellfire, which is a card that tends not to have that much value against the Rogue outside of potentially dealing with conceal turns if. Although the 3 damage from Hellfire doesn't really answer an Auctioneer or a Tomb Pillager that are concealed that well either.
So that's a lot of Dills' burst there in the first 5 turns. So we might see a Rogue Jiraxis here coming up, which is going to be just a lot of fun.
See, and so if you're Buckeye, I feel like you're very scared to give the Rogue another turn with the Auctioneer, but you also want to get value out of that Corruption. That's, You could always just run the Leroy into the Auctioneer as removal, but then you lose one of your biggest win conditions. Now, there is a line where you could play Kazakis and look for the 1-mana spell, and if you were able to find a combination of the deal 3 damage to a single target and the deal 2 damage to every target, that would have been a potential way for Buckeye to use 5 mana to be able to clear his opponent's board and still have a 3-1 hanging around. But it looks like Buckeye's probably going to try to get a little bit more value out of the Kazakis.
Yeah, and I think Dills is probably just going to drop a bunch of little minions here and then clear that... I guess he could drop the 1 more, can't he? To clear that Sylvanas as he wants to use.
Gosh, that Cold Blood Conceal play, though, could just end this game. It's going to force Buckeye to make not the best Reno, but there's not going to be an answer to this Conceal.
Dills is all in on the not having the Reno. Good line.
Yeah, that might have been a little early for the spells, because you can always save those as surprises later on.
So we've seen both Cold Bloods and both Eviscerates now. And I think we're going to see Reno Jackson here.
That's one of those turns that it's so good you almost don't need to use the Eviscerate, because even though you keep cycling a little bit while you have the Auctioneer, and maybe Dills just figures he's about to get Shadow Flamed and lose it all anyway. But if you keep that Eviscerate, your opponent still has to Reno, because when you conceal, they're still freaking scared. And then it makes it a lot easier for you to be able to close the gap this turn. But I have to imagine we're going to be seeing some combination of Sap and Shadow Strike right here.
I would imagine so.
A Shadow Strike and the Hero Power measure up so well against the Reno. And while also buffing your small-time Buccaneer. And Willie Dills kind of has had the read this whole game that Buckeye just hasn't had a lot of removal. From the moment that Tomb Pillager stuck really early, and Buckeye couldn't answer that Tomb Pillager on 4. Willie Dills has kind of been able to just stick threats. His Auctioneer lived probably a little longer than most Auctioneers should against like Reno Luck. And while that Corruption looked like a good pick early, it's just kind of sat around in Buckeye's hand this whole game, being a turn too slow.
Even though Buckeye had the Reno, he couldn't clear Dills' board, and I mean he's just right back into a really tough spot. Even though Dills has kind of lost all of his reach, Dills is still kind of in the driver's seat in this game. I mean, 'cause that's a heavy board, and he has some burst that he can kind of still draw on here. So.
Right, and I feel like Buckeye was really wanting to get like a 5-mana spell off of that Kazakus this game, and so there was never a turn to play the Kazakus for 4 to set up the 5. You have to wonder how this game might have looked if maybe just playing the Kazakus to put a 3/3 on the board and taking a 1-mana spell might have impacted it too. I think that's something a lot of people overlook with Kazakus is because the 5-mana spells tend to offer so much value, a lot of people just never go for the 1.
Yeah, and I think when you watch some of like the big time streamers, you see them go for the 1 like more often than you would actually expect them to. So it's kind of, it really can do a lot of work.
Willie Dills is he was out of spells that were preventing him from breaking through this wall, but the Ozzer Drake and Fan of Knives potentially offer. I guess that wouldn't allow him to clear an attack with Auctioneer. Like, if you're Dills, you have a lot of decent plays, but there's not a lot that just, like, straight win the game, and you're still very scared about, just your opponent maybe having, like, one more great trick. Next turn, Buckeye will be able to Kazakus for a 5-mana spell. And that means it's very likely that Buckeye will be able to find deal 4 damage to all minions, which means this might be the last turn that Dills really is able to chip through a lot of damage.
Leroy seems... I like Azure Drake Fan, if nothing else, simply because it kind of lets you save some of your board. But I guess he's making the read that he doesn't have the clear, so...
Now, see, I don't understand trading the Auctioneer into the 4/5 when you could have just traded the Leroy and pushed extra damage and kept the Auctioneer alive.
And even if he
I wonder if that was
Drax's
just like
next turn, he's still 1 off lethal, right? If this board sticks.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a misplay from Dills because he doesn't have the spells to be worried about overdrawing from Auctioneer. Like, maybe he figured just it was all gonna die anyway, but still, that's 2 missed damage that turn basically. And, you could have an 8/4 Auctioneer alive instead of a 6/2 Leroy.
The Auctioneer was dead on opening in the turn, though, right? Had the Corruption on it.
Well, you could have used the Fan of Knives. After the Fan of Knives play, you could run the Leroy into one of the 4/5s, and then you could run the Small Time Buccaneer and a weapon into one of the others.
Yeah.
And so then you just that trade seemed a lot better to me.
So how big can we get questing and...
Like, I guess it has the Corruption was on the Auctioneer, sure, but the extra 2 damage is what I believe was, like, the big difference, too.
Well, this is a good-looking board for Dills now, though. I mean...
Yeah, without a Twisting Nether, any tricks,
I think that's
it looks like it's going to be hard.
That Mountain Giant's not what you want to see.
Yeah, it really had to be a Twisting Nether.
Well, I think that was an interesting one, right? I think there was Oh.
It's going to be close, but yeah, so the Leroy takes it. That's perfect.
That was really well played by Buckeye. I thought that was over.
It definitely helps that the Mind Control Tech took the 6/6 off the board. Now the Shaku basically has to find something, or the Ozzer Drake would need to find something to be able to close this game out. What a turnaround from Buckeye.
Off lethal, right?
That was an awesome use of Leroy to just prevent yourself from dying.
Ha!
And now there's, I guess there's a potential Tomb Pillager Shadowflame, Ozzer Drake Shadowflame play to, like, clear this board and keep yourself from getting hit by these big minions, but it takes, Dills, basically, it takes lethal out of his hands.
That was really well played.
He's lucky though that he's already seen the Reno, he's already seen the Kazakus, and he's running out of cards.
So, the Agile Drake lives. That's lethal for Dills. Because that's through.
So that Refreshing Bender will bring him to 9. But the Lord Jaraxxus represents 3 more damage. So right now we're looking at 10 coming from Dills' side next turn.
Yeah, and the Jaraxxus is something you're never going to expect, right? I think it's a tough spot to be in for Buckeye, where you think you can maybe get out of it, but out of range and just not quite there.
It's so tough. So Buckeye's gone through the Faceless Shambler. Really, Jaraxxus is the card that Buckeye needed to be able to gain life back, to be able to like get out of this, just this constant threat.
Yeah, that was really the one play. Or a board clear of some sorts. I think that's really all you can do if you're a Buckeyes. You can just hope he doesn't have, chip damage.
And Dills is on the last card of his deck, so Dills kind of just has like threats to put on the board, but the Jaraxxus will do it. But if you're Buckeye, you're thinking like, gosh, like if you're Buckeye, you do probably expect the extra Tomb Pillager and Auctioneer, and you just think maybe I can punch through those cards. Jaraxxus must be a disappointing surprise. But this is a really good game. I mean, I think I definitely wrote Buckeye off a little early before that mind control.
I believe I did say he lost the game right there, so I definitely wrote him off too early. That was really well played by both of them, and I think Buckeye had to actually feel pretty good about where that was at. Right, he had seen all the reach, he had a board. I think you could have. The read was he either has a dead card in his hand from that swash, or he has Jaraxxus, and he had Jaraxxus. So I mean, you're just not gonna ever expect that.
Yeah, it's basically either a sacrificial pact or a Jaraxxus.
So now they're out, so 1-1 now, so we're tied up at 1. So each have got to win with their rogue.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, for those joining, JBillyB, joining me on the cast of the top 8 here, I am Dano. Run the Dills Hearthstone League for Willie Dills. And we got Buckeye Fitzy and Willie Dills here in the first game of the top 8. And
it looks... Oh, and we're in for a Reno lock mirror. It'll be really interesting to see how well both players know how to navigate this matchup, because it can be a very tricky, very skill-intensive matchup where you need to have very perfect timing on pretty much every card you play.
I've been impressed by both of them, so I think we should see a pretty high-level match here. It should be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we're going to see Mulligan all from Buckeye, but there might be a Shadow Bolt keep. I tend to like to try to keep things that are more proactive rather than reactive, but Shadow Bolt makes sense just so you don't lose to a really early Imp Gang boss, or you just have a way to deal with something.
And again, I think we've seen that Willie Dills with the early turns and Buckeye with the late turns has kind of been the theme of this match so far.
Mm-hmm. That seems to be where Buckeye really comes alive, though. Buckeye's bringing a lot of these, strong late game decks. I mean, I guess they've both basically been 2 mirrors. So I know you have the deck list in front of you. Do you know what the other decks are that the two of them brought?
So Buckeye brought Dragon Priest and Control Warrior. So I'm guessing we saw a Dragon Priest ban then from Dills. And then here, let me pull up Dills' decks here as well. So Dills with the Dragon Priest and Pirate Warrior.
Awesome. So they both brought Dragon Priest, and then they both brought kind of the opposite ideas of Warrior.
Yeah, it's interesting. So if I'm Buckeye, I wonder if we just saw a double Dragon Priest ban. Would make sense. You don't like Dragon Priest, I think, if you're Dills, because it could take care of your arena lock, and it could take care of your your warrior. So it's kind of a. I'm guessing we saw a double Dragon Priest ban if I actually had to guess.
I'll be kind of surprised if that's the case. I feel like a lot of these decks, like the Reno Locks and the Rogues, I really like their matchups against Dragon Priest. I feel like Dragon Priest like really preys on like some shamans, but I don't like how it measures up against like the controlling like Reno style decks. So if you bring those and ban Dragon Priest, in a way you're like eliminating one of your better matchups.
Well, I'm also not worried about Control Warrior too much though. If I'm bringing like Reno Lock and such, but maybe we saw the Warriors banned out. You could be right. I just know that if you're the greedier the Dragon Priest, the longer staying it has, and it can just kind of play through all the heals and everything, so, from time to time. So.
And the competitors did have access to each other's deck lists before making their bans, so there aren't a lot of surprises. You know if your opponent's going to be bringing pirates.
Exactly right.
But right now, Dills is setting up kind of a really tricky sort of backdoor win with those double power overwhelmings. If he's randomly able to, attack this turn and just keeps pushing in face damage, it's one of those ways you can just win when your opponent doesn't even expect it.
Yeah, it should be kind of fun to watch.
Like Kazakis that potentially finds a 3 damage spell combined with those 2 power overwhelmings could be like 11 out of his hand. And for only 7 mana, that's something that could start happening next turn.
I think we'll see Kazakis here from Dills, or Faceless Shambler.
It's so hard to resist that Faceless Shambler on the Twilight Drake. It's always one of those plays that just, you feel like you're getting so much value. But there's also the potential of trying to get a little tricky or cute with your Dirty Rat and setting up like a Dirty Rat Doomsayer play. Maybe you like nuke something big, maybe you hit their Reno while you're trying to set up kind of this like, weird lethal. But there's so much value in just playing like a 4/8 with taunt for 4 mana.
Yeah, and if he's trying to play, if he's playing the long game, he's going to save his Kazakis for Bran anyway. So.
It's definitely one of the best win conditions in this matchup. Is just getting Bran with your Kazakis and getting 2 spells off of that is often the decider in like games that go long. Whoever gets a little bit more value out of their Kazakis can often just close that gap.
And trying to get a good look at Buckeye's hand here upside down. It's just super reactionary, It's I'm not really sure. I guess maybe the Hellfire on a Stick's not a terrible play.
Yeah, like if you're Buckeye, you're sitting on a lot of minions. The Abyss, I feel like the Siphon Soul is tempting, but you know that there's so many other scary threats in the deck. I like just trying to cycle the Mortal Coil. You can take a little bit more damage if you're Buckeye, but you're not holding on to that Reno yet. So if you don't have it in your hand, you are very afraid of the damage that you're taking.
Yeah, if I'm Willy Dills, I think I'm Kazakising this turn. I mean, you're just a hair off of lethal with those double power overwhelmings.
Yeah, it's so tempting. Even if you find like the 3 damage spell, you're not necessarily going to be able to kill him because you've got 6 on the board right now, and the 3 damage would represent 11 out of your hand. So 17 looks like the maximum amount that Dills could push off of the Kazakis. But now you can take a Kazakis for 5.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking Kazakis for 5
and
and 2-turn lethal, right?
Yeah, I love this. I mean, God, summoning a 5/5 demon is just so strong right here. It's such a proactive thing that like your opponent has to answer. And now the deal 5 damage was probably what he took right there.
Yep.
My guess is that's just what he was looking for to
Summon
be
a
able to end the
5/5
game.
deal 5. That's pretty good. With,
Let's see, and there's no Reno drawn from Buckeye Fitzy. There is Siphon Soul as a potential way to gain 3 health, but that's so much damage if any one minion sticks right here. So if you're Buckeye Fitzy, is there a way to clear this board? I can't think of one. Could, like, power overwhelming Sylvanas? No?
Yeah, I think you just clear as much as you can and heal. So what's that? 7?
So that's 15. So Dills is still 1 short, right? That's and Dills doesn't know that Buckeye doesn't have Reno. In a way, you almost just want to take the other player to 1. because then they at least can't tap. Although I guess Buckeye will be about to go to 10 cards in hand, so the tap probably wouldn't be a possible play for Reno anyway. Wait, is Buckeye at 10 cards in hand now? No, only 9.
Yep, 9 cards right now.
So if you're Dills, that's this is a tricky spot. You definitely don't want to all in. I think you have to kind of respect the Reno right here, because you're so far ahead. There's no reason to go all in.
I mean, do you ever just Doomsayer? I mean, just go face and then Doomsayer?
It's tough, because then if you do that, you're not going to have a target for a power overwhelming.
Well, you'll have your 1/1 if it survives, right? But
yeah. Oh wait, no, because the 1/1 wouldn't come from like a Doomsayer, would it? Or what?
I think it does, doesn't it? Or whenever it takes damage.
No, it's only if it took damage. But I like this just playing the mind control tech, because when is the Reno lock ever going to have 4 minions on the board? So just like make it a little harder for the Reno lock to clear both of your minions, so you just double your chances of being able to double power overwhelming.
No Reno pickup for Buckeye.
And that's so rough. How many cards has Buckeye gone through in their deck right now?
Like deck at this point,
we're seeing. So. Yeah, that always hurts when you're the Reno player and you can't find Reno. But then again, Willie Dills hasn't found Reno either. Not that he needs it. It's one of those matchups where just be playing proactively. You think it's a control mirror. You need to get full value out of all your cards, and you need to like play mind games. But sometimes just smashing your opponent's face is the right call, and it's about to pay off for Willie Dills if Buckeye isn't able to wipe this board.
I think you're confused. Smashing your opponent's face is always the right call.
See.
And then, I think you just keep on developing for your Buckeye. You can't make the read that there's double power overwhelming in the hand, so.
Yeah, you did see, though, that Dark Peddler played really early in that card Sit Around, so it is another one of those, like, maybe it's a Mortal Coil that never really had a chance for a lot of value. Maybe that's what Buckeye was hoping, but, or that Willie Dills maybe wasn't holding his own natural power overwhelming. But Dills is going to take this game and go up in the series 2-1. And this is the best of 5, so it puts Buckeye on the bubble. Like, each of the Buckeye's going to have to go 2-0 from here to be able to take the match. Although it is a double elimination tournament, though, so even losing this match won't end your tournament life here.
All right, we'll have to see what Willie Dills' third deck was, or is, what the ban was from Buckeye. Interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be lying if I don't hope for Pirate
But
Warrior.
my guess is...
Oh, Priest.
And this is a matchup that should be very favored for Buckeye. One of my friends at a Tavern Hero last week was playing this matchup as the Dragon Priest player, and he just had such a grim look on his face through the whole time, just being like, this is such a bad matchup for me. So it can be a really tough one, but it's definitely not unwinnable. A lot of the secrets to it are getting a lot of value off of maybe a Draconid Operative, just putting, obviously curving out and maybe being able to dodge some threats. Right now, Buckeye has a Demon Wrath that doesn't clear dragons very well. Shadow Flame's a little too slow. And the Dirty Rat is really risky against dragons, so Buckeye might have to just cast his fate to the winds and mulligan. Well, he's keeping the Shadow Flame and Dirty Rat. I like it, because the Shadow Flame is often good against Dragon Priests. If you have the time to set it up, when you wipe their board, it's you usually need to wipe their board about twice, 2 to 3 times to be able to win the game.
It's important to remember as the Priest player who the beatdown is, right? Like, it's just so easy to get into that Priest mentality of I need to keep their board clear, but sometimes the right play is just pushing face, because you have to, you have to put the pressure on them.
Mm-hmm. You want to make the Reno, why make your opponent's trades for them, is what I always like to say.
And Dills with the misplay there, he forgot the emote to go along with his healing his face. Slightly unfortunate.
Oh yeah, that's probably going to cost him this game. The fates are punishing him without a dragon.
This is a bummer of a hand if you're Willie Dills. It's about as bad as it gets.
It's really tough because those Shadow Word Deaths don't really measure up well with anything in Buckeye's hand. The only minion that they answer is that 6-mana one is Sylvanas, right? And if that's not a minion you really want to be Shadow Word Deathing unless you already have a terrible board state, which is not something you want to look forward to.
Quite possibility though in this case with Willie Dills' hand here. It's terrible board states where he's at.
Mm-hmm. And this is tough because as the dragon player, you usually need to have like the very fast draw to be able to steal this matchup. When you have the very reactive controlling one, you give the Reno Lock all the time in the world to just set up their threats that are usually a little better than yours. Although right now, Dills is just wishing he could buy a threat. You know, that Blackwing Corruptor isn't even that great of a draw. It's really just a vanilla 5/4 for 5. It's basically a worse booty play back guard until he finds Dragon.
It's the only play, though, at this point.
I think you do have to. Yeah, and it's a shame, too, because if you're Dills, you want to get some tempo. It's almost tempting to have just played that 1/3. If he'd played it a few turns earlier, maybe he could have pushed some extra damage, but with a hand like this, with so little range, I totally understand the desperation in just needing an extra card.
Yeah. Well, not the right play anymore.
Buckeye recognizing that just if he starts going into these turn 5 and 6 turns with nothing on Willie Dills' board, it's going to make his game plan a lot easier. And finally a dragon for Dills.
Just to kind of get something going.
This is a tough one, you know? Like, I'm staring at Chilmon Chromagus thinking, gosh, which is more annoying for the Reno Lock to deal with?
Because you know you have a bunch of minions going to be drawn here pretty soon, so you're going to get if you can get a bunch of double dragons, you're going to be in pretty good. I think you're going to maybe have a puncher's chance if it can stick for more than one turn.
Yeah, it's such a tricky situation. Both players just kind of not really having any big threats, kind of waiting. It's been kind of a weird sort of game. Like, neither player's really played much of anything.
Yeah, it's definitely been... Yeah, it's not the place you want to be if you're the Dragon Priest. That's for sure.
Right, it plays right into the Reno Lock's plan, but suddenly, like, Willie Dills is starting to get a handful of threats, and when you have, like, Bran and Blackwing Corruptor, Bran and Draconid Operative, like, that's the win condition if you're the priest, and he's staring at half of, like, one of his biggest win conditions. Like, if he plays that Bran with, like, a Draconid Operative, suddenly, like, the game takes on an entire new depth.
For sure.
But that Sylvanas is going to be a bit of a gut punch. There's not a really easy way to deal with it. You can deal 3 damage to it, and then maybe Shadow Word Death it and try to give Buckeye the worst minion possible. You can just keep going for his face and maybe play the Azure Drake, and then Buckeye doesn't have anything to trade it into, and you're just hoping against hope that Buckeye doesn't have a way to get rid of it.
That looks like the play.
Yeah, it looks like Willie Dills is just going to keep on pushing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know if he has any other choice really at this point. You have to kind of just push damage, and then, you know, that he's not going to be able to really steal anything right now, so.
Yeah, I kind of like this play. And if, you know, if Buckeye like Shadow Flames, he gets a terrible minion and spent 2 cards to get that minion, so that's not that good. And if he, like, maybe trades with the Drake and Mortal Coils his own Sylvanas to steal the 3/6, that's, like, probably his best case scenario. But he doesn't have the Mortal Coil, so he can't do that. We might be about to see, like, a Demon Wrath to, like, clean it up, the Sylvanas, and, like, that at least gives, like, a higher health Bookworm. Buckeye could take a chance on the Dark Peddler, potentially picking up something nice, too.
Okay.
And this totally makes sense, because it develops a big minion, it steals another minion, and you just are continuing to push. And also, Buckeye probably expects this Shadow Word Death, because Will spent so much time earlier in the game not doing anything. You know that, like, the Priest probably has, like, a pretty controlling hand. But losing the Abyssal Enforcer isn't, like, that big of a deal for the Reno Lock. It's, you know, not one of your biggest threats. So if it's able to catch a Shadow Word Death, that's usually a pretty good spot to be in.
It's always nice to force them to use their removal on their own minions. That's what, you know, Dills had to do just now. You know, had to kill his own 3/3. You know, so that's a good spot to be in as the control player.
Mm-hmm. But Dills does have the 5/4 on the board, and at a certain point, you run out of removal if you're Buckeye. Like, you can't remove everything forever, and so Buckeye is gonna take just the amazing value play. it's just one of the most feel-good plays in the game. And going straight to the 10 mana spells.
I think is totally the right play.
I love it. Mm-hmm. Dealing 6 damage to all minions is really good against Dragon Priests, but it looks like he took the 10 armor on the last
10
one.
10 armor, 6 health to all your minions, and then 10 and a 5, so...
That's interesting. I always like doing that when I brand Kazakis, because like if you take them at like different mana ranges, you don't like pigeonhole yourself into only being able to make big plays. Whenever I like get greedy and take 2 10s, I feel like I often end up like dying with one of them in my hand.
Yeah, and Buckeye fits with basically the second arena between those two spells with the amount of armor he's going to be gaining out of both of them. So it's going to be a long game for Dills if he's able to push this one. And double Draconid Operative off of that Chromagus is great.
Oof, and the overdraw for Buckeye. Luckily only misses a Earthen Ring Farseer, but always kind of scary when you're the Reno deck and you're trying to find, like a couple of select cards. And now I think you just have to Siphon Soul this Chromagus right here.
Oh. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that sticking around at all. That's just too good.
But that's it's so scary though with those double Draconid Operatives. Like there's just Willie Dills, his hand is so much scarier than it looked about 3 to 4 turns ago.
Draconid Operative, then get Draconid Operative against the following turn. So worst case scenario, you're taking 3 of their cards.
And it also is just the information those operatives provide is so valuable. If Willie Dills sees like, oh hey, there's still a Reno in Buckeye's deck, I'm just gonna push. It gives him a chance to just kind of go for a win that he maybe didn't know existed as a possibility.
Like that PO.
And I have to imagine, so if you brand Draconid Operative, you use 2 cards in your hand, but you refill your hand with 2 cards. So you go back to 9 cards. You're still not at risk of overdrawing. So I like just brand Operative and maybe throw down a Whelp.
The 2/2 just to kind of...
Let's see, so it didn't reveal like a Twisting Nether or a Reno. This hand provides a little bit of information to Dills, but it's not that amazing. And none of the targets are that amazing. But I like the Hellfire is just potentially getting an extra...
a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you like here, the Whelp or the Pain?
I like the Whelp. It just is going to be, especially because you just saw that Hellfire is still in their deck, you maybe assume they have the Demon Wrath or the Shadow Flame that they have. You're maybe worried about a Twisting Nether. So it looks like Dills is just going to elect to not play anything. And I totally respect that too.
Yep.
But it maybe is giving a little bit too much respect to the Warlock player. But it's hard to know with what the information that Dills has and the Warlock player having a full grip of cards. You have to just put them on just about everything.
Yeah, and I assume Buckeye remembered to put Reno in his Reno lock.
Yeah, he one day he will be rich.
Yeah, I checked his deck list. It is there, so Reno is in the deck. So that's good news.
And Buckeye is playing the combo version with Leroy Jenkins, the Faceless Manipulators, so it's the kind of hand that if you just draw out the game a little bit, go through your deck, Buckeye has played Reno Lock before, you can find ways to just kill your opponent from very high health totals, although the magic number you need to get to is usually around 22 to 23. So Buckeye needs to find a way to deal that extra 6 to 7 damage to be able to set up a lethal combination. And that's a pretty good hit on the Resurrect 3 or the Resurrect 2 minions.
That's fine.
Because Dills is gonna likely end up using another Shadow Word Death on the 6/6. I mean, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just runs the 5/4 into it and Hellfires or Holy Novas. But there's definitely a whole lot of. This is a tough choice if you're Dills right here, because Dills was playing around a massive board wipe, and he probably is still expecting one.
And all that extra armor gain is not ideal. That's a big minion right there. Just
Battle Giant, pretty convenient when you have a full grip as the Dragon Priest. And I think Dills is afraid of like a big board wipe, so taking that Mountain Giant gives him the perfect fuel to refuel the board if that were to happen.
And I mean, it's a good looking board. It's, if you're Dills, you got to be happy with having 2 Draken Operatives, one of them coming for free. So, the next turn he can play both Defender and, if he wanted to. I mean, the thing is, he got 3 card draw, right? And he didn't see 3 Discovers. He did not see Reno Jackson. So if you're Willie Dills, are you expecting Reno in hand at this point, right?
Yeah, you have to expect Reno in hand. You've seen 3 selections of 3 cards, and there wasn't a Reno or in any of them. Wait, is that game? That's just game. That might have been a premature Jiraxis. Wasn't Buckeye at like a higher health total?
Yeah, he lost all of his armor gain and his... did he realize he was going to lose his armor, I wonder?
Let's see. That's I have to imagine there was like another option that turn. But the Hellfire and Holy Nova is lethal right here. Dills is probably just taking a second to double check the math, make sure.
That was a bummer.
Gosh, that happened so quickly. But Willie Dills will take the game and be up 3-1 in the series. But again, it is double elimination, so Buckeye will follow the loser's bracket, which luckily in an 8-person tournament doesn't take that long to climb back up to the winner's circle.
All right, let's see where we're at in the brackets here. Just pull the brackets over. So looks like Machiavelli dropped 3-0 to Nippy Papa. Bummer, Machiavelli. And then Dills just going over Buckeye. And Magooch is up 2 over Gator. And Big and Z-Thund are actually tied 1-1. So I'll actually message both of them right now and make sure they're not sitting in chat. And if they're not, then we'll get them on stream.
Sounds good. It looks like Magooch just bumped up to the next match too, so I believe it'll be Willie Dills versus Magooch in the next winner's bracket match.
All right, so I'm going to get a message out here to Big Up and Z-Thund.
We're seeing a couple of the Dills League regulars. Big K was the winner of the Season 1, where he knocked me out of the finals. And it'll be exciting to see a couple of his games, too. I know he's a really good player. We've seen Magooch play a lot, too. And I'm excited to see a couple of the things these guys have up their sleeves.
Looks like I see them might not have got my friend request here, so maybe just watching it one-sided here. Try sending to him again. So I'd hate to get just 1/2 on stream here.
Oh yeah, it's definitely best when you have like the full information. I think like the first time we casted this tournament, I was like only seeing 1/2, and I probably said some very asinine
I see
things.
Both sides. I say pretty asinine things. I think it's part of the fun.
Yeah, that might still be true of both of us. Let's see. And so, Big K is really just been like carving up a lot of these series. And so it'll be interesting to see them 1-1. We had a 3-1, a 3-0, and how did the other series go? Another 3-0. So with any luck, we might be able to see one go the full distance to 5 this round. I'm always a fan of series that go to 5. I feel like there's something about like Hearthstone matches that it's like you can learn so much about someone like as you like go through the decks they like, the order they pick them. It's I always am hoping to see a 5-game series on
Yeah, they just make
streams.
it really interesting. It's kind of fun to see how everything turns out, and especially when you get that pressure that 5th game. It always makes it a little bit more interesting. It's how people kind of play it out.
Exactly. Let's see. All right, we're just trying to get the match set up for a little bit. We may not be able to jump into it. But let's see. Whoever wins this match will go on to be playing Nippy Papa. And the loser of this match will be going on to play Machiavelli. Let's see. I'm going to repost the link to the bracket in the chat if anyone wants to take a look at it.
So, it's like Z-Thun's not able to get my friend request. He might have too many friends. I don't know.
That is a problem that happens sometimes. The 200 friend cap, when you send a friend request, they don't get a notification, so they just, think you are ignoring them.
Okay, well, I'll just let him know.
Yeah, that last game sure was something. That was like the slowest possible Dragon Priest
Yeah,
draw.
that was pretty incredible.
Like that
That was pretty incredible for sure. And in that, it was just, the Draxus, you want to just slam Draxus down, but sometimes you just got to be patient. Sometimes just leave him in your hand. It's not always the right play to kind of drop Draxus because he can kind of get you, so.
But that game is really good evidence for people that like to play Dragon Priest on the ladder. One of the best ways to beat Reno Lock is just try to set up that brand Draconid operative play, and you gain a lot of information, you gain a lot of powerful cards, you refill your hand, you give yourself a lot of range, and you just generally drive the Reno Lock bits.
Alright, I'm just typing here in our message board to let them know what we're kind of doing here. Oh, there we go. All right. Cool.
I like your style, Lord Machiavellian. You gotta root for the decks that you have the best chance against.
All right, here we go into the Big K and Zethun. I think they're still tied up at 1.
Yeah, and so we are hopping right into the middle of Game 3. And I should say right in the middle, but we are staring at a Reno Lock that is down to just the cards that are in his hand. But a lot of those are quite doozies. We've got the Reno, you've got your Axis. This is the kind of cards that can help you in the late game if you're not dead. Reno Mage has a lot of ways to just kind of burst you down, though, so the Reno timing can be very tricky for them. Do you mind checking how many cards are left in that Reno Mage deck, Dan?
Sure.
Dano? 3. Oh my gosh. So, and what is that 10 mana Kazaka spell the Reno Mage has? He's just so short on burst, but if that has damage, suddenly he's not so short on burst.
How long do you wait on that Reno Dex? And I guess you wait till now.
Depending on what Zethund has played earlier this game, if you're scared of like a fireball coming down, you're maybe putting your opponent on like a fireball, frostbolt, ice lance range, but even that only represents 14 damage at most. He doesn't have spell power.
Making a good point in chat. He hadn't seen Dirty Rat yet, so you got to play that Reno out because you got to be feeling pretty worried about him just coming out of hand from the Dirty Rat.
Oh, absolutely. And especially when you're fatiguing. I didn't see how many points of fatigue damage he just took this turn, but we don't know how deep into fatigue the Reno Lock is. This could have.
So.
That was just the first tick, so he still has a couple of turns left.
A lot of turns left, though. Is that Ice Block up here? Let's see. Ice Block and Reno Jackson. So, long way to go.
Right. Luckily, though, that Jiraxis theoretically could represent a little bit of life gain if Zethund was to potentially try to set up like an all-in play over like 2 turns. The Jiraxis might be a bit of a disruptor, but by the time the Jiraxis might be played in the middle of an all-in play, we might be looking at 3 to 4 points of fatigue damage. That might make it just hard for Big K to hold on.
And a second Ice Block, I think if you're Zethund, you're feeling pretty good right now. That pickup.
Yeah, just having Ice Block in play is so nice, and it's kind of interesting that Zethund hasn't gone for the Dirty Rat play yet. Just there being so few cards in hand. I mean, now there's a lot of things that Dirty Rat could pull, but you would kind of be hoping to hit Jiraxis, I would think.
Yeah, so Dreadsteed and Unlicensed Apothecary, just about the absolute 2 worst demons to go together.
Oh, yeah, and if Dirty Rat were to hit that Apothecary, that could be pretty dangerous, too. Or not the Apothecary, if whatever the 3-mana 5/5 is, if Dirty Rat were to hit that, that could suddenly be a little devastating for Big K.
And just a reminder, so this is the top 8 finals of the Dills Hearthstone League. I am Dano, and this is JBillyB joining me on this cast. Just kind of, so it's the end of a 2-month league that we've had, and these are the top 8 players, actually. So we're looking at the 3 and the 6 seed here, between BigABigK and Zethan. So, and they are tied at 1 game apiece.
Oof. And so that's 4 fatigue. He'll be taking 5 fatigue next turn. But he does have the 6/6 to attack, so I'm going to guess that 6/6 will clean up the 5/3 to try to buy just as many turns as possible for BigABigK. And that Ice Block's not going to save him from fatigue damage, so the timing of that Reno will be very important. We're looking at 12 damage from BigABigK, 16 with the Power Overwhelming. And 19 with the Abyssal Enforcer. BigABigK can win this game if he sees the line with Power Overwhelming and Abyssal Enforcer, and then just letting fatigue damage kill off Zethan. And it looks like he's going to go for it.
That was really well played. Really well played.
Yeah, what an exciting time to join a game. So players are going into fatigue, navigating with the final few cards.
Yeah. And
it's always
slightly surprised right now. Oh.
Wait, what? No! Oh, BigABigK!
Oh, no. That hurts my soul.
Yeah, as you guys might know, fatigue damage does not trigger secrets like Ice Block because it happens during your turn, and your secrets do not proc during your turns. We've seen a couple of, it speaks to the skill gap that goes into Arena Lock decks, we just saw in the last round the Draxus play that removed your armor, which is something that not a lot of players always know, the interaction, because you don't often end up with armor as Arena Lock unless you have Kazakus spells that give you armor, or maybe weird things that you've gotten from other cards. And like right there, like is just another thing where against a freeze mage, you just want to let them fatigue themselves.
Yeah, that was a bummer. And that was just I thought I was dead, not quite thinking through the play.
But he did see the line. It was a great line. It was very close. And so we're going to game 4 now, and Zethan is going to be up 2-1 and put BigABigK on the bubble. It's one of those mulligan everything kind of hands from Zethan. I like that. Mortal Coil and Hellfire aren't that great in the matchup. They don't usually hit things that are like very relevant. Oh wait, well against Shaman you can maybe keep the Hellfire, but even then it can be like a little slow. But I love just like you're trying to find Mistress of Mixtures. It's such an important card in this matchup just because it's annoying to deal with. It can really slow down like the Shaman's progress.
Yeah, and this is a really bursty Shaman deck that BigABigK is playing. So if you know that, you're just trying to find some sort of early game.
Yeah, like BigABigK is in such an awkward position because without a weapon, he's not going to have a way to clear that 2/2 this turn unless he coin bolts. And if he does that, then he's not going to have a play for his turn 2. So you're kind of in an awkward spot right here. It looks like he is going to coin bolt, but that's really going to hurt his development. And when you're playing an aggressive deck, when you lose your turn 2, that doesn't help your win percentages. Like he basically is going to be forced to draw like a Claws or a Trog off the top to be able to stay relevant.
And there's Reno.
Yeah, Zethan has the Kazakus, the Reno. The only thing Zethan is missing is a board wipe. And that is a way that BigABigK could run away with this game. Although missing that turn, just again, it hurts because it lets Zethan kind of just tap away. But this tap is scary because if you know your opponent's playing an aggressive list with Doomhammers, you maybe think like, maybe I just want to wait a little bit.
Yeah.
But I like just tapping. You've got the Reno. Might as well try to tempt your opponent into going all in and try to get full value off of the Reno.
With a second-rate Bruiser, you have the taunt there. You know, Kazakus in hand. You're looking pretty good. This is a pretty happy hand. I mean, you're gonna be able to clear a lot. So, from Zethan, I'm not super worried here. And then just Totem Pass. That it just feels bad as the Shaman. That just is no good.
Or he let's see. This is interesting. It's very tempting to just play the second-rate Bruiser, and Zethan's going to do it without even... I like the thinking about this, at least, because you have a lot of value from Demon Wrathing, from just Draking. You're not taking a lot of damage here, so if you just play the Bruiser because you can, it's not necessarily the correct play. Even just getting a Kazakis down and setting up a 5-mana spell, like, I really like seeing just like whether this is the correct play or not. I like that kind of like snapping to the obvious play and then thinking about it and making a different one. Just that reflection in tournament games, like you can sometimes make very quick plays in tournaments, and it's very important to just kind of reflect and think about what the choices you're making.
Yeah, and Demon Wrath wasn't a bad play. If you know, I mean, Totem and then dropping a 2/1 that can't charge, you know that his hand is not ideal. And so clearing his board might not have been a bad play either. I think he had multiple good plays there. I think second rate Bruiser was probably the worst option, and I like where he ended up with it for sure.
Mm-hmm. Against aggro decks, it can be tempting to put out your taunts early because you think like, oh gosh, it will prevent me from soaking up damage. But sometimes your taunts can be better saved strategically for when your opponent's about to try to go all in, and then you drop a taunt, and you just kind of throw a wrench in their plans. But that's a very clever clear for the Twilight Drake, and it costs Big K a little bit of time, but he gets rid of the Drake, which is just about the most important possible thing.
Yeah, and you're looking at his hand. He's got burst there, right? So if he can just hold on to the board, he can hope that Zethan doesn't have what he actually has in his hand. So.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, like, let's see, Big K can set up some awkward turns. Like, if Big K just, like, pushes face here with the Doomhammer and sends, like, 10 into Zethan's face, like, he's gonna have to Reno. And if he Renos, he can only clear, like, 1 minion on the board, which will let Big K Rockbiter Weapon and push another 13, taking him down to 17 after the Reno turn, which will put Big K in a really strong position. Like, he's not that bad off. The Abyssal Enforcer is a very good pickup because now when Big K will likely be trying to set up a Feral Spirits along with the Rockbiter Weapon, the Abyssal Enforcer is just going to clear that board and pretty much clear Big K's chances of winning. Because the natural play this turn is, I mean, maybe like Trog Spirits, maybe it's just Rockbiter Weapon push, but I think if you're Big K, you're just hoping your opponent doesn't have a board wipe. You can't deal with the Reno, and you can't protect the 5/2 without going for the Wolves. And if you're gonna play the Wolves, you might as well play the Trog.
If you play the Trog, then you're all in, right?
Like, I agree with this play. Like, I feel like you kind of have to make this all in. Like, if your opponent has the answer, like, you were going to lose anyway if your opponent answered just your Buccaneer and your Flame Tongue.
Yep, it was definitely the right play. And sometimes the right play doesn't always, win you the game, but going all in there was a good call. And now, Zethan with just options,
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about potentially, like, going for, like, play your taunt and then Hellfire, just so you, like, still have a taunt up to potentially absorb a Doomhammer blow. Because, like, Big K has 10 damage this turn. Like, Big K has not lost this game by any means.
Imagination. He's not out of this at all.
Zethan still has, like, one taunt left.
That's gonna be fun. Yeah.
It's huge. So Shapeshift and Rockbiter Weapons, 12 damage. Let's see, so he throws down one taunt. If Big K draws Lava Burst, I think he's still going to be 2 damage short. Oh, no, because he has the Druids. Yeah, if Big K draws Lava Burst, he'll have an answer to the second-rate Bruiser the next turn and be able to win the game with exactly 18 damage. Provided the Reno lock doesn't do anything else.
Big K, I think you quick the Rockbiter and go face of this. You have to put him on that clock, right? Make him find it. Don't like hope you're gonna top deck into like a huge, take him down from 20. Because sometimes just putting him on that clock will just, force him to make a misplay.
I think there is merit to not Rockbitering here, because I would agree with you. That was what I was thinking too. Is like you could just push that damage, but it doesn't really change anything whether you're doing that this turn or the next turn, and it just like. It keeps your opponent maybe having, like, one less piece of information. I think it's I don't think it would have punished him that much either way. But I think there is merit to hiding it right here. If he draws Lava Burst, he will win this game. And there are 2 left in his deck. But that's not it. He's not dead yet, though, and there's no healing left for Zethune. So Zethune is probably going to be on a defensive Kazakis to be able to stabilize behind this. I think you just, like, Rock Biter, take out the 4/5, push 6 to the face.
Yep. You got to get through it eventually.
Maybe even play the Maelstrom Portal, just to, like, have a 1-drop on the board. It's, like, one less attack that, like, goes into your face.
That's interesting.
Good sequencing. Hero powering after the Maelstrom Portal to get that extra proc. And there's still a lot of ways. I mean, like, if Zethune doesn't find a defensive option from Kazakis, doesn't draw health, that health gain will go a long way, because now Big K can't draw a Lava Burst plus Hero Power off the top to deal 6 damage.
Do you Kazakis for 5 here, or do you Kazakis for 1?
I think you go for 5, because if you find something good with 5, like something like gain armor and make a minion, you just play it. And if you don't find something good, then you just Earthen Ring Farseer, and you still have all these minions on the board.
This is a double Doomhammer deck from for Big K.
He's going for 10. These aren't good 10 mana spells. None of them are defensive at all. I mean, it just ends the game, I guess.
I'd say that's what it does.
Let's see. So, yeah, that 8 damage will be enough to just put this game away. That's 20 damage from the Kazakis Potion.
And that'll actually be the end of round 1.
Yeah, Zethune will take the match 3-1 over Big K. You have to that's got to just be such a annoying way. I know what it's like to throw a match in a big tournament, and it sucks when you throw like that. But everyone makes mistakes.
Oh yeah, if I were perfect, I'd be a better player. So Nippy Papa trying to get them both to lose. I don't think that's actually possible, but I appreciate the effort. All right, so it's going to be Dills and Magooch versus Nippy Papa and Zethund. So, we could do Nippy Papa. I don't think we've watched him play. Yeah. So
yeah, I'd love to see Nippy Papa. And
so Nippy Papa, if you would do me a favor and get out of the stream, that'd be great. And then as soon as they've reported that last match there, I'll go ahead and get the next bracket started and get going here.
And it looks like Willie Dills and Magooch are already underway in their match, which Willie Dills just went up a game, 1-0. So we could be looking at a Willie Dills in the finals of the Willie Dills Hearthstone League.
I guess that wouldn't be surprising. He is 8-0. He's had a really good run this season. So
who'd have thunk it? A person that does a Hearthstone podcast is good at Hearthstone.
All right, I'll let them know that we're going to be streaming their matches here. So.
See, and I like just seeing all these guys on your friends list. You know, they're already like rank 6, rank 5, rank 8. Like, they've been playing. Like, they've been practicing. Like, you know that you've got players like that have brought these deck lists in. Dills can't win the screen cleaner, though. That has to be a rule, right? Is that a rule, Dan0?
All right, just as a kind of remind everybody, this is the top 8 finals of Dills Hearthstone League. So Willie Dills, we watched Willie Dills go 3-1 over Buckeye Fitzy in the first round. Magooch and we're playing Magooch 3-0'd Gator 993, and we're about to pop in onto Nippy Papa and Zethund here. Nippy Papa swept as well, and Zethund won 3-1 versus Big K. Big K was actually the winner of the last season's top 4 finals actually for the DHL season 1, and then he did win another Dills Hearthstone League tournament, the new meta one we ran. He's actually won that one as well. So pretty accomplished player.
Exactly.
He doesn't normally bonehead turns, so it's kind of a bummer.
He's been slaying, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see him, climb up to the top of the losers bracket. But not all of these guys still playing there. Real good. We've seen some tremendous play from Buckeye Fitzy. His match against Gator is probably going to be pretty exciting. And Machiavelli is definitely an excellent player as well.
Finished second actually in the league finals. So did not in the tournament, but at the end of the league. So he was 7-1.
So that Machiavelli Big K match is probably going to be. I wish we could watch all of these.
Rematch. So Machiavelli's only loss this season came to Big K, I think, in like week 5. So.
Man, this is an exciting day right now. It's a part of the fun of being like at the end of season 2 and having all these middle tournaments is like you have time to like really build stories, and like rematches are so much more fun than like getting to know you matches. Rematches are twice as hype.
And it was a Swiss tournament, so a lot of these players have actually already played each other once in the league.
Let's see. What was that?
So since it was a Swiss league, actually, a lot of the people in the top 8 have already played each other. So most of them played 1 or 2 of the other people in the top 8 as well. So.
Oh yeah, and it's super tricky, like because you see people play decks during the regular season, and you maybe are friends with them, and you watch their games on the ladder, and you think you know what someone's gonna bring, and then maybe they pull a little switcheroo. Like Nostum famously tricked everyone at like the winter finals, where he had everyone thought he was gonna be playing. I think it was like Zoo, and then even Chalky, his practice partner, thought he was gonna be playing Zoo until turn 2 of their first game at the HCT winter finals when he busted out the Reno lock. Like when you switch up your decks, you definitely have some very awesome advantages to gain, especially in smaller tournaments like this where the players do know each other. They maybe don't have those surprises with the deck lists because they know them, but they do have their surprises in deciding the deck lists.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see where they all went, and they all kind of went the same kind of way, right? Which is fun, but not everyone brought. The Warriors were different everywhere, and it's like we've seen a lot of Warrior bans actually for that reason. But.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have seen a lot of Warrior bans. I feel like there haven't been a whole lot of Warrior games today.
It's unfortunate. I think Warrior's in a fun place. I'd like to see a little bit more of it right now, but I guess I understand the reasoning behind that. So.
Yeah, Warrior is always one of those decks that just seems to have 3 very strong archetypes. It's just something about Fiery War Axe just enabling every single deck onto the
side. It's the best card in the game, so it's.
Although right now, Small-Time Buccaneer and Patches are giving it a run for the money and just the most dominant cards in the format.
But where's Small-Time Buccaneer at without turn 2 Fiery War Axe, right?
Although this Rogue Hero Power is going to do a pretty decent impression. At least there is an answer here. It's not the most pleasant one. It kind of is a shame if you're Nippy Papa to have to use like a Hero Power and a Small-Time Buccaneer to deal with the Wormrest Agent, but the Wormrest Agent's not going anywhere. You could even consider like a Coin Cold Blood on the Patches to clear it, and then like start maybe trying to push 4, but this draw from Zethune is going to line up really well with this draw from Nippy Papa. The double Cold Bloods don't play very nicely with Wormrest Agents.
It's definitely less than ideal, and he just also taunted up there as Zethune is, so. I think it was the only play. It wasn't a fun one, but it was the right play, I think. You want to at least try and keep that Cold Blood for a little bit of burst, or to get through a larger taunt.
Agreed. And if you start throwing out your Cold Bloods there, you basically let your opponent know that you got nothing, and like this way you at least still have like the illusion of being able to make plays. Even now, this plus Fan of Knives plus your Hero Power at least lets you keep a friggin' Patches on the board, which might be all you need to deal with the Twilight Guardians.
Yeah.
I love a backstab Fan of Knives right here. I think it's a really strong
play. Cycling, which is what you want to do because your hand is kind of junk. And you got to keep some sort of board presence on. You don't want to just give up that Patches. It seems like it's not a big deal, but I mean, Patches just does work, right? It's part of the reason why the card is so good. I mean, a free 1/1 charger on turn 1, it just does damage.
Right, and when you have no other minions and 2 Cold Bloods in your hand, like your 1 Patches it basically becomes a lot more important than it normally would be. Although the Tomb Pillager is an excellent pickup, it'll give Nippy Papa the chance to, actually be able to like stem the tide against these dragons. And even though Zethune has a Shadow Word Death, that's not that amazing against Tomb Pillager because you're basically breaking even on mana, and like your opponent has a coin that they can use for tricky things. this draw from Zethune with the double Wormrest Agent and double Twilight Guardian just completely draining all of Nippy Papa's resources early. And at the same time, though, Nippy Papa's kept aboard, kept some chip damage through. Just a really good job at using all of your mana every turn and trying to stay relevant. And even now, this Coin Eviscerate, well, let's see. Zethune will have a chance, though, to Shadow Word Death and play a 3-drop, and that's going to be kind of the breaking point, where Zethune can now control the board, develop a threat on the board that finally Nippy Papa won't have an answer to be able to deal with.
Yeah, so that's kind of the turning point at this point, it looks like. Unless he tops deck into something, Auctioneer would be nice, but needs something here. That coin is not something. That's literally nothing.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that if you have a Gadget Zan Auctioneer, it's maybe the best possible hand you could have, but without it, it's maybe the worst possible hand you could have.
Off of that Fan of Knives there.
That was to keep that 1 damage from being wasted off the Fan of Knives when he re-heals. It now became the 1 damage to deal with it exactly.
And now Zethune just loses, no more dragons.
Although Zethune is just, one Draconic Operative or one Nether Spite Historian draw away from just completely refilling that hand.
Oh, the Beneath the Grounds.
And Beneath the Grounds, a cheeky bit of tech that some rogues have been playing against Reno decks, and it can be very effective. I definitely got hosed by it on the ladder the other day.
That was just really fun to watch. Drop the sockets, nothing happens.
Oh man, I remember thinking oh gosh, yeah, that was not a good one.
I enjoyed every second of it. Thank you for that. And the Swashbuckler is a bummer because he gets him draw, but it's the play. So
Confuse does let him deal with the dragons, maybe in more efficient ways, but without any other tools in the hand, then
if he wants, he could also just clear the Northshire if he wanted with it as well with Confused Face. But I mean, I kind of like holding on to just because it cycles at a certain point. So if you manage to find an Auctioneer.
Right? And I have to imagine Nippy Papa is just not going to win this game without finding an Auctioneer, so you just want to build your entire game plan around making sure that that Auctioneer comes and you get the fullest amount of value. But this is where Zethune starts doing just ridiculous degenerate things.
Your answer.
The Nosdormu, yes.
Those are two big, great, wonderful minions.
It curves so perfectly because you spend this turn making a big dragon that literally has 4 This is just got to be maddening for Nippy Papa, because it was looking like the priest kind of had a weak draw, and suddenly it's completely turned around.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm slightly excited about that Norse Domu play. It's gonna be tons of fun. The golden Norse Domu is not something you get to see all the time.
Right? This is just, look at these animations we're seeing. There is almost 10,000 dust on the top of the screen here.
And it feels like a good play, but Norse Domu is the right play because it's just for the memes. Everything is for the memes, so you have to be careful.
Well, Nosdormu against a rogue is actually kind of tech, because if he goes off with a Gadget Zan Auctioneer, the animation from each card draw on each coin will limit him to a very, probably 3 to 4 spells before he'll just start running out of time on the rope.
Yeah.
So that's, Nosdormu is actually a very strong, Auctioneer counter. Even if it is a bit of a meme, it does show some very excellent
we have seen both Fan Knives, so Nixia feels really good as well. I think they're both just good plays. Oh, Nosdormu, we go.
But if you don't play Nosdormu here, absolutely the coolest
hands
play.
Down the best play. Hands down the best play.
Unfortunately, Nippy Papa doesn't really have a lot of choices to make.
No.
So there probably isn't a whole lot of pressure here. It's outside of, do I kill the 1/3? I like saving the backstab because you need to draw Auctioneer.
Yeah. You're not winning by clearing that 1/3. That doesn't really matter.
And now Zethune has a chance to just get anything off of this operative at the end of the game. Although, these are misses. Yeah. I mean, I guess the rogue's probably not going to win, but still, it's, there were things that, gosh, that Nether Spite Historian with Bran was just so good. To get 2 big late-game threats when you have nothing just completely changes, the dynamic of a game.
Yeah, and I like Nippy Papa's play here. Play your hand out. It's gotta, sometimes you gotta show, here's what I had. Good job beating me.
it's a good way to see kind of about how many spells you get off there, and it's about 3, just enough time, so 4. But with each of those questing adventure animations, like that uses up like your time on the rope. It really adds up so quickly.
And it lets you get your play out.
And so
I love the kill yourself. Good job, Nippy Papa with the win there.
Let's see, and that was just the first game. Sweeps during the last tournament that we casted.
Hey, hold on, Billy. Do you want to check your speakers or your mic? I'm getting a lot of static out of you. All right, so looks like it was maybe Billy. Sorry about that, everyone.
Any static?
Yeah, so I'm hearing some feedback. Did your headphones pop out?
Okay. Oh no, one sec. Damn, this fucking headphone, or this microphone.
Oops, Nippy Papa missing the patches hit. It's a Cylon now. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but, you know, it's not going to keep him from casting, though, so that's nice. Holy shit, Dills is already in chat, so I'm assuming that match is... Oh, still going on, okay. Alright, so looks like I'm not hearing the echo, so Nippy Papa with an interesting turn, whether he wants to, you know, he can either clear that Doomsayer or he can sap it. I like the idea if you're going to do anything with it, you're going to maybe clear it. I mean, if you just sap it, there's not a whole lot gained. Plus, you need to get through taunts later. And using the sap just kind of feels bad in the Doomsayer.
Am I still getting
nope,
static?
Nope, you sounded good.
I'm sorry.
You sound good now. Yep.
Awesome. How's it going, everyone? Sorry about that. This microphone has been giving me a little bit of trouble lately. I hear I missed a patches attack.
No, they missed the patches attack.
Oh, man. I guess we all missed the patches attack.
So we got the Arena Lock Miracle Rogue, kind of the classic ladder matchup here.
Yeah, and it looks like we're looking at Arena Lock hand without any Reno, so every bit of damage is going to start adding up. Although I guess, with that Kazakus, Earthen Ring Farseer, there are a lot of defensive plays Boone has available to him. And usually the Rogue's biggest amount of burst over the top is pretty much limited to 2 Eviscerates if they don't have any minions. So usually you feel pretty safe at 12 with the taunt on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anything is gained from, other than just keeping your questing alive, to drop the sap on this turn. But
see. I really like using the sack here. Sure your opponent just spent 5 mana to play it. Sure, you can get rid of it, but if you get rid of it, like, are you ever gonna actually like be able to kill your opponent? Like, I guess that makes sense. You're really just hoping, if you're Nippy Papa here, I guess, that your opponent's like on like no removal, just no way to deal with that questing adventure, and that you're just gonna be able to ride it to the win.
Well, it looks like Dills and Magooch are done, and it doesn't sound like it ended quite Magooch's style, which is unfortunate for Magooch. Willie Dills still pretending to be the Patriots at this point, so. There we go. Beneath the grounds will turn too late.
Let's see, but their match was in the winner's bracket, so Magooch will still have another chance moving up to the loser's bracket, and we'll be playing the winner of Big K and Machiavelli.
You can see where that one's at, actually, real quick here. So it looks like they're still near the middle of their first game, so.
And kind of the classic Saporino, the play that never feels good, but you still kind of have to do, or else you just will lose the game even worse immediately.
And that Dark Bargain, pretty unfortunate for Nippy Papa. It's a fairly worthless card.
It could end up coming in handy, though, if the problems for Nippy Papa is the Dark Bargain, the point where it will be the best is where Nippy Papa's position will be.
Yeah, so you sort of win more cards. That might be a lose more card.
Yes. But just going for it, and I don't mind that, because, you know, there wasn't like an obvious answer to the questing adventure last turn, and so you might just be thinking, if I make it a little bigger, then I'll just keep on riding that wave.
Take that, I suppose.
And Zethune elects not to use the Twisting Nether there, which is a lot of discipline, just putting something on the board. But now Nippy Papa will have a chance to just like continue pushing. I don't know. That felt like a Twisting Nether turn there. There was literally nothing left in the Rogue's hand. But I guess maybe Zethune was afraid of like a Gadgetzan Auctioneer, like conceal play, potentially like putting Nippy Papa back into it, in which case the Twisting Nether would be one of the best answers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's feeling a ton of pressure yet. Yeah, well, there it goes. I think that's, you know, an empty hand. That's pretty much probably all she wrote for Nippy Papa. Yep.
Still though, you know you're. Oh yeah, because they still have the Reno.
Reno was played though, so I don't think it was maybe a little premature, but.
Well, wasn't the Reno sapped back to the hand, or did Zethune play the Reno a second time?
I wanted to see it get sapped back to the hand.
Yeah, I think that's why. If the Reno wasn't still in the hand, then maybe you still have a chance to win there. But I can respect a good. Let's say.
Yeah, I was on my other screen looking at the brackets when I think they sapped it over the other hand, so I missed that one. So.
But Zethune goes up 2-0 now, and if it was just one game away from playing against Dills for the winner of the winner's bracket. And winning the winner's bracket just puts you in such a good position going into the grand finals. I mean, just having 2 shots to have to win in the finals is a lot more difficult than having to win both of those 2 shots. Which is kind of what the double elimination bracket usually ends up heading towards.
So, here we go. Pirate Warrior versus Reno Mage.
Oof. Now, what are you looking for in this Reno Mage mulligan?
I'm looking for a clunker and for Nippy Papa to kill him on turn 5, because that means all is right with the world.
Yeah, Reno Mage is definitely an easy deck to hate on, but poor Nippy Papa with the mulligan right into the patches. Never what you want to see when you're on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, the turn 1 patches is unfortunate. You know, and Rogue patches in the hand doesn't mean you've lost. And Warrior patches in the hand is usually bad news bears.
Now, Arcanite Reaper is a good pickup. It won't stand up to the Water Elemental very strongly, but it is the kind of card that like helps make these bad hands into good ones by just letting you, randomly do 10 damage on turn 5 and turn 6.
It's 10 damage to face is good, apparently. I've learned that.
And this Dirty Rat is, if it hits the Sassy Deckhand, really if it hits either one, it will be pretty good.
Don't mind just taunting up there.
Because hitting that Enzos first mate off the top, though, is huge, because it lets him deal with the Dirty Rat and still have 2 pirates on the board, which will prevent him from being pinged, which means a Bloodsoul Cultist off the top might potentially be like a useful tool. It wouldn't be amazing, because you kind of would want to save it for your Arcanite Reaper, but I think you would still play it and just buff your weapon for like a 2 damage attack.
I think you still play it, because you need to get some sort of board presence. The Horse Rider is good, but you're not going to always keep patches on the board not patches, but pirates on the board versus Reno Mage, and so whenever you can get value out of that card, I would just take it.
Very interesting to go with the patches, the Kazakus here over the Water Elemental. The coin Kazakus into the 5-drop, because you can't even play the 5-drop the next turn because you coined into the Kazakus. I really like trying to get Water Elemental down as early as possible, because it just is, you just saw your opponent have to expel a lot of resources to deal with the 2/6, so if you play the Water Elemental, it's even harder for them to deal with that thing, and then they will have no damage coming at your face, and you'll have all the time in the world to develop.
Yeah, I like the Water Elemental. It's so good against these face decks too, because it just frees up whatever you want to freeze, and it's got just that 6 health is just impossible to deal with. Mm-hmm. So either clear with your face and your face is frozen, which is not good, or it sticks up and it just wreaks havoc. So.
Yeah, Nippy Papa electing to go for the face instead of clearing the Kazakus, and that's It'll be hard for Zethune to clear, but if I'm Zethune, I just want to get that Water Elemental down, because if you're Nippy Papa, you have to answer that Water Elemental immediately, or it just will win the game on its own. And so, with Nippy Papa down to 2 cards, if that Water Elemental comes down, and you maybe clear one of these pirates on the board, you'll only have, the 4 damage on the board going into it, and be forced to spend another card, and then only have 2 other possible cards.
I like clearing if nothing else, clear both pirates, so that you don't get any pirate synergy. That wouldn't be a bad thing either, but I think getting that Water Elemental down would be good.
Yeah, this seems, and now you don't have the Acidic Swamp Ooze to deal with the Arcanite Reaper.
It would be a bad decision, I think.
It would be very risky to use it there, because one of the ways you lose this game is by letting your opponent do 10 damage to you with Arcanite Reaper, and if that's looks like it's about to be happening, possibly even more. Because now you play the Water Elemental, your opponent can just go face. You're suddenly, Nippy Papa is 1 heroic strike away from being able to threaten lethal, in, the next 2 turns.
Yeah, face is the place now.
I guess...
It's 10 damage next turn.
Yeah, so likely Nippy Papa won't be able to kill Zethune this turn. Even a Leroy draw wouldn't be enough damage. So Nippy Papa would need 2 turns. And so Zethune's looking for a Reno, but if Zethune just played a Water Elemental a couple of turns ago, you wouldn't even need to find this. And this is disastrous for Zethune, because now there's no Reno and there's no way to stop the second, or the third attack coming in from the Arcanite Reaper.
I think...
And you just sent everything into the face here, I think. I don't think you can respect the Reno, because I don't think you can ever beat the Reno.
No. You're playing face. Face is the only way to go here. I think you Corcoran so that you can go over the top if you have to the following turn. If he taunts up.
Yeah, if this Mortal Strike play on Acidic Swamp Ooze is a way to lose this game.
I think you just Corcoran and then just go face. Oh, armoring up.
But that's still, is that lethal? Is there any way for Zethune to prevent this?
Not now.
That's 6 plus 4. That's going to be the game. Nippy Papa staying alive with the little Arcanite Reaper. Good. But that's just to the power of Pirate Warriors. You have kind of a slow draw, not a lot's going on, but then you do, 16 damage or 17 damage off of 2 cards.
There we go. That was a good game right there. I like that. Where's the place face? I can get on board with this kind of game.
There was some like I think that game could have been played a little differently from both sides, but it's again, you can't always make the best decision on every turn in Hearthstone. You just got to play your cards, and it's you got to try to go the distance.
All right, Shaman back into Reno Mage. So you see Eye of Black Paul there. You probably assume there's no Doomhammer. I could actually just go and check if there's a Doomhammer as well.
Yeah, it's it can be hard. I've seen some Doomhammer lists like maybe be like a shave off like one clause of like maybe one of the clauses, but a lot of them that play like two of each and like find them like sometimes will cut one. I'm not sure. I've been trying to not play as much Shaman lately, so I'm actually really bad about like knowing the different builds of Shaman.
Yep, no, there is no Doomhammer in this list. Yeah, I think so. Shaman, I think you just put 30 cards in a deck and then you win, right? That's playing Shaman.
It definitely helps your odds if you're just playing Shaman. Let's see, and Zethune definitely has like the cards you're looking for in this matchup. The Doomsayer, the Acidic Swamp Ooze, the Kazakis. The question is, what order do you play them in to try to maximize like your chances of winning? And I like just playing the Doomsayer as early as possible. It like will get destroyed, and that's going to be a bummer for Zethune, but it'll at least buy him a lot of time, damage that won't go to his face. And if for some reason like Nippy Papa doesn't have the Flame Tongue Totem right here, then your Doomsayer probably won't be good until like turn like 7 or 8, in which case you would like need to have Frost Nova with it for it to be good. So this is like the last turn you can use it like just on its own.
The Doomsayer was a good play there. The problem with Doomsayer against Shaman is there's just a million ways for him to kill it. So I mean, they run so much burst. It's just a crazy class right now.
This is another one of those games too that'll be interesting to see if Zethune goes for a 1 mana or a 5 mana spell from Kazakis. We haven't seen anyone take a 1 mana spell from their Kazakises yet, which I can't recommend enough. It is really strong a lot of the time. Especially when you're playing against a Shaman and you get to like deal 3 damage and deal 2 damage to everything. Like that usually is game changing. The Forgotten Torch and the Flame Tongue Totem here though is fantastic. Like it just buys so much time. You're not really under that much pressure. Although that Jade Claws suddenly changes things a lot.
Yeah, this is apparently cards that make minions are good.
It's just so powerful because he has a weapon that does extra damage. It overloads, buffs the Trog. It makes a 2/2. Like that clause right there just like basically helped Nippy Papa's attack on like 3 different fronts.
It's a really good play. But with the answer here, so Zethune's in an okay spot. He's not. I wouldn't be upset.
But without the Reno or any freeze available to him next turn, it looks like it's going to have to be a Kazakis play for 1. And unless he picks something else up off the top of his
He has turns though, right? So he gets Kazakis this next turn for 1. Then he does have Blizzard the following turn, so he has a little bit of stall.
Yeah, he's just he's gonna need to hit something good though. Otherwise, that Lava Burst and those claws, that's gonna be 5, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. That'll be enough for lethal. Although the Dirty Rat here would tend to be like the Dirty Rat would give him a lot of value if he takes a chance, but he has to be afraid of maybe like a Flame Reach Faceless just winning the game. Do you go for the Kazakis for 1 or Flame?
I think
Dirty
Rat.
It pays off tremendously. Because now if, let's see, Nippy Papa goes for the Lava Burst Spirit Claws play, that Blizzard's going to wipe his board, and he's not going to have the reach to be able to go over the top.
Yeah, it's that was that Dirty Rat was. I think it was definitely the best play there because now he gets to get into his late game and hopefully start drawing something. That Sylvanas is just way too slow for this match right now, though. So the only answer is Blizzard right now.
Right. This is so scary. Is the Thune's at least seen one Lava Burst, so you know that that's unlikely you're going to get spell-powered Lava Burst killed, but a spell power into a Bolt would also do it. I mean, just, there's a lot of 1-damage spells that could win right here.
What do you think about Blood Mage and Totem Golem on that turn? Send 3 to the face?
I really would have liked seeing a Blood Mage there, because just what you mentioned, you push a little bit of extra damage, you don't know if your opponent has Reno. Even if they do, you're still in a lot of trouble, so you kind of need to start looting and just try to double your chances of finding a good card. I can see the reason why he would hold it back, and it's nice to be able to like time when you have your 1 spell power resource, but I'm a fan of just trying to loot with the Blood Mage Dawnose a lot of the time.
And there comes the Ooze to kind of punish not using that last charge of the Spirit Claws. Oh, never mind.
What
am I talking about? Just top pick Lava Burst. That's how you win.
From 0-2 to potentially threatening a reverse sweep. We're going to game 5, and whoever wins this one does get a seed in the finals of the winners bracket.
It's a fun one. This has been good.
Mm-hmm.
Reno Mage, which has been so good on ladder, just really drew clunky there. Really, I mean.
Yeah, it's, they didn't draw Reno.
Right.
But I can't emphasize how cool enough this is. Like, Nippy Papa started this run to game 5 on the back of drawing patches in the opening hand with that Pirate Warrior last game. So we're seeing just that amazing moxie to keep on going. I'm really excited for this last game.
And Rogue into Reno Mage can't feel too good if you're Zethuned.
Yeah, but Zethuned has the 2 cards he wants to see. He's got a Frostbolt, Acidic Swamp Ooze. He's at least not going to die to anything early, but the Rogue does start with the coin, which is a nice little advantage. And that Swashbuckler on turn 1 is an excellent pickup.
Yeah, because otherwise Nippy Papa is starting on turn 4.
Although we've seen pretty much every Rogue that has the late game draw has done really well in the late game. And that Kodara Drake, I guess that couldn't really do anything too crazy here, could it?
It's fairly worthless. He can get as many daggers as he wants.
What was it? The Rogue's old hero power, in Alpha, I feel used to stack. If Kodara Drake existed at that time, maybe that could have led to some good YouTube
I think so.
memes.
At least would have given a reason to nerf Blade Flurry, right?
So do you just coin Tomb Pillager right here? So and just go, or do you try to save the coin for value
you get
later
the coin
on?
back, right? When the Tomb Pillager dies, so I just coin Tomb Pillager here.
I kind of like that. Especially with the Ozzer Drake pickup off the top, you go for a turn 3 4-drop into a turn 4 4-drop into the turn 5 5-drop. But you just naturally will be curving out for all those heavy mana.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to play Auctioneer at this point on 6, and I mean all you have in your hand is that single coin, so you're not really. Auctioneer is not your win right here. At least not so far.
Right. And I love your point about you get the coin back. That's it's like an investment. The Tomb Pillager is just a responsible use of your money. It's
exactly
returning.
Right. That's a pretty good Kazakus potion. I'll take that. Would you like the 1/1 sheep with the 2 friendly minions? What does he have die this game that he wants back though?
It's definitely tricky. It doesn't really give you much now, but it can be a great late game one. I've been finding myself taking the bring minions back to life more often than I used to, just because a lot of the time you get to states where you just run out of threats in your hand as the Reno Mage, because you all your stuff gets answered pretty easily because it's so reactive. And sometimes you just need to bring back some big bodies, some dirty rats, or maybe you're hoping a dirty rat comes back with the Doomsayer and protects the Doomsayer for a Hail Mary board wipe. Oh, but this is, oh man, that's a bummer that it took the 5/1. That definitely could have been a more powerful mind control tech. I shouldn't say it's a bummer, just you always I feel when I see a mind control tech played, I always like to see it take the best option possible.
Well, if you're Zethuned, I mean, you get the coin, right? So that's good. That's really good. So it's not the end of the world, to be honest. If he takes the 5 to face, it's not the end of. I think he's okay here. The 5-4 been better, but it's better than 1-1. So.
And that coin lets that Flame Strike come down this turn, and that Flame Strike, it clears this board. It maybe leaves them without an answer to Auctioneer, but it at least prevents, like 16 incoming damage.
You don't, Flame Strike's your only play here.
But we could potentially see some very degenerate things happen from Nippy Papa this turn. It's if you go for the Big Van Cleef, though, you can get punished by that Polymorph. If you go for the Auctioneer, you might not really have that many spells, although Coin Swashbuckler is at least a relatively organic use of mana.
And the second Auctioneer, I think I feel better about playing that Auctioneer this turn because I topped at that second Auctioneer. So the first one dies, oh well, I move on, right? Whereas normally you try and save it, but so I'm going to get Big Van Cleef here.
Let's see. And why would you use the Big Van Cleef? Yeah, I guess I was thinking about using it for the Auctioneer, but you're right.
If the Van Cleef's your play here, then I think you make it as big as you can. that didn't even wait for the turn to end before Polymorph came out.
Yeah.
So,
but again, it would have been worth considering playing that Babbling Book before the Polymorph. It's a little sequencing thing where maybe the Babbling Book would have given you a Polymorph Boar or something. I don't know. It's it's very likely that you're going to Polymorph that Van Cleef, but I just like to take my time.
And Beneath the Ground's coming out.
And that will definitely neuter any potential Renos. It basically lets Nippy Papa kind of start pushing a more aggressive path without having to worry about a Reno disrupting him. He's already seen the Kazakus, so it's not quite as strong of a counter, but it still has some value to it. Not to mention, just if you hit one of the 4/4s, then sick. That's amazing.
I think you always want to play. If you know you're gonna, even if you're sure you're gonna play something, you always want to see what you're gonna get first, because you never know what. It's always tapping first, right? You don't want to tap last because you never know what you're gonna get. So, playing the Paveling Book first, that didn't, it wouldn't have hurt his turn at all, and maybe it would have changed how he would have played stuff out. So.
Yeah, it's just a good habit to get into.
Agreed. And I think he just cycle some fan, and I would almost just drop Blood Mage for some more cycle. Yep.
Yeah, just one of those hands. It's kind of weak. Although Fan of Knives is such a strong card with Gadget's Hand Auctioneer. I guess you have the second one, so you're trying to find maybe a preparation or something that lets you really do degenerate things.
Double Fan of Knives with no preparations isn't going to be great with only the one Auctioneer. So, and you can't imagine your Auctioneers living more than now you can because you got that Conceal. So, and you've already seen Flame Strike.
Yeah, that Conceal is scary right here with the Auctioneer. There's the potential to have a very strong couple of turns for Nippy Papa. Especially because we know that Reno won't be an option in a little bit. It's going to be...
Oops.
Before the attack. It's one of those things, just taking your time a little bit and playing a little bit slower is very important. And I guess it doesn't really matter if Nippy Papa was planning to make that trade, but maybe Nippy Papa wasn't planning to make that trade and is just doing that now because it makes more sense after the kind of missed Conceal. It was going to end poorly because of the Vaporize.
Yeah, the Vaporize was definitely unfortunate.
But just the Conceal on the Auctioneer is good enough. That will do. I forgot the Kazakus potion had the Polymorph. That's so strong. Oh my god.
I like it.
That was the long con. I just completely missed that part of the Kazakus. But Nippy Papa has kind of been playing the long con themselves, They're kind of waiting to try to, I feel maybe punch through a little bit of damage and get Zethune to the point where they might want to use Reno and then try to drop it, at a strategically tilting time.
And I don't know, what does Nippy Papa have left for threats at this point, though? Not much.
Right? It's one of those things that if Nippy Papa had played Beneath the Grounds a couple of turns earlier, maybe just one of those would have procced by now. Maybe that turn where Nippy Papa had cycled the Fan of Knives, if that was a Beneath the Grounds play. You have more fuel to potentially use on your Gadgets and Auctioneers. You might have found some like free 4/4s. You might not have found anything, so I definitely see the respect and waiting on it. But it would just be like one of the things I would be thinking about potentially having played differently this game.
How many eviscerates have we seen? I haven't been counting.
I believe only one. Maybe
You
zero.
might have seen 0.
I think it's 0 actually. This game.
But I think the game is over.
Yeah, that's just a lot of damage incoming.
Here's the first one.
Theoretically, if that turn, like all 3 beneath the grounds were on top of Zithoon's deck, Nippy Papa would have
It would have been the best lethal of the night, that's for sure. I don't know. Maybe it's the Thund. I don't know. I've not asked him or her. I could ask.
Oh yeah, I'm so bad with the pronunciation. Zithoon. I say Zithoon because it reminds me kind of like how I say the card.
I can remember where I'm at as well. And that was it. So.
Yeah, with that game, Zithoon will take the series 3-2. But that was a great series. I mean, just when it was looking like it was over, Nippy Papa forced some like really nice game 4s and 5s with that Pirate Warrior. I mean, they won with Pirate Warrior when he drew patches. That's like such a moral victory.
Right, and we're gonna go back. I think it's gonna be so Willie Dills and Zithoon. So I'll let Zithoon know we're gonna stick with him here. And Dills, if you could get out of your own stream, that'd be great.
So we will be coming up to the winner of the winner's bracket. Whoever wins this will be in the finals. We'll have a very good chance of just being able to win the whole tournament. You get 2 shots. 2 shots to win the finals is fantastic. But we still got Nippy Papa will be playing against Buckeye Fitzy in the loser's bracket next. And then McCooch is going to be waiting on the winner of Big K and Machiavelli, who I believe are in the middle of their match right now.
So a lot of Reno in that matchup there. So I imagine they're going to be playing for a little bit longer.
Okay. Well, Reno games are really fun and interactive, and we all love
do?
Reno here.
I think you're. I'm not sure if you remember who you're talking to here. You're the guy whose favorite card in this set is Patches. So.
Personally, I'm Team Patches too. If like this was Twilight, I would totally be Team Patches.
No, my favorite card in this set is hands down Shaku. I am a big fan of Shaku. I think Shaku in every deck is the way to go.
Definitely is a card that's been gaining a lot more steam lately, especially if you watch streamers. I think like Dog and the Rat both were playing Shaku in some of their Miracle Rogue builds and getting to at least a couple of top 4s in some of the opens.
Yeah, I think Super JJ won with Shaku in a tournament, and it was Shaku in his Miracle Rogue. It was actually a day 1 craft for me. It was the first card the first legendary I crafted after I opened my packs. So.
Nice. Yeah, Shaku is a good craft. It's like one of those cards that like it just seems like it should be good because it cycles. It's annoying to deal with. I think cards with stealth are very underrated in just their terms of their ability to limit your opponent's interaction. Like cards that take choices away from your opponents are so powerful, and that's what stealth does. It takes choices away from your opponents. It's like a Lilith, like a Dirty Rat. I feel like cards like that are really good for the game of Hearthstone. Like, I'm a very big fan of the kind of design. Dirty Rat.
Dirty Rat is an amazing card. Although Dirty Rat's an unfortunate card in this meta. Whoops! It is like Thunder.
It is like Thunder. All right, Z-Thund.
So, because I think this is potentially a meta that could be pretty good for combo decks, and then when you add Dirty Rat into the mix, you kind of stop combo decks, right? When you're kind of playing to those 1 or 2 minions you need to drop in order to get your big combo, and the control decks can just hold on to Dirty Rat. It kind of is another tip of the hat towards control, kind of really running over the ladder. So, as someone who loves fast decks and combo decks, it's Kazakus, Reno, and Dirty Rat are kind of a thing.
I like my favorite play in Hearthstone right now has to be like Bran, Dirty Rat, like Frost Nova, or like Bran, Dirty Rat, like something else in Reno Mage. Like you just do such stupid, weird things that like really blow people out on such a weird level of play that most people aren't.
All right, I'm gonna get game going here. Do you want to give people a rundown of kind of where we're at in the tournament and what we're doing? I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. Awesome.
Yeah, I would be happy to. We are going into game 1 of the finals of the winners bracket. This is Thund and Willie Dills, the man of the tournament himself. The tournament's named for him because it's his league. He's the streamer from the Angry Chicken podcast, but he also plays in this. This is the winner of this does not win the tournament because this is double elimination. The winner of this will go on to the finals, while the loser of this tournament will go pretty much straight to the finals of the losers bracket and have a chance to get right back up for a rematch. But whoever wins this game will have 2 shots to win from here. And so just getting that fast Pirate Warrior start is where you want to be. Like, Dills gets lucky enough to dodge a Worm Rest Agent, which is kind of the natural enemy of Pirate Warrior. But without that really fast and degenerate curve, the Pirate Warrior can be a little favored in this match. That Fiery War Axe off the top is just what he needed to be able to push a little bit more damage, protect his minions on the board, and just it's really the kind of start that you're looking for as the Pirate Warrior, because even though Thund has answers like Shadow Word Pain, and the Shifting Shade implies this could be a Reno Priest deck, more so than just like a standard Dragon Priest. I don't believe the Priest deck was banned during the last match we saw with Thund, so I don't believe we've seen this list yet.
We haven't. Sorry, I'm back now. So we definitely haven't. But this is a fun match. I enjoy this one. I like dragons versus pirates.
Right. And the Abomination found off of the Curator could actually be a very nice tech against these aggressive lists. Just having that extra taunt can sometimes be the difference in whether you win or
Museum
die.
Curator being a thing we're seeing a lot in Dragon Priest now, and it's a really good card, right? I mean, you just pick up some great minions that can, give you that extra push that you need.
Oh, he took shade off of Museum Curator. Thank you, James. I saw the Abomination. I guess I missed the other Museum Curator.
And it is double Curator,
so
Museum Curator in this deck, so that's a big board, though.
Right? It's it kind of lines up with the Blackwing Corruptor, but luckily for Willie Dills, he has the answers to be able to deal with that Corruptor while sticking to 6-3. Although then the Shadow Word Death answers the 6-3. And Willie Dills can run out of steam in this matchup. If he runs out of cards and Thund is just able to stick that Worm Rest Agent with a taunt, but the problem is there's not a second dragon, so that Twilight Guardian can't come down with taunt until Thund picks up one more dragon.
It's an interesting spot for Dills. How do you clear that? I think you definitely clear it with your face. I don't think you keep, I don't think you want to keep let him stick any minions down if you can help it.
Oh, I agree completely, especially because you just saw one Blackwing Corruptor. Oh, everything into the face. I like that. That's pretty sweet. Because, at this point, you're kind of probably thinking, like, oh, he's probably going to clear my stuff anyway. Why make those trades for him? And I'm kind of inclined to agree. But Thund picks up the dragon off the top, and that gives him a chance to play both of his taunts. And this is just the kind of swing that Thund is looking for. Although it'll give Willie Dills a 1-turn window to draw a Mortal Strike, because it's very likely that Thund is just going to play, like, oh, interesting. So, a Shadow Word Death, a trade, and maybe a Worm Rest Agent.
Oops, I think that's lethal. Smork.
Yeah, that Leroy off the top is what Willie Dills is looking for.
That'll do it. The Golden Leroy Jenkins win may be the best win in Hearthstone.
I love Golden Legends that give your opponent golden cards. It's really cool because it's like feels like you're sharing like something nice.
Yeah, and there was that Shifting Shade. James and Ginger, good call there with the shade off the Museum Curator as well. I missed that play. I was downstairs grabbing a soda pop. So, but yeah, so we did play double Museum Curator there in that game. So, ended up being a little bit too slow actually against the Pirate Warrior. So. That was a heck of a turn, though, that Dills had there. Few turns prior.
Yeah, it tends to be when you don't have, like, the Twilight Whelp or, like, the Worm Rest Agent on turn 1 or 2. It really hurts your chances of winning the matchup. Let's see, and those, that Questing Adventure and Conceal are pretty decent against Priests. We're not seeing really anything proactive from Thund. I think if I'm Thund, I'm throwing back everything. You never really want to keep Shadow Word Pain on the play because you want to find like minions. And well, that's interesting. So Zethon kept the Shadow Word Pain and the Bookworm.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little gun shy from the last game where he was concerned about where he just kind of didn't get the dragons, right? Professor Paletrace.
And there definitely is merit to just saving the dragon to make sure you have at least one dragon. But if I'm going with the saving Bookworm, I'm probably mulliganing Shadow Word Pain just because I want to find a new dragon. But Dills, of course, making the biggest mistake of drawing patches.
But against the rogue, it's not with, when your rogue is at the end of the world, because a 1-mana card just plays well with questing, it plays well with Edwin, so it's not ideal, but it's definitely not as bad as kind of drawing patches with with Shaman and Warrior, which it can feel like you sometimes just lose the game because of it.
And it looks like he's electing the hero power to maybe try to save these 1-drops to just make about the biggest possible questing adventure he can. And Zethon doesn't have the Shadow Word Death. There's not going to be a way for him to answer this.
He's got that first conceal, so he can hide the first one, so if he gets out of range of the AoE. Oh, not often you can get the Wormrest agent to proc as the rogue.
Like the rogue has gotten very relevant cards in the priest, which is something that can backfire. Like Swashbuckler sometimes finds just a lot of junk from priests. They have cards like Purify and Silence.
Always finds junk from priests. It seems like, right? But in this case, Dills with 2 really good ones.
You're right. It feels like it's just a questing adventure, coin conceal.
Yep.
The thing is, Zethun's still in a pretty good position because he has a Dragonfire potion in his hand. He has big minions on the board, and he's not taking much damage.
That sap's going to be helpful when it comes to clearing that questing if you're worried about it, or clearing the second questing, or whatever you need to get rid of. The Azure Drake, the bane of all priests, is coming down, but I think Zethun's going to be feeling pretty good. He's got the turn 6 board clear, and then an answer to Azure Drake, so...
Yeah, if I'm Zethun, I'm thinking... I mean, in his build, too, seems to be a more controlling version with these Dragonfire potions. The museum curators. So, getting to this point in the long game might not be as bad for him as he would the more aggressive kind of dragon priests that might be drawing into a little less gas, this late in the game against rogues.
It's an interesting turn here for Dills. He didn't really find a good way to get to that taunt. So he could prep. Cold one of the 1/1s, and then...
See, it looks like he just really wants to protect this 8/8, and I guess he's going to start smashing into the face, but it's nice that he takes that trade, because he was about to get punished by a sap. Dragonfire Potion, not so great against other trades.
Yeah, the sap comes out anyways, so... wait till he has a bigger board for that Dragonfire Potion for sure. And the Azure Drake's going to survive through anyways. Buff Azure Drake to 5/4. That's one way to do it, Matt. Is buff Azure Drake to 5/4. Because
it would make priests so
everybody
happy.
else sad. Azure Drake would be in every single deck at that point. How about you nerf it to a 3/4?
See, so a Tomb Pillager Wormrest agent here seems pretty tempting, especially while you still have 1 more dragon left in your hand.
And the Wormrest kind of lets you don't feel like you need to trade really here. You just can go face.
Yep, start trying to just get that clock set up. The longer this game goes, I think Willie Dills kind of senses that he's running low on cards. Even if he were to draw an Auctioneer, there aren't any spells in his hand, so he's probably not going to be able to get a big flashy hand. But right now he has a lot of minions on the board. That sometimes is just good enough.
Yeah, and you don't really want to put that Paletrace too soon because it just dies so early. So it's almost less of a 7-drop and more of a 9-drop if you want to get any sort of spell out of it. So it's an interesting play for Dills. Do you let it sit around and hope it lives, or do you just you know, just play it slow, which is kind of how this game is going. So
exactly, as we see a hashtag long game.
yeah. Right.
But I'm always a fan of just like just take your time and make good plays. I know I've said that a couple of times over this tournament, but like we're definitely seeing like this is a complicated
So
game.
Dill missed that one.
Oh, did Dills think? Yeah,
so
what?
I think he
missed
Azure Draked and backstabbed. He could have cleared that 5-4 for free with the.
Oh yeah, I think he thought he had a weapon up and that he was going to be able to like maybe backstab and use the weapon
Or
to
even
finish
play
it
the wrong
off.
card.
He did emote. The mistakes were made.
Well,
Playing the wrong card is also a reasonable conclusion. That happens to all of us. You never know which of these guys might be playing on an iPad. Finger slips a little bit.
wow. Do you
And that
Dragonfire
Dragonfire
potion
potion
just to clear Paletris, you know?
This is just one of those games that kind of speaks to like how do priests answer Azure Drakes? And the answer is
Yep,
usually
exactly
they don't.
right. The answer is
Just-
they don't. Yeah, Dragon of Operatives about the only way to take care of an Azure Drake if you're a priest.
We're seeing him hesitate over that Bran. Is he thinking about like a Bran Twilight Whelp kind of? Let's see. I think now if you're Dills, you just kind of start going to town here. You know you have that backstab, and what a turn coming up from Dills with the Auctioneer and Cold Blood. I'm surprised he's going Cold Blooding this turn. With the Auctioneer, I would have been tempted to get really greedy and just save this
Yeah, I like this though because it just if you know Zethune doesn't have any answer, he's dead, right? As opposed to just trying to hope that you draw into something better in a little bit here. I think you know you have a big board. You saw the Dragonfire potion come down.
Yeah, and you know if your opponent's running Dragonfire potions, they're probably not running things like Holy Novas that they might be able to combine with Spell Power. They're probably not playing, most of the Dragonfire potion builds don't play Potion of Madness, so they might not be able to do anything tricky there, although that wouldn't be that great here. But still, I'm looking at, like, you basically have to trade the 8-3 Drake into the 6-6 right here, and then you can push 10, but you still can't get a kill.
I think you play one of your Auctioneers. It's a 4/4. Priest can't deal with a 4/4, and then you're getting your questing up one more.
I think so too. Yeah, and then you're still pushing, 11 damage right here. So even if they like heal up in Dragonfire Potion, you still have 4 damage from your Azure Drake, which should be enough to close it out with your weapon.
Yeah, no answer there. So. Dills with the win. That was a long one. That was a fun one. That was interesting. A lot of really fun turns.
It's just so hard for Priest to deal with those 4 health minions, the 4 power minions, and we kind of saw like Zethune like even had like the advantage. He had the board, but at a certain point, like when if you let the rogue stick 1 minion and you can't answer it, that snowball effect from there goes on to win the game.
It speaks to the weirdness of the priest class, right? It's there's the control class that actually can't kill the most powerful minions in the game, right? Malagos, Ysera, and Azure Drake are just out of touch.
Azure Drake, it'll be interesting to see if like Azure Drake is one of those cards like with all their new talk of like what's going to be rotated in or I guess rotated out of classic into basic or whatever the heck they're calling it now. My guess is Azure Drake is going to be on the chopping block.
Probably, which is I don't know, isn't a bad thing. It's a good card, but it's just played by everybody because it's probably one of the best 5-drops in the game.
Oh yeah, it might be a controversial opinion, but I love it when they nerf stuff. It's cool when they mix stuff up and change things. It always leads to like new metagames, and even if those get solved, like every metagame gets solved. So the more new ones you get, it's at least more fun chances to try to be a part of the solution.
And I guess I'm more of a fan instead of nerfing. I would like to see more of like just a revolving door between wild and standard with the classic and basic set. Just move cards in and out. Maybe drop Azure Drake for a year or two, then bring it back in. It's makes for a more interesting game, I think. But unless you play with the metagame a little bit.
But I think we might be in for an interesting enough game with just a priest mirror, because like there can be some silliness in priest mirrors when Draconid operatives like start like taking each other and duplicating into like 4 and 5 of them. Like, these can be very complicated matches.
Yeah, it's the Dragon of Operative Mirror. What we're looking at here.
And that another Spite Historian is looking pretty strong on this board because the 3-2 eats up the 1-3, and suddenly, like, Willie Dills has 2 minions that contest that 2-3 pretty well.
I like Onyxia a lot there. I think it's good. I think it's okay to get greedy in the Dragon Priest Mirror. You know, you're gonna keep that dragon there for the whole game, and then it's just really it could do work. You know, forced to use board clear and other things. So.
And it's I am double checking the Onyxia whelps, I believe, are dragons also, and so that Dragonfire potion is not going to be able to answer them.
Yeah, let me know. I actually don't know.
I did. I just took a look, and whelps are
so
dragons.
Really good pick there. Yeah, that's gonna be a great card then. But if he's not running Holy Novas, then there's no answer to that, right?
Exactly. Oh, well, I guess the answer is just being bigger and stronger on your own. Or potentially if that Draconian Operative was to pick up a Holy Nova.
Yeah, double Dragon Fire Potion. No Holy Novas, so.
But it's one of those things. How can, Zathun possibly play around in Onyxia? It's, I guess, one of the worst case scenarios in the mirror match. But you still... you don't want to take a Holy Nova that maybe wouldn't be good just on the off chance that your opponent maybe got an Onyxia. Although the longer that card sits in his hand, the easier it becomes for Zathun to figure out what kind of dragon
it's a big one, right? But you don't know which one it is. So that's the hard part about, And I don't think you can play around Onyxia.
Right. And it's the
Dragon of Operative.
This is a hard turn because it's you want to get the Shadow Word Pain for value, but I like using the Northshire Cleric to heal up. It's tempting to Blackwing Corruptor this turn, but I think this is a very solid play from Willie Dills because the Blackwing Corruptors, I guess it just gets dealt with a little too easily. Maybe that would have been the best turn to try to slot it in before a Dragonfire Potion, but there's definitely a lot of merit to just taking that card draw while you can get it, and it will likely lead to another card draw this turn.
I like this. I like taunting and healing and drawing this turn.
Yeah, if you use the Defender of Argus to make your Twilight Guardian have 4 health, nothing will destroy it outside of the minions on the board, but you can use that Defender of Argus, you can clear a bunch of things, and then you can heal and draw a card. That seems pretty good.
I'd take it.
You can even use your 4/7 to take out the 1/3, and then your 2/4 and your 1/3 to take out the Northshire Cleric, and then just heal up your 4/7, and you've dealt with both of the 1/3s on the board. They don't draw a card. You still have a full 4/7 health that your opponent.
So this is going to be interesting, right? So he can play Dragonfire Potion, clear his own Sylvanas, and steal the 4/6 taunt.
That would be, if he can stick the Sylvanas down, this probably will be a Sylvanas turn. There's so many minions in play for Willie Dills, though. The Sylvanas is basically a 50-50 to be really good.
Well, if he plays the Dragonfire Potion, it clears everything except for that one minion, right?
Oh, you're right, yeah. So if he goes for the Dragonfire Potion play... I was just thinking about potentially Willie Dills just breaking the Sylvanas on his own this turn.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
But that feels really bad, too. I mean, if you do that, you might fall really far behind also. But Willie Dills has to have a read on a Dragonfire Potion being in Zathun's hand, because it's definitely been one of those clunky late-game hands. He hasn't had a play on curve every turn.
Yep, so just...
electing for a lot of card draw. And it's going to be a disaster if he puts that Power Word Shield on that 4/7, because it looks like we're about to see a Dragonfire Potion.
He didn't drop it, so it's just going to be... I think the only answer is Dragonfire Potion. Yeah. Now it's a 50-50, though, right? He can grab the Whelp, or he can get the taunts, so...
Yeah, and it's a heads-up play from Wills to play this Twilight Whelp, because it definitely gives a chance... it definitely removes a lot of the power, and we are going to be in for a bit of a coin flip.
And he got it. That was a good turn. Dills can clear it, but that was heads up play by Zathund. Because he looks like he was in trouble for a little bit there, with that board Dills had.
Oof.
So, I think so we get after Dragon Operative.
Yeah, this is kind of the part of the game where we start like the operative wars. Although if this is a chance for that operative to take a Holy Nova, that could be the answer to this Onyxia that might just be coming down next turn. But then again, you also have the value of doing operatives. The Holy Nova, definitely a heads-up play, though.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? The operative seems like it would have been the obvious pick. Because the Nova doesn't really answer anything on the board right now, but I guess he's feeling he needs the board clear.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense. I think Willie Dills senses that this might be like, or Zathund senses that it might be slipping away from him a little bit, and so just like if you can't control the board, you need to get answers to like reconcile it. Although those Draconic Operatives have so much health. That's part of why they're so strong. Like they require you to answer them with cards like Shadow or Death, because you can't answer them with profitable trades. I'm very surprised you didn't take the brand to go with the Draconid Operative right there. That's like this match can often just be decided by who gets the most Draconid Operatives, like without losing tempo entirely. But right now, let's see, what's the most amount of damage that can be pushed by Willie Dills? He has 7, he can push 3 with Corruptor.
I think you snap that Draconid, or you clear the other one.
I would have been really tempted to Onyxia that turn, because even if he Holy Nova, he's already used a Shadow or Death on the operative, so if you're Willie Dills, you're very likely to just have your Onyxia live. Although there could have been Ozer Drake Holy Nova was a possibility, and then he could have traded his 5 attack minion into the Onyxia, so I guess that
Dills,
makes sense.
Probably not playing on Holy Nova though either, because he knows that Zathund doesn't have a Holy Nova in his deck, so...
I know, it's such a weird situation that kind of... Oh, and that's a Dragonfire Potion to take out a Corruptor. Or not a Corruptor, whatever that was. Was it a Corruptor?
Yep. And that...
Using Bookworm to take out Twilight Guardians always just feels like so unfair.
And even, I don't think that Holy Nova is just going to be far too little at this point.
Yeah, it's one of those, it kind of speaks to the weakness of Dragonfire Potion. Like, it can be really good at dealing with bigger threats, but when you're in the mirror, it's pretty much a dead card, and having 2 of those rotting in Zathund's hand for half this game really cost him a lot of opportunities that, other more flexible cards might have been able to provide him.
And was that the 3rd win for Dills?
That was. That, I believe, is going to punch Dills' ticket to the finals. He is going to take it over as Zathund.
Well, congratulations, Dills. Heading to the grand finals. It looks like Big K and Machiavelli are still playing.
I believe so. They did say that they are playing a lot of Reno mirrors. But you never know. We'll have to take a quick look at the brackets, because at this point, the winner's bracket is decided. We have Willie Dills in the grand final. He might only have to play one more game. He's 1 match away from winning this entire tournament, and he's doing it pretty convincingly with 3-1, a 3-0, and a 3-0. Willie Dills is 9-1 over this whole tournament.
The sweep there. So, it looks like Big K and Machiavelli are playing. So here's our current bracket right now. So Buckeye Fitzy up 2-0 over Nippy Papa. And then Big K and Machiavelli are still playing. So kind of see where they go, and the winner of that's going to go to play Magooch. So looks like Dills is going to be on a little bit of a break, so lucky Dills. We'll probably pop down, watch Big K and Machiavelli for a little bit, and then maybe we'll just stick there and watch the Magooch and the winner of Big K and Machiavelli.
Oh yeah, I would love to hop in and see the end of their match.
Send the messages, see where they're at, and then get going on this.
Yeah, there clearly must be a conspiracy here. Dills in the finals of his own tournament. But I believe the first prize of this is a branded screen cleaner.
Well, it's branded with something else. It's branded from, Clorox.
Amazing. That's still branded. Let's see, but we are just hoping to be able to take a look into the finals of Big K's game, which even Big K admitted was probably going to go long. So no surprises with some Reno mirrors. Although it's kind of funny. I know it's a bit of a meme that like Reno mirrors go on for a long time, but we've also seen Reno mirrors even today that just get decided by one person not drawing Reno, the other person curving out and just destroying them.
Let them know what we're up to here. So we'll give them a second here, just let them know what we're kind of up to, and then we'll hop in and watch that, watch the end of their game, and then kind of see where it goes from there, and then see what Magooch is up to as well. So, all right, cool. So we'll hop into their game, Machiavelli and Big K. Rematch from earlier in the season that Big K won 3-1, if I remember correctly. So
nice. And I feel like let's see.
And the Shaman mirror. Whoa. So
this one probably won't be a long one.
I would probably say not. It looks like Machiavelli playing much more of a mid-range with Thing from Below, and Big K is definitely playing an aggro Shaman with double Doomhammer. So the Doomhammer, Rockbiter, Jade Lightning, those are 3 good cards.
But overloaded 2 mana right here. It's very tricky. If you're Big K, you have to Jade Lightning, but the Flame Tongue Totem's positioned so uncomfortably that you're almost tempted to just like Jade Lightning the Trog, right? I don't know if that's correct, but that's what I would be thinking about here.
It seems like, I think that Trog is probably the higher threat just because of the way the positioning is right now, and the fact that it can grow. But it depends, I guess, also on what we've seen Machiavelli play up to this point as well. Has he played much of his overload stuff to buff that Trog? Because if that Trog's about where it's going to stick at, then maybe the Flame Tongue is the right play. So,
right. And it's also Machiavelli's in kind of a tricky spot too, because with his hand costing 8 mana going into a 7 mana turn, he can't play both of those 2 cards, which is basically how he would win the game. Is like getting both of those cards into play at the same time. So it's going to be interesting to see which he values the higher priority against the aggro deck, getting the taunt down first, or trying to kind of put together some pressure with the Ozerdrake and the spell power, fueling the claws.
Whoa, what did I miss there? How did we end up on the rope so quick?
He might have roped the last turn. He must have started roping, or maybe it's a graphical bug. This seems to be like a graphical bug, because it still looks like it's like continuing to rope.
Okay, I felt like I was losing my mind there for a second, but
That's so weird. I've never seen that before either.
And the Rockbiter to get through that taunt is And do you push face it, or do you clear that Flame Tongue as well?
Gosh, I'm thinking about clearing that Flame Tongue Totem. And then again, you maybe never win if you don't go face, especially with the Druid Hero Power. If you push face, you take him to 13. Then next turn you threaten 6. Your Southsea Deckhand is another 2, so that's 8. You only have to come up with 5 more damage. You got Lava Burst, so if you go face, you do give yourself lethal outs this turn if your opponent doesn't have them. But and Machiavelli is just short. Even if he rolls a Spell Power Totem, that's only going to be 8 possible damage from a 5 damage Lightning Bolt. But it's only going to do 4, so he has 7 right here. Oh, but that Taunt Totem is devastating. That Taunt Totem removes all of Big K's outs right here.
Yeah, that second Spirit Clause there feels good with the Ozerdrake on board. Looks like this gun's going to go to Machiavelli.
Yeah, the 1 in 3 Taunt Totem being... I mean, I guess Big K wouldn't have won with the Blood Mage Thanos top deck anyway, but... That's a devastating... I guess, though, if you use the other Doomhammer prop to take out the Flame Tongue Totem, you're taking 5 on the board, 6... Yeah, so you're dead.
Yeah, because it's just 3 anyways from the Spirit Clause, so... You gotta get rid of that Ozerdrake.
Oof. And Machiavelli gets one step closer to finishing the play 50 shaman cards quest.
Yeah.
And takes the win.
There we go. I'm not sure where they were at in their match, so I guess we'll see if they start playing again.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't believe they've been updating their results, and sometimes that happens on Battlefight. I'm I shouldn't say I'm a fan of it, but when I play in open cups, I'm really bad about reporting my results after every game. I often just wait till all 4 or 5 are over.
I'm terrible with it. I always wait until the end. I always forget to report until the end.
The worst is when you forget to report and you're you've lost and you're in game 2 and your opponent's beating you and then they're report please, and then oh no, I'm just losing. It double emphasizes the loss.
So this is game 5 actually, so they went to 5.
A hot dog. This should be super exciting.
Aggro Shaman versus Dragon Priest, which is another fun match, right?
Right, and I'm seeing a hand with no Twilight Whelps or Worm Rest agents, which I would imagine the Dragon Priest wants to find. I'm thinking about throwing back everything that's not a Northshire
I
player
think keep
here.
that Dragon operative if you can. I might throw back the Death and the Brand for sure, and maybe even Northshire.
Maybe.
Because the Northshire is not going to be real great, except for maybe against the early pirates. So
it makes sense. You're putting your faith in the heart of the cards to find another dragon.
Heart of the cards. Got 2 of them.
I like it. This is kind of but that double totem golem opening up top is just about the scariest thing you can see, especially with the claws to back it up with the Buccaneer. So the mana for Big K might be a little awkward, but there's not an answer right here for the Dragon Priest. That totem golem is going to eat up that Twilight Whelp.
Yeah, Big K proving his good shaman player. Drawing totem golem for turn 2, always a good play. And double totem golem on board is just.
This is basically drawing pocket aces.
It's so good.
Yeah, hold on.
It's just so good. I mean, it's just you almost want Temporal Brand.
I think you're thinking about it, because what else are you going to do? You're almost certainly going to coin Ozzer Drake. Maybe you're hoping your opponent's so far ahead they just ignore your Brand and start
and depending on how he makes the trades with Brand, he could play into coin Holy Nova the next turn.
Yeah, it's so tricky, but I do think you have to Brand here. You're not going to get ahead by not making a play this turn.
And Brand is such a card for the control, matchup, and against Shaman, you're not going to. I mean, when are you going to have time to get Brand? Dragon operative value. So it's just probably not going to happen. So just getting it out there is just
right.
helpful.
It's an icing on the cake kind of card in this matchup. And theoretically, if Big K was to use the Flame Tongue Totem to buff the 3/4 Totem Golem to take out the Brand, just to try to leave the most amount of minions on his side of the board, that coin Holy Nova could potentially take out a very large portion of that board. I mean, even right now, it's if Machiavelli uses the healthy totem to take out the 2/2 and doesn't just throw away his 3/2 he stands to lose them all.
And it's easy to take that value trade, right? You think he's gonna make a smart trade though, play on that Holy Nova.
Yeah, very disciplined, but at the same time, it leaves you vulnerable to Shadow Word Pain. It's kind of like a you're damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, but. Even with that Shadow Word Pain right here, I don't think it would prevent Machiavelli from being able to develop very much, and so I like him. But I don't like the Holy Nova here. It feels like it doesn't do enough. But especially when you're holding onto a Dragonfire Potion, if you just wait one more turn.
Yeah, I can definitely see, but there was a bunch of pressure coming down the pipe there, and if Doomhammer was dropping next turn, I mean, if he let that board up, he would have been in really rough shape. And I mean, Big K's got a hand of burst here, so.
True. And you are kind of seeing it too from his plays of playing the tempo Brand and kind of the tempo Holy Nova. You kind of have to throw away a lot of value in this matchup to just not die a lot of the time. And if you do go the distance, you can often win on the back of the fact that your cards are much stronger individually than the Shamans, which are strong because they're so powerful while in combination with each other.
Oh boy. Now, Doomhammer, Double Rockbiter, and Lava Burst is not usually a recipe for losing.
Yeah, this is one of those hands that just, like, no matter what the shaman... I mean, like, the Dragon Priest basically has to come up with a taunt right now, or this game is just gonna be over.
I'd say that's not it.
So it's like, even if you heal yourself to, like, 22 right here, Big K won't be overloaded, right? And so he's gonna have that full suite of damage. That's 16, 21, 24, 25 is the maximum amount of... Oh, he is overloaded.
A little for 2. What did he play last turn?
16, 19, 20... Oh, Big K still has lethal, though. So the double rock biters are 16, and then just his minions on the board is 20.
So this is the...
the Doom Arrows that he played last turn.
Yeah, so we have some questions about what we're looking at here. So this is the final 8 tournament for the Dills Hearthstone League. Big K and Machiavelli are actually both currently playing for their lives in a game 5 of in the losers bracket. The winner gets to play Magooch next round. So looks like Big K is going to pull this one out in game 5, and we're moving on in the bracket.
And for anyone that wants to catch up with the bracket themselves or follow along, I just posted a note in the Twitch chat.
All right, so those are a fun couple of games we caught the end of there.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to see a little bit of that series, and let's see, that is Big K surviving, and my guess is he wants to come back and maybe get a little bit of
redemption.
What's the word I'm looking for? Exactly.
Right, so here's the current bracket, as we can see. So Dills, just keeping up his dominance, because he just blew away everybody and undefeated in the league this year, actually, in the season this year. And then just 3-1, 3-0, 3-0 through the winner's bracket. Big K just beat Machiavelli. Big K is actually last season's champion. So, trying to prove that he can do it again this year. Buckeye Fitzy beat Nippy Papa. So the winner of Big K and Magooch will play Buckeye Fitzy, and then the winner of that match will play Zathund. And the winner of that gets to play Dills. And if they beat Dills, then they have to beat Dills a second time because it's a true double elimination tournament. So the winner of the winner's bracket has to get beaten twice. So,
it's a long road to the finals. If you're in the loser's bracket right now, for example, Big K's path to the finals is he was about to have to play against Magooch. And then you would have to win the semifinals of the loser's bracket, then the finals of the loser's bracket, and then you have to beat Dills twice. So basically, Big K is about to have to rattle off 5 wins in a row to have a chance to win the thing. But stranger things have happened, and 5 wins in a row, that's only 5 matches. 5 matches. So everyone in this tournament still has a chance.
Yeah. So we've had just a couple of eliminations so far. This is the beginning of the losers bracket here, but it should be pretty fun. So, and both Magooch and Big K had really good finishes this last season, so it's gonna be a really fun match to watch for sure. So Magooch, I see you in the stream there, bro. Go ahead and drop out. So, and Willie Dills officially the final battle. So kind of wait for them to get going here, and then we will kind of hop into stream.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're seeing a good chunk of Reno in these decks too. I think all 8 brought Reno Warlock, and then the second most brought class Priest.
Yeah, literally 8.
So mostly Dragon Priest, a smattering of warrior, different kinds of warriors, some control warrior, some pirate warrior, and then various flavors of aggro shaman, and then Reno mage, obviously as well. So interesting mix. Some long games because of the Reno mirrors and whatnot, but some fun ones as well. So.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. There's such a great diversity of deck builders in mixed with competitive tournament grinders in this group of players, where you've got people that are culling deck lists from other areas. You got people that are inventing their own, and when you got that kind of mishmash of all of them clamoring into each other, I feel like that's really what tournaments are all about. Because in the ladder you're kind of tempted to just play the best deck. In tournaments, if you just play the best decks, then everyone's going to be prepared for the best decks. You usually do need to kind of innovate a little bit. And we're seeing a lot of innovation
at
today.
least one rogue, maybe 2 with the Beneath the Grounds, which is always a good time to kind of see that when it works out. So they're getting ready to go here, so they're just figuring out what they're going to be banning, and then we'll be hopping right into the spectate. So.
Perfect.
I agree, Matt. Let's get Dills to Bahamas, and while we're at it, let's also get me to the Bahamas. I'm not good at playing a tournament, but I'm happy if someone wants to pay for me to go down to the Bahamas for all-inclusive. Definitely on board for that.
I love that it's like, I think Poker Stars is doing an event at the Bahamas right now too. I feel like there's something about the Bahamas is drawing a lot of card gamers out there.
So they're taking a little bit of a break here, actually, so. Yeah, tough break there, Machiavelli. Sometimes you just get burnt. Shaman does shaman things, right?
Yeah, if this event was able to have a $25,000 prize pool, and I think what is the minimum, like 64 people playing in it, then we would be able to get HCTs or HTC points. But unfortunately, that is not the case. The $25,000 is not that easy to come up with.
Yeah. Oh, Dills, I thought, aren't you paying Billy and I, though? I thought we were getting that all-inclusive to the Bahamas just for casting it. It's embarrassing. And it's right here.
Oh, wait, that's not happening anymore?
Sorry about that. I guess I overpromised.
Yeah, just being able to talk smack, like, having bragging rights is, like, one of the most underrated prizes in the world. Because, like, that matters. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm seeing some football talk in the chat. I'm sure a bunch of you guys play fantasy football, and if you are the champion of your fantasy football league, like, it's your right and your duty to lord that over every single other person in that league.
Your duty, your responsibility. Yeah. But it's been fun, though, today, for sure. I've been impressed with some of the plays. And then it's also some wonderful, just, misplays, which makes a tournament the most fun to watch, right? When everything's played perfectly, it's like, oh, well, that was well played. But sometimes the misplays are the best part. So we've had some good ones tonight, for sure.
It's classic already.
Yeah, I think that makes it more fun. Especially if you can find the win in the end, so.
We'll have to see about, like, whatchamacallit. All of these videos will be saved on Dills' video archive. I believe he has his past broadcasts available. So if anyone watching this wants to see some of the earlier matches in the tournament, you can definitely just start at the beginning of this broadcast, and there's definitely a lot of good ones. I'm a big fan of, like, watching past broadcasts on Twitch. Like, I feel like that's something that kind of gets forgotten, like, a lot of the time on, like, Twitch, is, like, because everyone's, here for the live thing, but I love being able to watch past broadcasts and, like, flip around a couple of hours, try to see, like, where people are at, like, at different, like, points in their grind.
All right, so I'm going to actually try and get Dills in on the call here. Since he's just going to be sitting around watching until the finals, figure he can hop in here as well and get some of the fun in, too, so.
The perfect time to scout them all out.
He's going to be in stream, right? So why not?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dills, how you doing?
Up, guys?
All right. So do you have...
Great
Thank
job,
you, sir.
by the
Do you
way.
have the screen? Or do I have to reshare it?
Who's playing?
We're
right
waiting
now?
for Magooch and Big K to get going here. They have... I think Big and I needed a few minutes after the last match. It took about half an hour, it seems, so...
I believe I have both of these people on my friends list.
Yeah, I can also share my screen. I'm sharing the screen in Skype with.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah,
Whatever you want to do, however you want to play it. So.
Awesome. Yeah, the last time, like, Dills and I, or I mean, not Dills, last time Dan0 and I tried to, like, do it, like, both observing in game, I feel like I, like, just, like, completely got desynced with it.
Yeah, that can happen for sure. What's up, chat room? How's everybody doing? So, I don't know if you guys could tell, but in my match with Zethund, I looked his list up, and he was running double Dragonfire Potion. And I played around that card heavily.
Oh, yeah. We definitely saw you, like, even with your rogue matchup, the way you were abusing, like, the Ozzer Drakes was, like, so good against Dragonfire.
Oh yeah, well that one I realized that I was gonna lose to Dragonfire Potion, so I basically went all in on the questing, and was like, this is gonna work or not. But luckily, that was an interesting game too, because I actually got the Worm Rest agent with an Azure Drake in my hand.
Right.
So I got to play a two
And
fours.
that often
Pretty
that
sweet.
works out, right?
Yeah, and then did you watch? You definitely did watch the game earlier, but my Rogue win with Jiraxis. Rogue is just one of the funnest classes now because of the
And then
Swashbuckler.
when you get 2 playable minions off of Priest from Swashbuckler, I mean that's a good day. It's very very rare you get anything playable off of off of Swash against Priest, and to get Pale Trest and Worm Rest Agent's pretty darn good. So.
Yeah, it's been an interesting tournament because I've never actually played a tournament where I had access to the lists. So, I know a lot of I don't know if you've done this before, JBilly, but it's I feel like it just makes you concentrate so much more because before the match I just bring up the list and look over them, and then I'm just kind of aware of many more things. I feel like it's making me play better.
Oh, it really gives you a chance to just try to get inside your opponent's head, and it really requires just so much empathy, and it lets you develop a lot of weirder lines.
Yeah,
it's something that's so much fun too in tournaments too, because the moment you submit the list and then you see them, you can immediately start making up hypotheticals well, this person's likely to go through this bracket, and so you start kind of picking different people's lists to study that you think you might be likely to play against, and just try to manage a ton of lists in your head. I remember too, I don't know if you guys are taking notes while you're playing this tournament, but Chalky famously was scribbling a ton during his matches, and he said his strategy was whenever a game would start, when he had access to his opponent's deck lists, you aren't allowed to have those deck lists in front of you when you play live tournaments. But if you could take notes, you just start writing down their deck list from memory, and then every time they play a card, you just cross it off that list.
Yeah.
So it was a really good system he had for just note taking and trying to memorize lists.
Yeah. So the reason, if anybody's wondering why we decided to share lists, is because the matches are going to be streamed. The first match, 2 players will be streamed. There'll be another match going on where nobody's getting streamed, right? So essentially, the people who get streamed have a disadvantage because the other people will be able to see their lists, right? So to kind of get around anybody having a disadvantage, we just had everybody give us the lists, which is actually kind of nice though too, because now afterwards we can I can post this on YouTube and I can give out all the lists if anybody's curious.
Oh yeah, you should definitely do a list dump.
Yeah.
I'd love to, that it's, you maybe even saw the fact that, everyone knew people would see their list. There's, a ton of control decks. I think everyone kind of wanted to be able to try to make choices with as much information as they could possibly have.
Yeah. I actually did hear from, I think it was Machiavelli who, maybe it was, I can't remember now, but we were in Slack talking and he was saying he was going to be bringing Medivh in his Reno Mage and decided against it because of sharing the lists, right? Because once people know that you have that card, you can hold an ooze against a mage, right? Which you wouldn't normally do. So it does affect your strategy for sure going into a tournament.
Oh yeah.
I tried to come up with some interesting techs in my list. I definitely didn't want to come with just the same list you're going to find on tempostorm.com, because
I wanted to ask too is you had such a good record in the regular season league. Did you tend to play decks that you played over the league, or did you do much of a switch up?
So I didn't switch up much. I played Reno Lock and Rogue throughout the entire 8 weeks, but I did not play aggro Pirate Warrior ever. So that list was added. I was playing Shaman throughout the entire season, but I went on about a 20-game losing streak the other night on the ladder, and I was playing Shaman, and I just felt like I hated Shaman so much. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna still play aggro, but I'm gonna switch this up. And Pirate Warrior just has the ability to just draw in such a disgusting manner that nothing can beat it, right? I think my game against Magooch, I drew a Fiery War Axe and ended up hitting him for 7 with the same Fiery War Axe that I played on turn 2 at the end of the game. So
that's kind of where I'm at in the ladder right now, right? It's they're playing Pirate Warrior because it just can turn 5 anybody at any moment, or I'm playing just some kind of just crazy meme deck, right? I'm just memeing out with Stealth Rogue or Arcane Giant Rogue or Finja Druid, and it's I'm kind of going back and forth between those two between memes and then just punch you in the face Warrior, because it can just be anybody at any time. It really doesn't matter when you win on turn 5.
Yeah.
So
even bad matchups, a bad matchup, you can still just draw perfect, right? And just every turn you're dealing damage. And I actually made some interesting calls in my list. I was messing around with the kind of Chinese version of the list that's running the South Sea, or what's the one that
Naga.
buffs
The
the
3-mana
pirates?
3/3s?
Oh, that. Yes.
Yeah, I was testing that a little bit, and then I realized that was actually pretty good. So the South Sea captains actually stayed, and then I even went a little bit further and I put Captain Greenskin.
I saw you had
deck.
Greenskin in your deck.
Yeah. So I mean, I was just kind of I was kind of tinkering, and I was like, I just wanted to do a little bit differently. So I ended up sticking with that list because it was basically just if I curve, it crushes everything in its way. So.
And sometimes we've even seen two people have won after drawing patches, like in their openers. It's sometimes all you have to do is just play an Arcanite Reaper. That's like the only
Yeah.
card.
It turns out 10 damage for 5 mana is pretty good. And then of course, the misplay would be to not have a Golden Leroy because you always top deck that when you need it.
The Golden
right?
Leroy is the ultimate win, right?
Yeah, got to get that in there. I don't know if you guys watched. Did you see the stream this morning with Ben Brode and Ixar?
Yesterday?
Oh, yeah, this one.
No, was it yesterday? I watched it this morning.
Yeah, it was like yesterday, but yeah, such a cool Q&A.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but they definitely did address the fact that they're watching Pirates, and I think we're gonna see something happen. I don't think it's actually patches though. I think maybe Small Time Buccaneer might get a +1 instead of +2 or something like that.
Yeah, that was one of the things they said in the Q&A for anyone that might not have seen it, was like that Small Time Buccaneer went through like 4 different iterations, like 5 different iterations, and they said the one it finally landed on, they had only tested for like 3 or 4 days before they like locked it in.
Yeah.
It definitely could be one of those ones that they just call it.
Ixar seemed pretty impressed by the hand buff mechanic, but as someone who's kind of not a big fan of like the Reno stuff on ladder, like you better be pretty darn sure that's going to actually work if patches and small time go away, because if not, it's going to be a pretty brutal ladder experience, I think.
I mean, that is true that patches and Small Time Buccaneer are probably what's oppressing Paladin and the hand buffing thing, and of course the Hunters too. But I would probably rather have that, I think, than this thing where it's like if you draw patches, like you lose, and if you don't, you win. Kind of, like that's my issue with Reno decks as well. I'm kind of with you with Reno decks. I like what it does, where it creates a new archetype, right? Where you can play 30 different cards. But what I don't like is a lot of times the games are decided based on whether or not you drew Reno, right? Because then I like the back and forth aspect of playing. And once Reno goes away, I feel like that style is going to be a lot more fun for me anyway.
Yeah, I like more of the like Kazakus style kind of cards.
Sure.
Where if you find it can be really degenerate, but sometimes you get a really bad Kazakus too, and it like has that kind of fun sort of randomness element of the Reno style decks that seems like the cool essence of it.
Yeah, like if there's more cards like that are absolutely powerful because of how you built your deck with a disadvantage, then I'm all for it. But yeah, it's like the problem is Reno, you draw it and then you just win. If you don't draw it, you just lose, right? And like that's kind of a problem. You shouldn't have a card that just determines the outcome of a game, right?
Mm-hmm. And I think that was another thing they said during their Q&A, that like they might rotate some things into different formats, but that Reno for sure was not going to be around.
No, and I'm curious to see what they also pointed definitely to the fact that some nerfs and changes are coming with the next set rotation. So I'm curious to see what those are. I feel like there's definitely some cards that are ripe for adjustments.
Mm-hmm. All right, it looks like we're going to be getting started with Magooch and Big
Yep,
Case
should be going here in just a moment. So as soon as I get started, we're going to kick it in. So.
See, I'm just going to relink the bracket in chat for anyone that might just be joining us. We still have a potential maximum of 5 matches left, possibly 4 matches left, but it's all going to come down to whoever is able to win the losers bracket, which we are currently in. Have 4 people remaining in. Will go on to face Dills, and they're going to have to beat Dills twice, or Dills is going to have to win once. But right now, he's in the driver's seat.
I do like the idea of having to beat Dills twice. Let's just start there, and then if Dills does win, we all can just feel sad. I think it's...
Wait, you guys aren't all just rooting
the Patriots, right? Of course we're not.
All right. Well, no, I'm hoping to be the Dolphins and actually finish the job here. Yeah.
Can these games
I'm not trying to make it to the Super Bowl and then lose.
Yeah, was your trip through the league that week, though,
All right,
I guess?
Big K is definitely playing, I think, a pretty aggressive
double
lineup.
Hammer, yep.
Yeah. So I think actually that nods, or it pushes, I think, the Shaman slightly into the favorite here, just because Rogue that has turned the corner in aggro matchups because of the pirate package, but it still is one of the weaknesses that you're trying to set up this big auctioneer turn, and sometimes your face is just getting smashed in before you can do it.
Yeah, and this is like the dream draw for the Shaman on the play too, like the small time Buccaneer into either a weapon and to develop the board or a Totem Golem. Either one is pretty good.
Gooseberry, I think his lucky stars that Big K is not on the coin here because it would have been over on turn 5.
This is interesting. You can actually swashbuckle, prep, fan, and clear if you want to. It's a lot of resources, but you don't necessarily want to fall way behind against an aggro Shaman.
I wonder what would the Swashbuckler could turn up some really juicy things too, like Feral Spirits, Maelstrom Portal, Lightning Storm.
Prep. If you get Feral Spirits, you prep a Feral Spirits, right?
Oh, could Evolve be good here? What is
it? Turn 2.
Do coin evolve here ever? Go face with or
go face for 1 coin evolve, get 2 drop. No, I like the prep, man. I really think you want to just get out in front.
I guess if you eventually are setting up like some kind of conceal play, Evolve could like have utility like later in the game with like the Gadamzan conceal, just make a big board.
Oh, now you coin out the other Buccaneer, I think.
Yeah, I think you do as well.
Just get way ahead, right? It's funny because sometimes you do these plays as a rogue and you just run out of cards, but if sometimes you also just free win, right? Because you just get ahead and then you just kind of continue to put on the pressure. So I always go for it.
This is going to be
so rogue player.
I know, I feel so bad too. Rogue is like definitely the class I have like the least amount of wins with. But that claws into Totem Golem. It looks like Magooch just is going to have to draw something. Otherwise, he's not really going to have any interactive plays for like 2 more turns.
So, I mean,
you can dagger up here, and then he's just missing the 3-drop. But I'm not actually sure. Is Magooch running Shaku? I think he is.
He was double questing Adventure, I think, though, right?
Yeah. But the one thing that Shaku does for rogues is it gives them a 3-drop that they can just play on turn 3, right? Because a lot of times you didn't want to just play a naked SI and you didn't want to play a naked questing. So your turn 3 was always kind of weird. Yeah, you probably sap that. You want to try to play a Tomb Pillager not into a board full of dudes, right? So
beneath the grounds, no Shaku. So.
Oh, he's got beneath the grounds. Okay,
yeah.
The sneaky beneath the grounds tech we see in a bunch of this tournament.
It ended up being a pretty good meta call with so many Renos. Like, I think we had, if there were 8 Reno locks, and was it 4 or 5 Reno mages? So, 13 decks beneath the grounds, it would be able to hose.
That's true. You can definitely, at this point, rely on the fact that every tournament is going to have a decent amount of Reno, right? Now there's multiple Reno options out there.
Yeah, it seems like everyone always weaves in at least 1 Reno mage or 1 Reno lock, but I guess it takes a lot of bravery to bring both of them. You have to be very confident.
I chose one or the other. I was not going to bring 2 of them just because it is something that can be countered, I think, as a strategy.
Big K is actually not running the 4-mana 7/7, so there's really not a better sap target in Big K's deck than those Totem Golems. So,
And
Magooch should be aware of that. He does have access to the
list. It's not playing like Thing from Below or anything either.
So I think he's topping out. So it's like the old Chinese aggro shaman that I was running pre-Kara, which is so fun and is so bursty.
You
take out the 4-mana 7/7 so you can put in Doom Hammers, I think, basically.
And still run the Jade Lightning, so.
And also the Rockfighter weapons aren't. He was playing 2 Rockfighter weapons too, which are a nice addition that you don't always find with the Doom Hammer style decks too anymore.
Yeah, I feel like if you play, it depends on if you play 1 or 2 Doom Hammers, right? If you're playing 2 Doom Hammers, I feel like you still got to put in the Rockbiters because it's just so much damage potential.
Yeah, I feel like the choices are between Flame Wreath, Doom Hammers, and Rockbiter weapons. It's play 4 of those 6 in some combination.
It's just too hard for me to pass up 4-mana 7/7.
They're just so good.
It's a card that exists. I'm not going to not play it.
Especially like in tournaments, when you have to play like a ton of matches, there is merit to just like trying to play really big, strong things and like limit the amount of decisions that you just might mess up based on fatigue or tricky situations.
It can also be really good just because of the Reno matchups that we see so much. You've kind of forced them to have it, right? And Reno decks can oftentimes not have it, so they just don't have the removal option. They need to get rid of it. I don't know what you do here if you're Magooch. This is a really tricky turn. I think you have to sap.
Oh, you have to sap one of those totem golems. I think.
Yeah. Holding back on this sap is really.
I'm not sure what he's holding it back for.
Yeah,
unless he's trying to get a prep into auctioneer. I mean.
And even then, it's like the sap's 3 turns is like basically that the sap is like rotted in his hand. That's just damage that's been prevented.
Yeah, it's essentially like because of not playing that, he's taken 9 extra damage, right? Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I think I see kind of where he's going right now, which is I want to use this sap when I have an auctioneer on the board, but I think he's just going to die before ever getting to play any of this stuff.
Yeah, and you already have the 1-mana spells. I'm not like 100% sure of the interaction, but if you evolve with auctioneer in play, do you draw before the evolve triggers?
I believe you do because auctioneer states when and not after.
That makes sense.
Yeah. If auctioneer said after, then you would draw. You wouldn't draw, right? So like Wild Pyromancer doesn't go off if you play a Hellfire, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see, so there's no spell power here. Like a Fan of Knives.
I think you got to burgle and try to get like a Lightning Storm.
Oh, so close. And well, not really.
Because if he had gotten Lightning Storm, he could actually Storm, Coin, Fan, right? So there was still possible clears, but now, no. All right, evolve that into a Dirty Rat. Here we go. That is an interesting thing now that there's a 2-mana 2/6 with Taunt.
It really is like
it's kind of crazy.
It's wild, but Piloted Shredder must be so degenerate.
Yeah, Wild is really interesting. It's funny though because as more and more cards come out, things like that just get really interesting and wild. Like the Confessor Paletress or what's the Sneed's Shredder. Like there's some really bad legendaries now that can drop out of those things.
Well, even
before, like they were always pretty decent, right?
With that new card, Bomb Squad, I feel like was like a really kind of subtle nerf to like Firelands Portal. The first time I did that, I forgot that was even a card.
Yeah. All right, so Big K, like we predicted, just runs over the rogue. I really do think though, one sap maybe changes a lot of things about that game. We'll never know. That's a different universe that when Magooch played the sap on turn 3, but it may, like based on his draws, it may not have mattered.
Mm-hmm. And Rogue versus Shaman is such a tricky matchup where just like changing a couple of cards can like really throw the wind in wild direction. Like, it used to be Aggro Shaman was like really heavily favored against Rogue, but then as like Shaman kind of got more mid-range, Rogue started becoming more favored against the mid-range builds. Then
buckle up. We are in for a match here. Reno Lock versus Control Warrior.
Now this traditionally is like slightly favored to the Reno Lock, right? If he can just like land a Jiraxis and not like die the turn after.
Yeah. However, I don't know if you have Magooch's list in front of you.
I don't.
You should check it out. I encourage you to take a look at it. Let me see if I can.
If either of you guys could send me the lists, I've been going just off of whatever I've seen.
So let me pull up Magooch's list real quick here. So his Control Warrior is running Varian, Ysera, Sogoth, Ragnaros, Gromosh, Don Hancho, Sylvanas, Harrison, 0 Brawls.
Ooh, I like
one
that.
Ghoul, Double Revenge, Armor Smith, Bloodhood Brave, Alley Armors. It is the weirdest list I've ever seen, but it is pretty cool. Yeah, Varian Rin. It's very cool though. I was very concerned about this list when I played against him, but I was able to beat it.
This is like one of those lists that you see in a tournament lineup, and you're just like, I don't know if my deck can beat this.
Yeah, I looked at it and I said, should I be banning this? I don't think if a Sogoth comes down, what do I do? Right? I'm just never going to beat a Sogoth.
And God, if the Don Honcho hits pretty much anything in that hand, like every result from the Don is just fantastic.
Don Honcho on an Alley Armorsmith is pretty ridiculous. So what do you think here? Do you just develop your War Axe, or are you worried about an Ooze? I like just forcing him to have the Ooze, because I want to have that tool ready to go next turn.
I agree too. It looks like you're going to be spending your mana like every turn, or at least like a decent amount of it. You want to be able to hero power a lot too, so you just want to like get the War Axe out there.
It depends on if you have a Shield Slam in your hand. If you do have a Shield Slam, I like just armoring up, because you know you'll have that tool next turn. But I'm going to go with the Corcoran Elite. Pressure on. I mean, you know, it is a Reno lock. If you can, they want to tap a lot at the beginning. If you can put the pressure on, it changes their game plan.
Yeah, and while this looks a lot like a control deck, like you guys noted, it doesn't have any brawls. It could like very much be playing like just an old school kind of tempo style. It's got the Varian Rin. Like you just can push a lot of damage, and that's the way you win if your opponent just never gets a Drax's turn.
So there's absolutely no way to kill a 4/9. The other thing you'll note about Maguchi's list, he's running one Execute. So it's an interesting list.
The greediest Temple Warrior ever.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's like a Temple Warrior with a whole bunch of top end. Yeah, I guess you just drop a Bloodhoof Brave and
Bloodhoof Brave into Alley Armorsmith. I mean,
sure. And now you're just hoping that you draw something else to go with this Don Hancho. Although if Don Hancho hits an Armorsmith, that's not bad either. I mean, that's a bulky 2-drop.
Wouldn't complain about it. And Big K already at 15. That's pretty crazy.
Right? Like, how tempted are you? It looked like your opponent already just had trouble answering your minions. You just play the Alley Armorsmith and kind of count on that being able to push an extra 2 damage. Or maybe try to go big or go home with the Bloodhoof Brave. Because that
I like just playing on curve here, right? Because if you play Alley Armorsmith this turn, next turn you get a War Axe with a Bloodhoof Brave, or a Hero Power, or a Revenge, or something like that, right? So you stay on curve, you just make sure that you have the full amount of mana next turn.
I like it too, yeah. And this is
so Big K does not have a Reno, correct? It's hard to tell with the upside down
even with
cards.
them right side up, you know, it's not real great.
I know, it's tough. They get all stacked up, yeah.
So does not.
We didn't hear anything about an update to the Spectator today or yesterday on the Q&A.
So I was fiddling with this yesterday to get this set up right, and even when it's set up right, it doesn't even look good unless you have 2 computers running and one person and 2 of them each spectating as like the main player, and that's how you put the cards up. So I'm not sure why it's so complicated, but it is.
So here I think you're kind of resigned to the fact that Sylvanas is gonna steal something. So I kind of like just letting it happen now, because you don't want it to steal like Don Hancho next turn, right? So kind of like just running your 2/7 into it, bashing it, and then fire War Axing off the 2/7 when he steals it, because it'll be a 2/2 at that point.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so
okay, he's going. This is actually fine too. You know, the Sylvanas will not steal something this coming up turn, so. Actually, Sylvanas can steal something. You can run into the Alley Armorsmith, and then you can play Abyssal Enforcer, and you'll get a buffed up 2/6.
So how?
Right, it'll be a 5/3 at that point.
How awkward is a Don Hancho Sylvanas?
Yeah, if you can Don Hancho and then get a Sylvanas. The thing is, though, do you really want Sylvanas to be a 10/10? Like, you want Sylvanas to die, right?
I mean, any 10/10 is good, I guess.
Yeah, 10/10 for 6 is pretty sweet, but Sylvanas' goal in life is to die, right?
It's such an interesting...
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I really like the Abyssal Enforcer play here.
Yeah, the Abyssal Enforcer, like, I'm trying to think of, like, anything else, like, maybe a Kazakis and go for, like, a 1 mana something, but that seems, like, not daring to dream.
If Big K is aware of this list, you know, he might think, well, there's some really awesome stuff to steal, so maybe he wants to, you know, wait for some of that to come out. but it's nice to end a turn with a 6/6 and a 5/3 and play with taunt. You know.
That's not game, is it? That's only 12 damage.
He's got Bash Corcoran is 7, 10, 12. Yeah, he's got 12 damage. You can't.
But Revenge.
Oh wait, Revenge to make it a 5, so that's 5, 8, 12. You can't play all of it though.
Yeah, I think
he needs 2 more mana to be able to play all of it. He would have lethal if he had 9 mana.
I think I just don't Honcho right here and just hope for the one beyond the Corcoran.
Honcho go. If it hits the Corcoran, you probably just win the game, right?
Yeah, and even then, it's like I hate that. I don't like bashing your own guy there because then you lose that as like an extra damage.
Yeah, that's 3 damage that you don't have ever again. But you know, he's really just worried about giving something to Big K there. So, and sometimes you can get so caught up in things like not letting Sylvanas steal a minion that you end up making plays like this. But I agree with you, Billy. I think you want to just be aggressive here. You've almost got the Warlock dead.
Yeah, it's one thing I think is like a good strategy, especially for anyone watching that feels like they have trouble playing against Reno decks on the ladder, is a lot of the time you just want to pretend like they don't have Reno and just try to set up as many easy possible kills for yourself. And
well, the longer the game goes on, the higher their chance of having Reno, right? So I just try to kill them as fast as possible.
Right? Like the correct play is usually to just like not play around anything because it's unlikely they'll have anything specific that you're thinking about.
They have everything. I always just assume they have everything, and I just don't play around it.
Right.
Here I come.
What do you got? How do I deal with it? Okay, but yeah, my best play is still my best play. So.
Exactly. Oh, that's a ballsy tap, and I like it.
Does Big K run any Sun Furies in his deck?
I do not know. Let's check it out. I don't have Big K's list in front of me.
Yep, he's running one. Well, obviously one. Yeah, he's running Sun Fury Protector.
Okay. I'm actually my Reno list is a little bit different than everybody else. I don't even have an ooze in my Reno list.
It's like it's really hard to build them because I mean you really can't beat everything with your Reno decks. You kind of have to pick you want to attack.
My plan was essentially I'll play this Reno list and I'll just ban Warriors and Shamans, right? Like, I just won't run ooze because I just won't have to play against.
There's not a bad target for this.
All right, and Honcho Sogoth. Oh, well, that's pretty good.
9/8 for 4.
So that is a 9/8 charger.
He's a fiery War Axe away from ending this thing.
Time to hit face.
Well, I mean,
what is it?
Don't you Sogoth next turn?
If he's running
it's going to be tough to beat this Sogoth for sure.
I mean, I guess he has the Mountain Giant, but I mean.
You kind of have to Kazakus for a defensive option.
I think you might need to Kazakus here, yeah. Because you're looking for something to kind of sustain you until you can draw that Reno. He's in tap, though. There's the Sun Fury.
That is timely. And he's got the heal from the Mistress of Mixtures, so yeah, Big K could still hold this one out. That Sogoth is going to be such a pain, too, though. And
I can't tell, does he have a Faceless Shambler in his hand right now?
I don't think so. It looks like the only 4-mana cards are the Kazakus and the Shadow Flame.
Okay.
He can taunt up pretty well. I mean, he has 3 taunts in his hand.
Sure.
And there's no brawls in Gooch's list.
No. that was one of the other things that was quite interesting about Gooch's list.
Charge and clear like the 8/8, but...
Yeah, you want this Corcoran to be hitting the face, though, not 8/8s.
Oh, for sure.
The problem is, I don't know what is a better answer right now.
Ysera into Ysera Awakens.
Ysera into Ysera Awakens, okay.
That feels like the only way he can get back into this game, and there isn't like an easy clear for Ysera from Big K outside of running his minions into it, so it's a decent time buyer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you play Sylvanas, it has to be dealt with, but... you could end up stealing a 2/3 and just be real sad.
An 8/8 with taunt.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. It won't be an 8/8 by that point.
It'll be an 8 something.
It'll be an 8 something. That much we know.
Is there any chance Big K goes for a dirty rat here, just to like?
Oh God, that'd be brutal.
Put other. Or I don't think you do. Like it would be hilarious.
I don't think you ever dirty rat anything in this deck, do you? I mean, that's just. If you know this deck looks like there's not a good thing that you don't want to pull anything out of this deck.
I guess if you could like hit a Varian or
It's still
something.
a good option though, because the deck is kind of designed around Varian, right? Because you want, it to pull out 3 minions that have effects after you deal with it. So.
Yeah, not battle cries, but later effects that matter. Yeah. All right. Well, the 3/5 is the second best thing you can get. Actually, it might be the best thing in this particular case.
I feel like it's interesting that he decided not to try to find like a polymorph spell off of Kazakus too, because there definitely would have been like 6 shots at like finding a polymorph spell.
Yeah, the 5 mana one polymorphs 2 things, right? So, yeah, that would have been pretty perfect. I find it's interesting how people play Kazakus, because I don't often take the 10 mana spell, but I watch so many people play it, and they always seem to take the 10 mana spell.
Yeah, it's like such a... You can learn so much about someone's personality if you have the Kazakus.
Yeah. Well, because if you think about it, like the 1 mana spell is the most value you can get, right? It does more for the mana cost.
Yeah, ever since I started taking the 1 mana one, I feel like I've like had a lot of better results. Like the 5 is so tempting because it's like the most stacked, but I like what you just said there. The 1 is just so much value for 1.
Yep, you're dealing 3 damage. You're dealing 2 to everything. It's like a 1 mana res, 1 mana draw a card. All of those things are amazing.
Just bash revenge, run your 1/4 into that taunt there, and get rid of it.
I actually like what he was thinking there, where he was just going to develop Sogoth or Ysera. I think right now you just need to get a big minion onto the board, and because if you were going to use Bash, you should have used Bash on the 8/3, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to save that Bash for the face. If you Ysera and hit an Awakens, like you're just such a favorite to win.
You just win the game next turn, right? Because you'll deal 5, you'll clear the 4/5, you'll Cork Run and Bash face, and you'll just win.
You said a subscription in chat.
I think Ysera was definitely the better play.
And he maybe is afraid of like a Siphon Soul because I don't think he's seen one yet. And
sure,
you have to imagine there is one because he hasn't had a lot of good targets for one yet either.
But you already get the Dream card, right? And that's what there's 5 options, so you get 20% chance to hit the perfect card.
Exactly, and if you hit Dream, you can dream your own Corkron elite. So like Dream and Ysera Awakens.
Oh yeah, Dream would also be a lethal because you could Cork Run, hit face, and then
Or if you hit the +5/+5 attack, really that's a lot of minions.
Well, I don't think.
Like, oh my god.
I don't think when he brand Dirty Ratted, he expected to see a 9/8 and a 4/12.
What's it gonna take? Oh!
Oh wow! Now he can actually kill Sogoth.
How good would Brawl be here, though, right?
Oh my gosh! Wow!
Oh my god! This game.
Well, here we go again, taking that 10 mana one. Everyone does it. All the kids are doing it these days.
See, does he go 10 and 1?
10 and a 1. Okay, I like this. Yeah. You can play the 1 this turn.
Which 10 mana one is it? Like
Summon 3 minions.
Summon 3 friendlies and deal 8. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's
not too shabby.
That wasn't.
Well, Big K has quite the board all of a sudden.
Shield block is not the answer.
It's like the Reno luckiest turn I've ever seen.
I guess you just have to shield block first. See what happens here. This you know what would be real good right now?
Yeah.
Brawl.
Yep.
You know it's not in Magucha's deck.
Acolyte of Pain, not ideal.
So you can bash, but he's still leaving up 11, 14, 16, 19, 21 damage. Although he is at, a healthy life total. He's not going to be dead next turn.
Yeah, like just what is he? Could he a Ragnaros maybe with like a Gromosh maybe close the gap before Big K would like be able to get lethal? Because it looks like Big K right now has a 2-turn clock. I think he could kill him in 2 with the 8 damage spell.
I think really though, like this is one of those things that sometimes happens with Reno decks is like if you play it a little too slow, suddenly the game just slips out of your reach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there might have been a point where he could have pivoted just to be more aggressive, and I think we were kind of talking about those types of lines, and this is what happens when you don't end up doing it. They do stuff like brand Dirty Rat and Kazakus and Mind Control Tech, right? So
Yeah, Sylvanas is just so frustrating because it's like if you answer it, you usually end up in a terrible position. So sometimes you just need to like ignore it and just hope to get lucky. It's like the classic Reno strategy: just ignore their stuff.
Yeah.
Still tapping.
I think you can safely tap now. I think with 3 taunts on the board.
Now, and at the same mind though is what are you tapping into at this point, right? You know, there's no brawl. I mean,
Reno,
I guess.
Maybe
So-
just trying to guarantee lethal, like a power overwhelming or something.
Yeah, I think you have to double Acolyte Revenge here just to try to get something if you're Magooch.
Yeah, revenge is definitely the play. We get that 9-1 off the board, but
It clears the 9-1, but also
Yeah,
I think you
he's
just got to
lost,
draw
I
some
think.
cards. No, he's
Yeah.
just going to give up. I don't think there was, without Brawl in the deck, I don't think there was a way out in that situation.
Yeah, especially having used like all of his Yuseras and done Honchos. I mean, it would have taken like the best variant ever. Even that like.
I'm not even sure what else he had left to draw. I mean, he had most of his, Grom really.
Like Varian into Grom and like Ragnaros and like a Taunter maybe.
Looks like Magooch is saying that he DC'd, so he has to restart, unfortunately.
Ah, damn.
Good time to DC, though, when you're in either
no
a
kidding,
completely
right?
unwinnable game.
That
Yeah.
was theoretically Magooch. So if this is like in a tournament, and the DC rule was like you had to have lethal on the board, Magooch, I think Big K did have 27 damage on the board.
I
facing
think we could
Magooch's
say,
25.
it was lethal.
Is he saying he DC'd before he conceded?
Well, the concede looked like a straight concede. It didn't look because usually when you DC,
I think we can give that one to Big K.
you don't concede. You just sit there and do nothing, and you rope out. So
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's why he just conceded.
yeah,
And yeah, luckily in a tournament with deck lists, there's like no advantage to like disconnecting from a game. So like
Sure.
no one is trying to do anything.
yeah,
But you'll see if you play a lot of open cups, like a lot of open cups will like literally hand out game losses just to people for entering their collection screen. So if you are playing in open cups, it's something to try to be like at least kind of aware of. Is some people
Yeah.
will go fishing for free wins.
Well, and really though, you should have that rule because in a giant open cup, they don't even usually collect deck lists, right?
Exactly.
So
yeah,
between
yeah.
matches, if you notice your playing partner suddenly hit the collection, they are cheating. They're
Right.
changing their list.
Like sometimes people like get offended if you ask them for a screenshot, but like it's your right. If you're playing in tournaments, just do it if you want to be safe.
Yeah. I have
Well, this is
actually
like-
had an opponent one time tell me that they were popping into their collection real quick because they had 2 versions of a class, and they just wanted to make sure they're picking the correct one.
Mhm.
And I allowed it, but I may have been bamboozled. It could happen, but I'm
Yeah.
generally a guy who doesn't like to call people and stuff. So
It's easier to be a softie. Like that's how I am too. Like unless I know someone has a shady history, then like
Yeah.
I'll like always give them the benefit of the doubt.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go.
I actually remember a long, long time ago, I was in the finals of a tournament against Chalky, and I disconnected during one of the games, came back on, and he was told by the admin that he had the option of either taking the free win or regaming. And he took the free win, and then he felt bad later and asked if I wanted to do the regame, and I was like, yeah, it's fine, man. But I personally would have preferred that the admin just said, okay, we'll just call it a win, right? Rather than have Chalky have to make the call and then feel bad.
It is so tough. I feel the same way. I like it when admins like make decisions because when they put it to the players, it gives the players a chance to like ruin relationships, and that's
Sure.
not really fun.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Magooch is sticking with this warrior, and I think it's a pretty decent matchup against Miracle Rogue because you do have a lot of taunts that you can stick before they're able to get their big combo off.
Less than ideal start, though, I would say.
Yeah. It'd be nice though. Again, like a brawl would be pretty sweet. Oh, this is such a look at these giant cards in his opening hand.
Yeah,
The
and
brawl is pretty nice against the rogue these days because of concealed auctioneers and questings, right?
Yeah, those conceals make this matchup so much more favored for the rogue.
Yeah.
It's definitely like one of those matchups too that let's see. I feel like so Big K is up 2-0, so this is his only deck list to choose. But if he maybe had a choice, like Magooch could have queued any of his decks, and he chose to re-queue into the Warrior. And it's something in tournaments a lot of the time, like 50% of the time, people will just re-queue with the same deck after a loss. So if you're trying to maybe get a matchup advantage, theoretically you'll always have, if you pick the advantage to a deck that someone just lost with, you'll 50% of the time you'll like, have a good time.
It is true. I notice that a lot. People always end up just re-queuing the same deck when they lose, because they feel like they're in that list and they're trying to get a win with that list, right? I actually like to change my list if I lose, just because I feel like it throws people off, and also sometimes maybe I get left with a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth after losing with a deck that I felt like I was trying to, I thought I had a good matchup with or something like that. So,
right? It's like shake it off. They can kind of like counter tilt too. Like I just lost in an open cup. I went like 0-3 with Pirates, and I was just like, I'm just gonna keep playing Pirates. I gotta win eventually.
Oh wow! So Big K is gonna give 2 draws in exchange for 5 face damage. I mean, it's a call that I'm not totally against, because obviously your win condition here is to deal a bunch of damage, right? As the rogue.
Yeah, and you've seen how slow Magooch's deck list is.
Mm-hmm. However, it can be pretty risky, just because of the fact that Control Warrior with a lot of cards oftentimes also has a lot of answers, right?
Yeah.
I really like Revenge Execute here. I don't think you can let this board sit for much longer.
Agreed, because if you play a Korkron Elite, like, what are you going to do? Trade it to
You're
the
going to
Pillager?
trade the Pillager, and you're just going to leave up a bunch of stuff, yeah.
You could just, like, Harrison and maybe, like, try to find one more card, but that seems really slow, too.
Yeah.
You take so much damage.
Again, the issue is if you're running a Control Warrior without Brawl, you can't allow a board to just build, right? When you are running Brawl, you can sit back, right? Because you'll get a big value Brawl at some point.
Right? And there's no Justicars in this list either.
There's no
so
Justicar either, no.
They can come back.
Yeah, he's counting essentially on Ali Armorsmith to and regular Armorsmith, old school Armorsmith, to get him all the armor he needs for shield slams.
Or also, I guess, like, just playing a Suggoth might be, like, really hard for the rogue to deal with.
Yeah, Sogoth could definitely put a stop to everything. He does not have Sogoth, but he does have Variant, so if he gets there, maybe he gets a free Sogoth.
Gotta get to 10 first, though, right?
He's gonna, he'll run out of time before that, I think, honestly. Rogue has gotten off to a very quick start, which Rogue tends to do now with the Pirate package.
Let's see, and I wonder how many cards are left in Big K's deck. Like, if he goes for it, how likely is he to find this conceal? 17, starting 2 conceals. He has, like, 2 draws. I would go for it if I was
I think it's worth it, yeah. I mean, also, I personally, I'm a fan of just cycling because you can cycle, right? Like, the Auctioneer may not live another turn, and if I can cycle a coin into another card, I just do it.
The backstab's not going to be that great. Maybe even, like, backstab.
Yeah, I might even just backstab one of my Pirates just to cycle a card, honestly. These Pirates die to Revenges and Ravaging Ghouls and all sorts of stuff, so.
Although maybe that backstab will come in handy. Like, if Magooch goes for a Bloodhoof Brave, like a backstab Eviscerate would be, like, a good way to clear it.
But I think here's the execute play. You got to do it now. There you go.
That was needed.
So, possibly that was a stabilization right there that Magooch needs. Depends on, like, because if a rogue can definitely kind of brick out, right? Just draw a whole bunch of useless spells and preps and things like that. But playing a 6/6 is not bricking out.
No, that's nice.
Yeah. This is so hard because if you don't take the defensive line here, you
might just be dead. Yeah.
But
you'd be dead to Leroy on the board if you play like Don Hancho here. So I kind of like Bloodhoof Brave Fiery War Axe maybe, and then you can Korkron into the 6/6 next turn. You're losing 2 cards to the 6/6, but you're not dying.
Put yourself at 12 for your second revenge, I guess.
Go for the Don. Because like
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't know, you're just like losing. Even worse with this, like even though you kind of stabilize a bit, like you're giving a free card to your opponent. Your other cards like still aren't that defensive. It feels like this is just like losing a little more slowly.
Losing slowly, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think you have a choice at this point. It's like lose slow and hope that I can draw something that really turns things around.
Mm-hmm.
But try to stay alive as long as possible and hope. Looks like Big K has an option to get through this by just sapping. You don't have the mana to Azure Drake and then Shadow Strike, but potentially you could Azure Drake into a prep and then Shadow Strike.
You could just dagger up and then hit the 2/6, then Shadow. Oh no, you can't do that. The wrong way. It's backwards.
Yeah, you don't have enough mana for all that. Yeah, you'd have to do like backstab plus Abyss or something like that.
I think I like just like the Shadow Strike and then just like take 5 or like with your hero power and then push this to space.
Yeah, you're at 29. You're not worried about your own life total yet. The thing is, it's a pretty clean sap target though. Like it's. I guess 4 mana. You're getting a tempo advantage when you sap it.
But if I lead Armor Smith is probably like the best thing the Gooch could like probably play.
That's true. Yeah, you'll need to be able to get through that. I do not see a way out here. Maybe I'm missing something.
Drew his deck backwards. It looked like, and that's just not going to work with this deck.
Mm-hmm. Like, could Harrison turn up like a shield block and maybe buy another turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's possible. Might as well, right?
I think even then, though, that would use... I guess that would put him at 11, and then the Eviscerate would be
He'd
lethal.
be dead to the Eviscerate, yeah. Like, with Caster Vision, we know that he'll be dead, but...
But if I was him, that's like... Before conceding, I would, like, Harrison and try to find, like, a shield block, I guess, is his best out.
So, technically, he's not dead this way either.
Mm-hmm.
He plays the Armor Smith and then Korkron, so he'll be at 3.
Yeah, technically, he's not dead.
With 2 damage on the board.
He's dead soon if he's not dead this turn.
Eviscerate is going to deal with this, and that's it. Big K just running right through this Control Warrior.
That was like a much better survival plan though than Harrisoning. Theoretically, that put him in like a better position to be like alive if Big K did whiff right there. I think that was well played.
I think it's true. I think he did make the only play he was able to in that particular situation. Big K keeps his hopes alive.
2-0, right?
Yeah, rolling on. He's going to be playing against Buckeye Fitzy now.
Was that the third game? You're right.
Yeah, that was the third game. Yeah, the second game was the DC. So.
And yeah, Buckeye Fitzy, I believe, was in the first match we streamed earlier today against
that was
you.
Against me. Yeah.
We saw some really good play from Buckeye though. I remember. I think their win was with Reno Lock, and it was a pretty sweet one.
He beat me the first game. He beat me the first game with his Rogue, I think. It was a Rogue mirror match.
That
was a weird one though because I kind of went all in on a questing, and it didn't get there. I was like completely out of cards on like turn 5 or something.
Lost Big K here. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, you guys were like 15 life to like 10 life. I feel like when y'all were both setting up like lethal combinations. And that
I was basically. It came down to like I think I even had to Leroy Fan or something like that, and it was just bad. I knew like right away. I had the start where I had 3 pirates. And I played them all. I had like 3 pirates and 3 coins or something like that, which is like a super fast start. But then once it all gets dealt with, you have no more cards. Sometimes you can cheese a win that way if one of the cards is also Edwin, right? But in that case, it was not. So.
I feel like that's like right now the like thing you see the most complained about on like Twitter and Reddit is like the turn 1 like coin backstab Edwin.
Yeah, it's one of the only reasons why that deck is I think so good now is because with so much pirate being played, just making like an 8/8 or a 10/10 on turn 2 and 3. You just win games that you really have no business winning, right?
Right? Like, I feel like it used to be a matchup I thought was, like, almost a freebie as the Pirate Warrior, and now it's, like, a lot closer to, being 50-50.
So Big K is actually was immediately, I think, in the losers bracket, right?
Yeah, he started, and he played a long first-round game. Like,
he lost his first round to Zethund, went directly to the losers bracket, and is now just clawing his way through. It would be quite the journey if he then gets to the finals and then beats me twice. That would be.
That sounds tiring.
And it's like you can't underestimate where like fatigue does come into play. Like Dills, you've only had to play like 3 matches so far. Like
I'm feeling great.
And now he's like already played 3, and will still have to win 4 more to have a chance to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's true. There is a when we were talking about how to do the tournament with the double elimination, like you can kind of say that just the fact that you had to play through the losers bracket is enough of a disadvantage that you just play one match at the end. But since we did not like announce it that that's how it was going to work before, all we really announced was as double elimination. We just for this one at least we'll stick to true double elimination.
And I don't mind it. I'm happy both ways. I think that playing through the losers bracket is a disadvantage enough. I think people complain like, oh, the winner should get an extra win, or they should get some sort of default. I'm like, well, they got to play like half the games the guy in the losers bracket did. So
yeah, it's true.
But
yeah.
I see both sides.
The trick to like
either way is okay with me. As long as I know.
The trick to like being in the losers bracket is it's kind of like if you have like a fear of heights, like just don't look down, like don't look ahead at how much you have to win. Just like take it one game at a time, one turn at a time, like the whole like Rocky and Creed thing.
Yeah, just keep trying to win each game. That's all you can do. So for anybody who's joining us and wondering why the hell my face is not on the screen and I'm not jamming out and drinking a lot of whiskey, this is the Dills Hearthstone League tournament, top 8. And for people who don't know what the Dills Hearthstone League is, it's a league that has an 8-week-long season, and it's for patrons and subs of my channel. And how many people did we have participate this season, Dano?
Was it 52, maybe?
52 people, yeah. So I mean, it's a pretty big list of people, and even the people who are not, vying for the top 8, we're all still playing their matches and having a great time. So I encourage anybody out there who is not familiar with it, if you are a sub or a patron of mine, keep your eyes open. We'll be emailing out for when season 3 starts. Have a little bit of a break after this tournament, a couple weeks probably, and then we'll be back for another season. So if you want to play Hearthstone and have fun with friends, it's a great way to do it.
And if you're really interested in playing Hearthstone tournaments and like stuff like open seems like intimidating, this is like the best way to get involved in like tournament play, because like you don't have to pay money for it. You can just have fun. You can talk about your games with people. It's like a really fun way to get that like kind of get out of the ladder grind and mix up your Hearthstone.
And much more flexible as well.
Yeah, and the Dillionaires are all cool.
Yeah, so this is the top 8 though. I heard really good things about the player who finished 9th this season though. I heard he was super duper.
Yeah,
handsome, really smart, bright, and just
smooth talker, well dressed, smells great.
Yeah, so you heard the same things I did about him. Okay, good.
I think his name was Dano. So you were really rooting for somebody was potentially going to go see the Patriots play today, right? So you were rooting for that to happen so you could get into this tournament.
The bracket break.
Yeah, I was happy either way, to be honest.
Well, I'm glad Magooch decided to join us instead.
Exactly. Those are some good games we just saw.
So Buckeye, Fitzy, and Big K. Buckeye is playing this this Dragon Priest as well. Let's see if I can pull up his list. I don't have him in front of me anymore. I had his list up earlier when I was playing him, obviously. But I think he's running the single Dragonfire Potion, which can be pretty useful, but I remember the double Dragonfire Potion, I always feel like that card's a little clunky, so I completely took it out of my list.
Are you running double Holy Nova?
Yeah,
I'm running double Holy Nova, yeah.
I feel like I'm team Holy Nova, too. Like, Dragonfire Potion always seems like just a little too slow.
I'm running one of each.
Yeah, you don't get to play it and develop in the same turn very often, so you're not running things like Emperor Thorison to ever make anything cheaper in a Dragon Priest. And also, Holy Nova just has utility as a way to draw a bunch of cards, too. Like, I use it a lot, just not even to clear, but just to draw, like, 2 or 3 cards.
Right? And also just being able to hit their face. Sometimes
Yeah, it's damage. Yeah, I actually found lethal with it in one of my games, with the Hellfire and the Holy Nova.
Yeah, that was like, that was crazy.
Yeah, he just slammed. I mean, generally, slamming Jiraxis against Dragon Priest is pretty good because they don't have burst, right? But I was able to find a Hellfire with my Draconid, so. Yeah, I was like shocked. It took me a second because I was like, wait, I just win now?
I forget, that was the game where your opponent had armor and they probably...
Yeah, he had like 7 armor from a Kazakus potion and like 23 health or something.
A little premature on the Jiraxis.
But I think actually it's a decent strategy against Dragon Priest oftentimes to just play, because it's just a way to beat Priest in general. They just can't deal with a swarm of 6/6s.
In most cases, it's always right play.
I've heard this. I heard a similar strategy against Reno mages is the Reno lock is to just try to tempo Jiraxis and just hope they don't burn you to death.
Yeah, because they only run like 1 fireball and 1 frostbolt, and there's really no other burn unless they can make a bunch of fireballs with Archmage, right? So.
Yeah. Man, all I'm seeing is that Twilight Drake just being almost impossible to remove.
Twilight Drake and Faceless Shambling and Twilight Drake against the Dragon Priest is a pretty solid strategy.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just it's so hard to come back from. And even,
here's the good thing about modern Dragon Priest, right? Is you can play Draconids and find cards that can deal with 4 health minions.
Yeah, it's a weird way to work around the fact that you built your control class with a giant hole in its removal, but it's one way to do it.
I just do love against like the Reno luck though. Like when you get to see 3 cards they like could have in their deck, it just makes you feel so smart and like you have so much information.
Yeah, it's true. Knowing what the Reno lock doesn't have in their hand is pretty important. I would be so tempted to play a Draconid there. It's like turn 5. It costs 5. It's the best card maybe in the game.
If you can't deal with the big minions, the best option is just play a bigger one, right?
Sure. I mean, you could find from a Warlock, you could find like Hellfire, you could find Demon Wrath, you could find Twisting Nether. You know, you could find all sorts of ways to be able to deal with their board that you just don't have.
Yeah. What?
So the Drake is a dragon, so Dragon Fire Potion wouldn't work there, but it would kill the Shambler. The Shambler does not copy the Dragon tag.
Thankfully.
And now...
I was saying thankfully it doesn't, otherwise be bad news bears.
Mind Control Tech doesn't have any terrible options here.
It's pretty tempting to just also play like an 8/8. I mean...
That's true. Yeah, just playing an 8/8 always seems pretty good.
I guess it is such a shame, though, to have to run both of your minions into that 3/6 to clear it, though. So maybe you do just, like, Mind Control Tech, and then you can, like, Shadow Bolt something.
So he's deciding whether he values the 1/3 with the potential to draw or the 2/3. I don't like either one. These are, like, both essentially the same thing, right? As far as their bodies are concerned, so I definitely like getting rid of the 1/3.
Yeah, though there wasn't going to be much to draw off it. I mean, it's not like either of these minions can do any and damage and survive. They're both at full health, so heal one.
But you can heal the opposing.
But
minions.
I mean, that's not really a way to win, though.
If you want to,
not in this case.
Not a great way to win. I feel like Buckeye Fitzy might be trying to save the Draconid to pair with the Bran. But I also feel like that might just be too greedy at this point. You're so far behind on the board.
Yeah, especially with the 2 other Netherspite Historians. Like, you have enough ways to generate value through those. You can kind of just tempo out the operative.
What do you take here? I think you have to take something you can play, right? So, like, Malagos is just never going to get played, right? You're going to be dead before you ever get to play Malagos.
Probably the better play, or even the Whelp.
Yeah, the Whelp is fine, too. You could just spam the board here, maybe. Do another Netherspite and a Worm Rest. And... Alright, so he kills the one thing you can kill with the Shadow Word Pain.
It is just awkward, though. It is just a whole bowl full of awkward.
I mean, Big K has tons of. You can't just play a 7-mana 8/8 here. Totally fine.
Probably.
You can also just tap. I don't mind tapping.
You could also try to maybe set up like an awkward Doomsayer play. Just make it so your opponent will have a turn where they like can't play a minion, and then you kind of gain control. I guess that would probably be the
You want to do that if you don't have the board and you're about to set up Jiraxis, right? That would be...
Yeah.
I think actually the first thing you do here is run the 3/3 into the 2/4 and then Mortal Coil. See what you draw. Grab another one. I really like Mortal Coil here, personally.
It really helps you just like make
He's
it
gonna
like
go with the Shadow Flame. Okay. Just clean up the board. Start fresh.
It's kind of a nice like tempo Shadow Flame, but it makes me worried that like just not seeing any other board wipes. Like the way you can kind of lose this game is the Warlock is like letting them get a big thing on
Almost
board.
a little too aggressive. Almost like he's the beatdown in this situation, and he just happens to be in control with a better board.
But I mean, if you saw, so my game against, I think it was against Buckeye Fitzy as well. I can't remember, but I had a game where I was playing. This might have been off stream actually. I had a game where I was playing the Reno lock, and I ended up getting an 8/8 to stick, and then I shamblered it, and then I faceless manipulated it, and I just became.
Oh yeah, definitely can happen.
Right?
With this
So you
deck,
definitely can do it. Yeah.
Those are all bummers.
It's possible to do.
See, unfortunately, none of those choices were really good for this turn or the next. Like Sylvanas, maybe, but
well, you could Sylvanas and Death Your Own Sylvanas maybe at some point down the future, you know. But yeah, it just feels real bad right now.
And you guys said Buckeye Fitzy only runs one Dragonfire potion, so it's very unlikely to draw an out here.
He does also run Chillmaw though. Chillmaw is a card that could maybe get him out of the situation as well.
Oh yeah, Chillmaw would be nice.
Right, another Spite is a pretty good chance of, or an odd chance of grabbing it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's got a single Holy Nova and a single Dragonfire potion and a Chillmaw, and that's all of his AoE potential. Okay, this is actually a real good turn all of a sudden. Okay, Buckeye Fitzy back in the race. You get to kill both problematic minions, leaving behind only a 1/1.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, and now there's no way for Big K to set up like a good Jiraxis turn either.
So well, you could go for Jiraxis here because it allows you to kill the 5/4. You'll go down to 10, and then with nothing on the Priest board, Priest does not have, Leroy Power Overwhelming or anything like that, right? So.
Yeah, and you are sitting on a Defender of Argus that you'll be able to protect the Jiraxis the next turn.
I don't mind playing Jiraxis here, honestly. I know you're forgoing 14 health to do it, but like I said earlier, it is a way to beat Priest, Yeah,
Jiraxis would have been great there. There was nothing in his deck that would be able to kill him right after it.
Yeah. But it's like a play I understand why people don't make because it's scary to suddenly go down to 10 health.
What's about to be scary is this brand, though.
Oh yeah, now he finally does get the brand jacketed value here. He can also brand and play the whelp as well, and that gets a double buff.
Right?
It's a great turn to do it on too because there's not a lot of power facing you down right now.
And plus, you just got that 4 health, extra little buffer.
Yeah, you're not really concerned about death here. He hasn't Emperor Thoris on or anything, so no combos are really possible.
Got Sylvanas again.
Never going to be a better time to do this. Hey, double Sylvanas. Yeah, the Sylvanas Power Overwhelming is a pretty nice combo too.
No one expects double Sylvanas.
But I don't think I could pass up a Sylvanas here, man. I don't think I could.
That acidic Swamp Ooze could be such tech against the Jiraxis.
Man, none of these picks are bad here. Abyssal Enforcer, Swamp Ooze, or Imp Gang Boss. This is like one of those arena picks where you just wish you could take them all. So Buckeye Fitzy has definitely found a way. All it took was one Shadow or Death, right? I mean, that's why that card is so good. For 3 mana, you just clean up a giant minion. It's a huge tempo swing.
Just that one turn, it looked like everything was going so differently until like a Blackwing Corruptor off the top.
Yeah,
Like, so they got
Blackwing
the
Corruptor and Death, and suddenly Buckeye Fitzy was the one with the board.
Seeing Big K did use his Shadow Flame earlier to kind of get some tempo value. So Twisting Nether is kind of going to be like the big comeback mechanism in his deck. If for some reason it's his 30th card, it could be very hard to deal with some of these operatives.
Yeah, there's gonna be just like big minion after big minion from here on out, right? I mean, that's what the Dragon Priest does the best, is push tempo leads. They get a big dude on the board and you don't remove it, and then they just put another big dude on the board and another big dude, and next thing you know.
And that Sylvanas is a pretty strong way to contest it.
Well, I like stealing your Sylvanas, right?
If so Buckeye Fitzy can just take Big K's Sylvanas.
Yeah, he kills the 3/2 with the 2/5. He plays Sylvanas, power overwhelmings it. He can also throw down another Spite Historian as well.
Yeah, that seems by far. That seems amazing.
If you, the reason to take power overwhelming was for this reason, right? You already had one Sylvanas. You get to Nether Spite first if you want to, or I guess you could just use it. At this point, you're pushing enough tempo that you could just take a turn off from playing dudes and just heal as well. You'll have a nice board after this. And that is the way to kind of play around things like Twisting Nether, right? He's not going to go for it, though.
Is there anything else in Big K's deck that like Buckeye might want to steal? Like, we already saw the Mountain Giant.
The only big thing left is Abyssal Enforcer, I believe. Yeah, because the Shambler's been played. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, just like maybe an I guess you steal that for Tharisi and it wouldn't proc on your turn, right? Since it was played before the Sylvanas. Because I think it would be like the Tharisian would.
Yeah, I don't believe it would, right? Because Sylvanas would die at the end of the turn, then steal, and your turn would be over. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was an interesting move there. I think here he is trying to set up a turn where he can just play Jiraxis.
Mm-hmm.
So you could Nova first, run the 5/4 in, heal the 5 other dude, and then kill the 5/5 for free.
I feel like that was probably like the best turn to just Abyssal Enforcer.
Abyssal Enforcer is pretty good there too. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you still end up trading a minion, but maybe you put a bigger one on the board. This seems fine too, though. I guess you're still pushing a lot.
But he actually, if he was going to play that way, well, I guess it didn't. If he didn't get to play the Azure Drake, if he did my play. Magooch confirming in chat that was the game. Yeah, I was against Magooch when I had the Endless Mountain Giant. The Big K did not get what he wanted, which was a turn to play Jiraxis, so gonna have to just develop minions again.
The Big K is kind of slowly finding all the cards he needs to not die, but it's gonna be harder for him to win this game as the Priest kind of gets more value in his hand than Big K's deck will be able to answer.
Well, he used Thaurissan before having any combo pieces.
Is he winning the combo?
That win condition. I'm not sure actually. Let's check it out.
No combo.
No combo. Yep.
I guess that Thaurissan still just provides a lot of value.
So his win condition then is Jiraxis and Kazakis.
So I don't know how you ever win this game. He hasn't used Bran yet, right? So Bran Kazakis is still on the table.
Bran Kazakis is the way, yeah. I believe Flinch was also talking about this deck. It's really kind of built to beat aggro and not other control matchups. So it does struggle in control versus control matchups just because it doesn't have a big way to finish you off. You just kind of slowly bleed life away. All right, so Demon Wrath and Abyssal Enforcer will clean all of this up.
Since
Doesn't matter which way you do it, but there you go.
So there's like 9 damage on the board. Is this where you just like go for a Ysera? It might just stick. Although I guess Buckeye hasn't seen a Siphon Soul yet either.
That's true. But Buckeye knows there's no combo in this list, right? So he's not afraid of that. But you still might, I don't know, you still might be a little
You got to get
afraid.
something on the board.
Chillmaw's
You
not
can't let
bad
him
here.
just get Jiraxis out now.
Yeah, that's true. If you play nothing here, Jiraxis definitely
Like
happens
Ysera's
next turn.
great, but it's basically
makes sense.
nothing, right? I mean,
And then you're taking 12 damage, going to 6 with only life tap.
So I don't mind Cabal Talon Priesting this as well, because then it doesn't just die straight up to the 6/6 running into it.
Yeah.
And your Cabal Talon Priest doesn't die from the Chillmaw going off, so.
And every bit of damage Buckeye can push is really relevant, because right now Big K hasn't really had to Reno, so he's just kind of stabilizing at 14 health.
Although actually, no, now that I think about it, Cabal buffs 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would still just trade to the board anyway. Yeah. Oh, wow. Big K is going to opt to take 6, because he's a real man. Although I believe he did that in the wrong order. He should have attacked first with the 1/1 and the dagger, and then the 2/1 into it, and I think he would have still had a 1/1 left. I'm not sure, though, how that order of that goes off.
I think because the Imp Gang boss was played first, it would create the token first, and then...
Oh, actually, I think persistent effects go off before death rattles anyway,
Oh,
whether played first or not.
let's see. This is like one of those things, though. You're so close. Like, if Buckeye does his own Abyssal Enforcer, he's taking 9. He knows there's no Leroy in the list.
So, right now, what you could do if you're Buckeye Fitzy is Abyssal Enforcer yourself, Cabal your Abyssal, and then Big K will be at 6. You will be at 11, but there's only 9 showing. I think, okay, so he's going to go for this so he can also have the heal. I kind of like just playing the Talon Priest there, though, and forcing him to have something to heal, right? Because he'll have to kill the 6/9, or else he'll be dead.
Mm-hmm. You kind of would, like, guaranteed force out, like, a Reno on that turn, and now he has, like, more flexibility in being able to just, like, Refreshment Vendor, Sun Fury, Protector. Or also Hero Power. Yeah, it's Big. This is what the moment Big K has been waiting for.
Yeah. See, I'm always of the mind that if I could set up a potential lethal, I just want to do it, right? Because I just like to end games as fast as possible. If I can just end it on the next turn, I'm going to set that up.
Yeah, it's always, like, better to be the person asking questions than trying to scramble for an answer.
Yeah. See, now Big K is basically locked in now as Jiraxis. So this is how he wins, by the way, in control matchups. Like we said, Jiraxis.
And we saw how hard it was for the priest to deal with, like, the Twilight Drake, Faceless Shambler earlier.
Yeah.
That, like, 4/6 with taunt just has to be, like, so frustrating to see right here.
So this has to be Sylvanas power overwhelming, right? Like there's just no other choice here.
Yeah, otherwise it's 15 on board.
Yeah, you're just dead. And you're hoping for the 6/6. 1 out of 3. I think, honestly, you could just go ahead and just play the Talon Priest as well, because you're dead at 15 if you don't get the right thing. As much as you are at 13. And he gets it!
Wow.
All right. The game continues.
Ooh, but that Kazakis is a pretty timely draw off the top.
Yeah, actually, he could Kazakis directly into a win, right? Because if he polymorphs it, well, how much damage does he have? 7, 8, 9. If he no, he'll never be able to get enough damage because it only deals 5. He'll always be 1 short. But there's the deal 5. And there's the transform random enemy minion. So he got kind of the best things.
Wait. Yeah, that is game, right? The deal 5 transform an enemy minion. Is that... Oh, no, I can't do math. You're right, that's 1 off.
Yeah, he's 1 off, yeah.
just making sure he can't possibly lose this board to any combination of like Dragon Fire, which he knows is in the deck.
So 410 Reno is real good against the Priest. There's just no way out now for Buckeye Fitzy. I think Big K is going to take this one. Mm-hmm. This was a long contested game here.
Yeah, this was a really back and forth one too. I feel like at 2 different points, I thought different people would be winning until here.
I guess technically, wait, no, he is dead even if he heals, right? No, he's actually not. He's still at 1.
Jeez.
He's got 9 damage showing on board. If he heals to 10, he's actually still alive. Buckeye Fitzy will never die.
I feel like Big K hasn't drawn a Hellfire yet, right? Or did he play one earlier?
No, he hasn't. But you can't tap into it now, so. I think you just keep pushing damage. Play 6/6s. Swamp Ooze, fine. Trying to figure out what, if any, draw Buckeye Fitzy could get now. I don't think there is one.
Yeah, that Reno is just such an impenetrable wall.
That's going to do it.
Yep. It's like one of those games I feel like that we've seen a lot of different Dragon Priest versus like Reno Lock games today, and a lot of different approaches to it. And it definitely seems like if you're just I don't know, Big K just played very like passively and valued all of his resources this game, and it ended up working out perfectly. Like it really speaks to. I know he plays like a lot of control decks, and I feel like I just learned something about Reno Lock watching that game.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of. If you'll probably see when you cast my next matches, there's like 2 different ways to kind of go about these things. My way is a lot more aggressive.
And I tend to like always take the aggressive lines too, because I mostly play aggro and mid range. So when I play Reno Lock, I just tend to play them like those decks.
I just keep throwing stuff on the board and smashing your face in. And sometimes it doesn't work out for me though, but you know, the games don't go on forever. That's for sure. So that's game 1, right? I feel like we just watched it.
Wait, that was only game 1?
No, that was game 2. That was definitely game 2. I just
that was
game 2?
I was stroking out. I was like, oh no.
All right, good.
I guess I think we said this earlier. I am not. I don't envy Big K at all. Oh, they're glitching out right now.
Oh no. It's one of the things that without having like a proper tournament system in Hearthstone, there definitely is like a lot of room for just like glitches and random disconnects and happen.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird bugs that happen with like druids and stuff. It's definitely a little bit disappointing that Team 5 hasn't put more of an emphasis on making this a better experience.
Yeah, hopefully this is the year.
Yeah. The thing is that if you want, like when you watch like a tournament that's heavily produced, what they actually do is they run 2 computers and they're grabbing the player perspective for both sides. So the hand you see is not like flipped upside down at the top. It's the actual hand from the bottom, which is spread out more so you can actually see it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you just can't, make it work. It seems like it'd be pretty easy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not easy, but it seems like it could be one of those things that maybe could be easy enough.
But yeah, I would have to have 2 computers running, and then pull from 2 different monitors right onto like capture cards and do it. Yeah, there's too much going on.
I was happy I was able to get it right set up this time.
I love two-sided. I just noticed we like just watched a control warrior with no brawls, and now we're watching like a more traditional like double brawl. It'll be cool to see this against the shaman, because I feel like in the last meta, like mid-range shamans against control warrior was like maybe one of like the most skill-intensive matchups from both sides, and this looks like a bit of a throwback to that. Although I know Big K's list is like a little bit more aggressive.
This is typically what you're trying. This is the matchup you're trying to get with the control warrior, right? Is a shaman or like a pirate warrior, something that's going to run out of steam.
And then, yeah, you just go over the top with the Justicar or a Sogoth.
This deck is actually running Ragnaros and Ysera, as well as Gromish as kind of the finishers.
I really like Big K actually this matchup if Buckeye Fitzy can't find Justicar, because he just runs so much burst with, double Lava Burst, double Jade Lightning, double Doomhammer, double Rockbiter.
But there's a few options in the Control Warrior now. Alley Armorsmith is another way to gain a whole bunch of life. So it's tricky. Like, it's always kind of a tightrope walking act. You usually, when you're the Shaman, if you beat the Control Warrior, you beat them barely, right? You have exact lethal at some point.
Having the Warlock hero power goes a long way towards making that happen.
You don't run out of steam with the Warlock hero power. So.
And that Dragon Egg with the Flame Tongue could lead to...
yeah, that's really good.
Tricky.
There's the Ally Armorsmith.
All right, on time.
Just talking about it.
But,
Great top deck.
pretty good answer for it, actually, though.
Yeah, the double Flame Tongues let him trade the Totem Golem into it.
That's true. Well, one single smash and he's through, so... You can also just go for the Lava Burst as well. Lava Burst, Flame Tongue.
Next to the egg.
Yeah, because then you get the 2/1 will pop out as well, which will then be a 4/1. So you do give up a little bit of armor, but it's fine. Still got a solid threatening board here.
And you already saw the Ravaging Ghoul, and I'm not sure on the Revenge count in Buckeye, but if Buckeye was only playing one Revenge, then you probably just don't play around.
Double Ghoul, double Revenge.
So. He's playing a single bash, but double Ghoul, double Revenge.
No Borehowl, which is interesting.
That's still
no Gorehowl. That's interesting. I guess with the amount of oozes going around, Gorehowl could be a little bit of a liability.
The list I'm seeing now, it's actually double Gorehowl because of the ooze.
Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot too. I'm like firmly holding on to not being a double Gorehowl guy though. Like I kept making this list. I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm just not gonna be a double Gorehowl guy ever. But the argument basically is that if they ooze the first Gorehowl, they never have an answer to the second.
I kind of like the double Gorehowl in like the control matchup as well, because you can go face, then go face again. I mean,
yeah, you can actually. It gives you like 14 burst damage essentially. So I've seen a lot of people play this list and they get really greedy with the brawls, but I like that Buckeye Fitzy just went ahead and used one there, because what's going to happen now is Big K will not play around the second one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knows he's running double brawl though. I mean,
but generally, like once you see the first one, you will not play around the second one. So Big K can't really choose that because he doesn't have minions anyway.
He has enough minions to really worry about playing around a second brawl, to be honest.
Sure. Well, eventually he's got a bunch of Jades, right?
A few. This Ragnaros is going to come down and just punch face a bunch, though.
So Big K finds a Rockbiter weapon, though, and Buckeye plays Rag. Is that...
He'll be dead, yeah. Well...
I guess Big K will be overloaded.
If it hits the 2/1, he won't be dead. He'll be at 1.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like Sylvanas hero power. I feel like there's not a great Rag target with only a 2/1 on board. Sylvanas hero power gives you some health back.
I think every hero power matters like so much at this point in the game that missing that right there is pretty much just going to cost it.
He could actually try to tap for that Rockbiter now, right?
I kind of like just doing this and like flooding your board again.
No, I mean this is fine because you actually you make a lot of small dudes, which is kind of that's the answer to Rag.
And like looting with the Blood Mage is basically like drawing this turn, and it like helps you find something next.
Dirty Rat is pretty nice here.
Wow, is almost exactly what he needed. A Dirty Rat or an Allied Armorsmith was like just about it.
I mean, he might be scared of what he's going to pull out, but there's one card. If it was a minion, you probably would have seen it hit the board. I think you can safely Dirty Rat here.
You know Big K's deck.
And again, I think you're right.
Worried about actually left. The largest minion he has is a 3/4.
Yeah, there's no 7/7s, right? Yeah.
And I think
you're right, Billy, that you need to be hero powering every single turn from here on out.
If he Sylvanas is here, then that's 2 hero powers missed, and that's like you could be an 8 life.
Well, he'd be dead to Lava Burst top decks. He'd be dead to second Jade Lightning top deck. He'd be dead to Spell Power Lightning Bolt as well. Oh my
That
god.
seemed really
The
aggressive.
brawl. If your dirty rat dies, that's it.
Oh,
That's gonna be game.
so close to that. Oh wait, isn't this only 5? Or
Well, technically he'd be at 6 and there'd only be 5, but let's be honest, with life tap, how are you not gonna find one game?
yeah, there's more options than
He could mail straight into a patches, right? All sorts of different ways he can find
Would
one
have been a
damage.
fun way to find lethal.
That's gonna do it for Big K to go into the. We're now down to 3 people left in the tournament. It's Z-Thund, Big K, and Willie Dills.
Yeah, looks like it. I'll let Big K know we're sticking with him.
And Z-Thund was the person that knocked Big K down to the losers bracket in the first round of this tournament. So
Oh, wow.
a hot rematch.
The rematch.
This is, I think, the moment Big K wants some redemption for.
Are they playing still?
Yeah, I think that was only game 2, you guys.
Was it only game 2?
I think
This
so.
part-
What the heck was that only game 2?
The game 1 lasted like a half an hour. I knew I was
Good
Alright,
God.
guys.
Game 1 took forever. Yeah, it's 2-0 right now, Buckeye Fits.
Oh my god.
Big K. Big K's up 2-0.
And so this is a rough matchup for Big K. It's definitely one where he's unfavored, and it gives Buckeye a good chance to try to turn the series around and maybe start working towards
And
a
just to
reverse.
confuse everybody now, Big K is now on the bottom and Buckeye 50 is on top. So,
Awesome.
so we wanted to make it as confusing as possible for everybody involved.
But I like Buckeye Fitzy showing like a good understanding of the matchups, probably taking one of the best possible decks that they have against Dragon Priest and just trying to put a win on the board. It can be really big for just like your emotional resilience going into the rest of the series. Just take the good matchup.
When you have to reverse sweep, yeah, you just basically need to just get that first one out of the way. Like some people I find they'll try with their weakest deck, right? Because they feel like I'm going to have to win with this deck anyway at some point, right? But no, I think you definitely just want to get a win.
Yeah, those are the two schools of thought. Like, why go in with like a mental handicap? Instead, you should go in with like a mental boost and feel like you're going to win.
Yeah. So the best draw ever for Buckeye Fitzy here would be Twilight Drake.
Is that a Doomsayer to the right of the coin? Yeah.
Doomsayer is pretty good here. The only real answer to it in a Dragon Priest is going to be Pain, right? So.
Yeah, now you can't even play a minion. It's like it just costs Big K a turn.
You could potentially Netherspite Historian just to try to find a new dragon, right? But
That was
a lot of times the 1/3 body is a little irrelevant.
I don't like to Netherspite story in there. I don't think it's not going to contest that 8/8 very well.
Yeah, like it's not really doing anything, right? Like this 1/3 body's never
When are
going
you
to
going
do
to find
anything.
time to get it out?
But maybe
you know?
a fresh dragon could,
Yeah.
right?
The hard part now,
Especially if you were to find something like a Draconid Operative.
which happens on the regular.
Yeah, Draconid. That's the other thing that's crazy about that card is that they also up the chances of getting Draconid Operatives. So it's like you almost always get one.
I think like my record of Draconid Operatives played in the game is like 5 or 6. Like a Dragon Priest game.
Yeah, I've played quite a few. When you like brand into your Historian and get 2 Operatives.
Gosh, that's the best game.
And here it
And-
comes, brand
Yeah.
Historian. All right,
Operative.
Operative number 1. There it is.
It begins.
Yeah, operative number 2.
And
Seems like a
Operative number
no-brainer.
2.
It is pretty tempting to like take a Crusher here just because it's like so hard to deal with, but I love the value the operatives give. They're so important in this matchup.
Yeah, and the one attack isn't as important, I think, as a card and information.
Yeah, plus there's so much good junk to pull out of a War Arena Lock deck, so.
This is also kind of awkward for Buckeye Fitzy because like you have to answer the Bran, and so if you answer the Bran, like you just aren't really like pushing.
You're not really doing anything else, yeah. But you are making yourself a 9/9, starting to smash face with it. So.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard.
This is probably an embarrassment of riches for Buckeye Fitzy.
Oh, what a draw!
We've been seeing a lot of Mountain Giants get crushed by like top decked and Shadow or Depths. Although I guess it wasn't a top deck because it got to attack once already. But this is going to work out great. Again, it's like just the swing the Priest is looking for, and now you can start operativing and forcing your opponent into some very awkward trades.
It's funny because there was a time previously, and this was, of course, in the era before Draconid Operative, but Priest was not even playing both Deaths and both Pains, you know? There was a time where they were kind of, you know, playing all the wild pyromancer-y stuff and all that. But I feel like you just have to play those cards. Those cards are just so swingy.
They're
It's
so
just
good.
something that costs, you know, yes, it only costs 4 mana when you played it, but, you know, he had to work hard to get it to cost 4 mana. And then you kill it with a single 3-mana spell.
I feel like it was like right after Big Game Hunter got nerfed, then suddenly it was like, oh, just put 2 Shadow or Depths in every single
That's
deck.
true. Yeah, there was a time where you were like, why play a 3-mana spell that does it when I can play a 4/2 that does it for the same amount of mana?
Do you take your own Jiraxis?
Ooh, I kind of like branding here because you get the brand operative.
Man, this is such a tricky spot. Both
Although
of them.
Jiraxis is fun.
And you can play that right on next
like,
turn
it's
for you
like-
too. I
Good.
mean, you're not going to get much higher than you're at
And,
18 health now. You're not going to get.
You're facing down a
Yeah.
6/6 though. It's gonna be tough to find time to play Jiraxis.
That's the key, right?
So here
that's
there's an
nice.
interesting call where you heal the 2/1 instead of face because you play around Mortal Coil. But you know, a lot of times you're looking at your face and you're thinking 18 with a 6/6 on board doesn't feel safe.
Well, Buckeye is the Leroy version, right? So our
Yeah,
Arena
Buckeye's
Lock
playing the combo.
is now the combo version.
Yeah. But he goes for it. I mean, I really do like the healing of the 2/3. I think 18 and 20 you're dead anyway to most Leroy shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't even played Thorison yet, so right? So the most he could do is 10 because he can't do the faceless yet.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're not dead even if he does have the Leroy power.
And if you're Buckeye, are you just like looking to make these trades on board? Like you're starting to get to 13 on your own.
Yeah, and you don't have Reno in your hand. You probably have to start thinking about making some trades. I kind of like actually just like dropping like the Thorison or the Sylvanas and the Ooze and killing the 5/6. Just try to get as much tempo as you can here.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. You don't want to tap and the ooze.
No,
That's a
you
good
don't want
dragon.
to tap into random death. Because he did operative already, and so you don't know like what burst options he was able to get out of those.
Could Buckeye,
He's gonna go for it though.
He's gonna have a lot of damage coming up
Got
next.
balls. Oh, this is weird.
Let's see.
There's no
so Big
great way
Big
to
K
deal with
could
the Sylvanas at all, is there?
Big K could do 8 damage to him and maybe set up for an Oz or Drake Holy Nova the next turn. If there's no Reno, you could like brand Blackwing Corruptor. Maybe you're only facing. I mean, like we know that Buckeye would be able to kill him, but if I'm Big K, maybe I just take the chance and go for that.
Yeah. So yeah, if you brand Blackwing Corruptor face. You are setting up a lethal, but man, that's scary.
Yeah, you get beat by so many things.
Yeah.
But you're so close to
You're leaving
losing.
11 damage on the board. That just seems. Ooh, so Siphoned Soul seems like the pick here, but I don't mind like Dirty Rat or Peddler either.
I like Jiraxis.
Yep, so does he. All right.
It makes sense
Alright,
because
so-
I mean,
well, Buckeye's probably going to do a lot of damage this turn, taking below 15. The Jiraxis like could almost represent.
that's kind of
healing.
what I was thinking, right? It just kind of brings you back up to 15. I mean, you know he's running the combo, so it's kind of risky, but
Now, do you want to steal the brand on purpose? Because you can if you want to, but would you rather have the 5/6?
does he have anything in
I,
He doesn't have any like brand minions in
just
his hand,
MC
right?
tag,
Like, yeah,
right?
he's got
I
like
think
nothing.
You want the 5/6?
Yeah. So you want the 5/6 then, yeah.
Yeah.
the damage matters so much here. Like with the priest healing up, if you have like 10 in your hand.
These are both good options. Get Bran, or you can Mortal Coil the 5/1. Yeah.
Or you Mortal Coil the 5/1. Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh yeah, Bran.
Yep.
And this is like the perfect Thaurisian. Just oof.
Yeah, because he's got all the combo pieces in hand now, right? That's the Faceless Manipulator right there. So he
Yeah.
got 20 damage
Yep.
next turn.
So
I don't see a way out here. Because if you Corrupt or Holy Nova, I mean, that seems like the play you're supposed to make, right? But you are dead. You're going to get 4 sweet whelps, though, because this brand is still on the board.
Yeah.
And here comes Leroy. So Buckeye Fitzy's going to take a game back.
Yeah, this is how the sweep can start. Dragon Priest is just the kind of deck that can just kind of trip over itself. Maybe you have a game where you don't draw dragons, maybe you lose a bad matchup, and suddenly it can be really hard to get a win with this deck.
It's true.
There have been like times in my life where I've like sworn not to bring Dragon Priest to tournaments just because I've been like so tilted after like not drawing dragons over like a 20.
Yeah, I had actually I think it was the first game on stream where I think I had no dragons until turn 5 or something like that.
Right.
And I still found a way to win that game somehow. I have no idea how, but I was just sitting there healing my face, which had no damage on it, and just hating life.
Well, were you emoting though? I noticed you had the misplay earlier where you forgot to emote.
I missed the emote. You're right. I was too sad to emote at that point.
This is a nice hand for.
I
Big
thought I was
BK.
going to lose that match. That was the match against Buckeye Fitzy. I was already down a game too, so I think I was, just feeling real bad about things. Like here I am going to go 8-0, and then I'm going to lose my first match of the playoffs. This is the type of hand you want.
it's
as
a good
Dragon
hand.
Priest right here. This just curves out perfectly.
Yeah, not
He's
to
missing the
mention-
whelp, but outside of that,
And at least having the warrior blank, like the warrior has such a reactive removal-y hand though. Like this is basically like the perfect minion curve versus like the most efficient removal in the game.
this is actually really tough here for Buckeye Fitzy, because how do you want to... You need to be really efficient with your removal here, because you know that there's just kind of a never-ending parade of high-statted minions coming out, right? So every single piece of removal needs to be saved for exactly the right minion.
I like just trying to use all your mana. I feel like that was either like a Ravaging Ghoul or Shield Block play right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded just armoring up and then shield slamming, right? Because I kind of like I really like being able to just have the shield block at the ready.
It is like a nice surprise when your opponents don't know you have it. You kind of throw off them like trying to calculate lethal.
But the other thing about shield block too is that you get one armor up a turn, one hero power a turn. So if you don't do it on that turn, you never get to do that armor up again, right? Like that armor up on turn 3 is never going to happen again. It's gone.
Yeah, that's
The shield block is like always in your hand, right? So you can do that at any time.
I love that you made that point because I feel like a lot of people miss that in Control Warrior, where they just don't think about the hero powers they miss.
Yeah, exactly. Like over time, every hero power you don't do is like just another bit of life that you don't have some point later on. And then when you die and the other guy only had lethal by maybe like 2 or 3 or something like that, if you had those extra hero powers, you might not have died, right? It's really funny, but like you don't think about when you died what you did on turn 2. But what you did on turn 2 has a lot to do with how you died on turn 15.
It's a lot like playing Hunter, right? You just hit that little button next to your face, and sometimes it does 2 damage, or sometimes it heals you for 2. It's just 2 powerful hero powers.
I am kind of sad that we didn't see any Hunters today.
That would be
I was like
slightly unlikely, I think.
I don't know if sad is the word I would use, but it would have been kind of cool to see some stuff but I think everybody in this tournament came in really wanting to win, right? I know that there's a lot of talk in the special channel that was made for the top 8 guys. And everyone was prepping and working on their decks. So I think a lot of people were not going to come in messing around. You weren't going to see like Milkshake Priest and Buff Paladin and anything like that. Everyone was like, no, what's working in tournaments now?
Yeah, so everyone would be jealous and sad that Magoo shouldn't go to the Pats game, because otherwise you could have saw my nonsense lineup.
Yeah, if Dan0 had been in, he would have brought
the memes would have been brought. That's all I'm playing anymore. that and Pirate Warrior. I was telling Billy earlier, or were you with me, Dill? I think you were on Dills as well, where it's like, yeah, it's memes and Pirate Warrior. That's my ladder experience right now.
that pretty much worked for me like all summer, just memes and playing Pirate Warrior.
It's a fun way to play the game. I mean, sometimes you punch phase, other times you can get to play fun decks. Like, it's just just like that.
I love how much Ysera we've been seeing. Like you were saying, everyone was tryharding, and everyone was like very likely to bring Reno and control decks. And Ysera is like a really smart tech choice against a lot of those Reno decks that just often can't answer it.
No, absolutely. The decks that you will see in a tournament are slow enough to allow for a card like Ysera usually. My version of Dragon Priest does not run Ysera, but the thing is, the funny thing about Dragon Priest these days is that sometimes you run Ysera anyway, right? Because you find it with your discoveries. Like my Dragon Priest curve tops out at 6, I think, with a single bookworm.
Such a good card, really good card.
But it's like the Dragon Priest now. It's like the deck that you end up with is not the deck you start with ever, right? Because you're constantly tweaking it. And actually, you see here, BigABig K is running a Museum Curator in his version.
And a lot of lists now, so you're getting 4 discovers of like just awesome cards, right? Whatever fits the situation.
Yeah. Lots of extra Sylvanuses and things like that. Very interesting. So I think I really want to I really want to bookworm this 1/3 if I'm BigABig K. I do not want to give draws to Buckeye Fitzy.
I wonder if he was trying to decide whether to like coin Curator or try to save the coin for like a tempo Ysera like the next turn.
Possibly. I mean, the thing is, there are outside of Acolytes of Pain, there are lots of things that you probably want to be bookworming in Buckeye Fitzy's list. He's got the double Bloodhoof Brave, and he's got, I believe, double Alley Armorsmith as well. So it's not 100% choice there.
I think you want to get Ysera out now. You got to start getting some serious value.
It's a great turn to do it, right? Oh no, he's only on 8.
To 9.
Oh, he's got the coin. I see the coin. Yeah, he's got the coin.
This is so tricky though, because that brawl, and I guess he's got to execute too. So Buckeye has
That's true. He might be a little bit concerned about the brawl. Ooh, Shifting Shade. That's a good card.
I'd say so.
Yeah, so this looks like playing a little bit around brawl here for sure.
Yeah, that Shifting Shade on the board will be so amazing, because like he can next turn now there's by Historian, Shifting Shade, and it doesn't make the board any more brawlable. Like it kind of still has the same amount of value while still being able to push through.
So here's the funny thing though: if you're Buckeye Fitzy, you could just chill, because right now you're facing you're only taking 2 damage a turn.
Right? There's like no impulse to do anything.
Yeah, like why do I gotta do stuff? No, you do stuff first, you know. And now if you're BigABig K, you're like, well, why should I do anything? You're not doing anything. I'm dealing 2 damage a turn. That's what I'm doing. I think though you got to put something else onto the board here, but I don't think it's Ysera. I think it's a Shifting Shade.
Maybe just to get that extra dragon. Or have we seen Bran yet? Maybe saving it for Bran.
Yeah,
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I think I would have liked to have seen something, because if you don't do anything, you're just not going to be taking, like, basically Buckeye Fitzy is just going to sit back, right?
Yeah, your outlook doesn't get better the longer this game goes on.
No. The more cards Buckeye Fitzy can sit back and draw, like the harder it is for you to win, especially with that hero power rolling.
Yeah,
Even though you are doing 2 damage a turn. It looks like Big K is just going to say, what up? 2 damage a turn is fine.
And it does kind of tie up some of Buckeye Fitzy's resources, where if he has to hero power every single turn, then maybe you're a little less likely to see the things like Varian Rin or like Ysera that might lead to blowouts.
Yeah, this is now we're basically just sitting back and we're seeing who's going to blink first, I guess. And Buckeye Fitzy's finally decided, all right, fine, I'll do stuff.
And Buckeye Fitzy with the ultimate, other than the Azure Drake, maybe the other card that is just the bane of the priest's existence.
Yeah, Ysera's real tough to deal with if you're Big K. But I like that Buckeye Fitzy just went ahead and did something. I mean, he realized the inevitability was not on his side with 2 damage a turn, so he's eventually got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of like took a couple turns taking a flyer on whether or not Big K was going to play around the brawl. I think Big K very clearly made the read that brawl was in the hand. This is kind of awkward here, because no matter how you attack this thing, stuff is going to get damaged a lot.
See, how many cards is Big K down to in his deck too? Because we're starting to get.
He's drawn quite a bit, right? Okay, so it's 11 to 13 right now. This is definitely a matchup that can go to fatigue for sure.
Yeah, and both guys are playing so patiently and with so much respect for the other person's cards.
It's funny because we were wondering what was going on with Big K and was it Lord Machiavellian in their match?
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. And we were like, they're still playing, and now I'm seeing why. Big K has brought some of the slowest decks possible, and every single game seems to take forever.
It's so funny because I feel like Dragon Priest used to be one of those decks that when it runs out of resources, it just loses. But now Dragon Priest can force a ton of games into fatigue just through Bran operative plays.
Yeah, this just has almost never-ending resources anymore now. You think about double Another Spite Historian, double Museum Curator, double Dragon Operative. I mean, you're just constantly filling your hand with whatever you want. I mean, it's pretty powerful, to be honest.
Yeah, the Curator tech was such a good choice for this tournament, too, where so many of these games have just come down to value wars.
Buckeye Fitzy just going to check down the Ysera. I think it's a good choice. It's time to get something going. And if you got a Ysera Awakens or something like that, then he's in a good spot.
Yeah, there's only 10 damage for Big K right here.
Run that Shifting Shade and hope you find a weapon, right?
Right?
Is there an execute?
Or a bash. I mean, there's damage to be found off of that thing, but I think that's where you start, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
execute would be the ultimate. It's going to start by drawing, which I don't think is wrong.
This is where your kingdom for a potion of madness, or what's the shrinking potion? I forget that.
Oh yeah, the one that makes everything get 1 less or 3 less attack. Yeah, that'd be pretty good right now. I have no idea what it's called because I never play it. Pint-sized potion.
That's brawl out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart play because if Buckeye Fitzy has to do something here, right?
That's nice.
Oh, Nightmare. Can you mouse over Nightmare again for me real quick, Buckeye? Or +5, so you can give it to an opposing minion too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so you could give it to something else and death it. You could put that on Ysera and death it if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to.
It's definitely one of the better ones he could have gotten here because it does have the flexibility for either removal or just ending the game. If one of his minions is able to stick now, that could be it.
Well, we know that Buckeye Fitzy does have the bash execute for whatever gets left here.
Oh yeah, Big K is probably gonna have to stick probably go through 3 or 4 minions before one has a chance of sticking.
So he's using the bash instead of the weapon because he's definitely a little concerned for his health total. I think.
I'd say so.
But I'm not sure you have to be against Dragon Priest, right?
Do you just...
Although it's possible that that card that he got from the Shifting Shade was like a Grom or something, right?
Another Spite here? I mean, I think he's waiting for his brand, but I mean, if you give Buckeye Fitzy too much time, he's just going to outpace you.
Yeah, he's going to start stabilizing for sure. But, I mean, this play here just puts the most beef on the board that he can right now, right? So it applies the most pressure back.
Mm-hmm. And if those Nether Spite historians find just like anything that demands a board wipe, like Nixia or another Ysera,
Chromagus, any of that stuff, just a big dude, right?
Something with a
That's
big
all you
butt
need right now. You need big dude. You think we're gonna see double execute here? I don't think you can get away with using both of them.
No.
double execute so dangerous.
I think you'll see one, but yeah, I would have liked to have started with the shield block there, I think.
They're even on the fatigue now.
He's gonna use them both? Okay. Buckeye Fitzy just says, I need the board, man. I need this board back.
There's
the brand. Oh my god. Alright,
Yeah.
well. Big K has infinite juice now.
So he's at 7, so this will put him to 9. So if he uses the other Nether Spite historian, he would like have to play a well
play
played.
something else, right? Yeah.
But that's pretty much exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, just beefy dudes.
Especially because you've already seen the Brawl, the Ravaging Ghoul, you just saw the 2 Executes. Like, whatever you take, you just know isn't going to die. I would take that Death Lane right there. I don't think you even need like to waste time on like an operative.
So, yeah, Alex Strauza seems bad only because you're healing him, but it's still an 8-8.
Yeah, it's like, it just ends the game.
Double
faster.
Skill Nightmare,
Yeah.
though, could be interesting the way this game has been going. I mean, it's...
Yeah, those might grow forever. Yeah. Unless Buckeye Fitzy can find like another brawl.
Do you ever play Dirty Rat after your opponent just put like 4 dragons in there?
Yeah, just loaded his hand up with dragons. There's no way you can Dirty Rat without a brawl. Absolutely no way. Oh my god, he's going for it.
He got the operative.
And jacking it operative. All right, well I guess that's the best of the
I'd
options.
say so, probably. But I mean, it's pretty nice just being able to Dragonfire Potion here, though. I mean,
That Brand living. Oh, that's not the game, is it? With the 6 damage from the Corruptor.
So Corruptor can remove one of these dudes. He can punch and then death another one, and then he'll have
Nightmare's another 5.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 5. No, he doesn't have it.
So only
15. Still a strong turn.
Yeah, like it's one of those things. It seemed you don't realize how close you are to just killing your opponent sometimes until you're right there.
I mean, I think at this point you just push face damage.
Yeah, is he trying to decide whether to use Nightmare to just do an extra 5 in case there's like another
he's
board
playing
wipe?
around Brawl.
Yeah, this doesn't necessarily play around
No,
Brawl either,
but I
though.
mean-
Now I'm starting to see why Big K's matches took so long. He's not going face.
It works for him, though. He's winning.
Sure.
Now, there's no good ends. There's nothing good for Dirty Rat to pull out here.
Yeah. Buckeye Fitzy just kind of bricked out in this game.
Mhm.
Something big's about to happen.
That Brand game.
That's
Hey, have an 8-8.
that's a big card.
Because like Big K was kind of on the ropes. He had a handful of removal and 2 Nether Spite historians, and then he just drew the Brand and suddenly like had a whole game plan.
He was really patient with the brand, waiting for that so he could get all the dragons he needed. Still didn't have lethal somehow. He was actually 1 short there, wasn't he? Because he had the Blackwing and the Nightmare. Yeah.
There's the Brawl.
There's the Brawl. You needed that many turns.
Probably
earlier,
a little too late here.
And of course the 8-8 wins. That's how that works. It's like Buckeye Fitzy's giving up. He's gonna go ahead and smash his face into an 8-8.
Well played.
He tried. He couldn't even commit Sudoku.
Okay, now we're certain this match is over now.
Couldn't get anything going that game. Yeah. We're certain this match is over.
Because
Now.
we've watched him play like 8 games.
If whoever plays you in the finals still resets the bracket, no one might be able to watch the Patriots game.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see, man. My lineup is much more aggressive, though. I don't think we're gonna see none of my matches. I don't even think went more than like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it did look like because you guys were like halfway done to your second one when we were still like finishing up Big and Big K's in the first round. But this is now we were talking about it before when we thought the last round was over. But the rematch between Big and Big K and Zidane.
Yeah. Zidane was the only one to beat Big and Big K today, so we know it can be done. And let's see if Zidane can actually pull it off. These guys will be fighting for the privilege to try to beat me twice, which is
I like it. I think by the time I even get there, they're going to be kind of tired. If Big and Big K gets there, he's going to be physically exhausted. I'm physically exhausted for watching him play throughout the losers bracket here.
Well, yeah. So Zidane made the correct play by losing at the end of the winners bracket, so he got a nice big break.
Right.
Whereas Big and Big K misplayed by losing his first game, and then having to fight all the way through.
It definitely can be one of those things that can almost impact your play, though, and you have to take a big break and wait a whole lot. Sometimes you lose like that groove when you're just like feel like you're in the zone, and like Big and Big K is clearly in the zone right now, and so like sometimes just playing, it's kind of like the Giants when they beat the Patriots in like 2008. they had to play.
Be hot at the right time, right? Yeah, for sure. By the way, that is Buckeye Fitzy just joined us in chat and said that stream has been off for him today. It's true. He's actually lost both times he's been on stream, and won every time he wasn't on stream. Whoops.
You played your match like Buckeye played like very
nice
well.
Try.
All the
Here you go,
matches.
Magooch.
This is going to be exciting to see the Big and Big K. You have to wonder if we end up seeing another like Mage and Reno lock match. If it'll end up coming down to the wire. It's such a close situation again.
So by the way, the earlier match for Zidane and Big and Big K did go 3-1 in favor of Zidane.
We actually watched that one on stream. That was not Big and Big K's best moment.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, was this the one where he conceded when he was supposed to win?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I came in. I was in my match, so I wasn't watching. But I came in afterwards, and everyone in chat was like talking about ice blocks going off on your turn and stuff. And I was like, "What happened?"
Oh yeah, it definitely could have changed the way that
entire set. Big and Big K would have gone up 2-1 instead of going down 1-2.
Oh, so it was a Reno Mage Reno lock matchup, I guess. Okay.
But if you're Big and Big K, like the best thing to do in that situation is
ban
just
out the
forget
Reno
about
Mage.
it, learn from it.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't get that game back, right? So.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. Like you read books, like they say, like you either win or you learn, and like that's the best attitude to have when you make a mistake.
That's very true. You don't learn a lot oftentimes when you win, right? Like when you win, you're like, that's what was supposed to happen. I played my minions, I hit his face.
Mm-hmm.
When you lose, you're like, okay, what could I have done differently? So Big and Big K starting off with the Rogue up against the Dragon Priest. So the Dragon Priest can oftentimes, if they don't curve out perfectly and just kind of re-pressure, they could just get bursted out, right? So it's important that you get those early minions on the board.
This is one of those situations where I'd kind of like to see like a coin Northshire Cleric and just either force some awkward trades, and you don't really have anything else to do on your turn 2, so you could potentially heal up and draw.
It's a tough spot. Gets eaten up by the small-time Buccaneer, though. That card's too good.
If you played both as 1-drops there, though, you gotta make the decision. Which way do you go?
Yeah, something will live, right? Yeah.
It does give the Buccaneer 1 extra attack, though, too, if you did the 2 on turn 1, so there's like a ton of merit to this play, too.
Yeah.
Especially because it gives you more flexibility if, for some reason, your opponent didn't make a weapon, but Big K is taking the correct lines.
So these are the types of plays that I always find really annoying as a rogue, right? Because it just feels bad to prep Cold Blood SI, and yet it's actually the correct play here, I think.
Do you prep Cold Blood patches and have the 3/3 SI split up your
Yeah, you Cold Blood your patches. I mean, you get 5 face damage and you SI and you dagger the 1/3. And it's like, yeah, I use up a lot of cards, but actually, like, this just applies a ton of pressure. And Big K sees it, he's going for it.
Right? And even if the priest does have like a Shadow Word Death, like to deal with the patches, that's
they're
like,
killing the patches with it, right?
And if he doesn't, if patches gets 10 damage, I mean, that's just brutal.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot of players will just refuse to do it because they feel like I'm using up all my hand, right? I'm using my whole hand up. Suddenly I'm out of cards. But in this case, it's like the tempo is worth more than the cards, right? That's why you run cards like prep.
Oh man, I would have been so tempted to just like let her rip with the Cold Blood there.
Sure, yeah. You counterfeit the other Cold Blood, you set up a lethal, right? So.
I guess he was afraid of Blackwing Corruptor being an option, and since your opponent played not many cards, you probably put them on having a lot of 5-drops, but...
That's a pretty good draw here.
That could lead to lethal. Eviscerate does it.
If he finds, like an Eviscerate, I think he's got it, right?
It was any
14, yeah.
Now, this is a situation where you let your opponent make the trades, isn't it? I mean, you send 10 to face.
Yeah, I think you're just pushing face. You're pushing face all day. I think you actually hold back on the Cold Blood, though, and you just
one
dagger.
One's gonna die, right? So, why let it?
Well, yeah, and the dagger damage you'll never get again if you I guess you could Cold Blood coin dagger, but
you just dagger up and send everything face. I mean, 11 to face is pretty good in this situation.
But yeah, I think setting him to 6 or setting him to 2 are kind of the same thing here. Oh, he's going for the trade. See, this is why his matches take so long. He won't go face. This man won't go face.
Worked out really well for him, though. Oh.
Yeah, the Eviscerate from the first Jackknight Operative is going to clean this up nicely. See, that's the thing. It's like that 5 damage.
It's just, you don't have to make all the trades,
you
right?
never get back.
Talk about all the time on, like, whenever, it's just when are you the beatdown, and knowing when they're going to make those trades. He's at, already at.
And look, now he's out of minions, right? Like this is kind of like the interesting thing that can sometimes happen. You talk yourself out of like potential lethals.
Right, and it would have been a thing too, where if he had gone face, there would be cards he could draw right now. Like especially if he had Cold Blood
that aren't
gone
minions.
Face,
yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness! Right after the taunt, Zethund with the very timely Worm Rest Agent there.
Right? Oh, nothing measures up well against this. But if you're Big K, you at least have hope now.
This does happen with rogues sometimes, right? Like you just draw everything in the wrong order. Although, like, at any moment, Auctioneer off the top, right?
Yeah, this is a pretty good Auctioneer hand if you have the Auctioneer.
That can happen anytime. I think you definitely, if you're Zethund, you keep healing your own face. You just take yourself out of lethal range. Okay. Still short, though. He needs that other Cold Blood back. The interesting thing here, like, again, like here, if you think he should be at 9 right now, right? If he'd gone face with the other 5/1, and like right now, this would be Sap Leroy Cold Blood lethal.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a takeaway here, everyone in chat, sometimes you go face, man.
Yeah, the face is the place.
You got it. We have to determine what your win condition is, right? Which is, I think, like sometimes, sometimes going face there would definitely be wrong if like his health total was 6 points higher or something like that, right? So it's always like you have to evaluate the situation like on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and it's one of those things too that if you are playing and you maybe like recognize that you could have done that, you don't want to get depressed. You don't want to beat yourself up about it.
No,
you just want to look back and be like, oh, maybe I could have done something a little differently.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not like putting him down for not going face. I'm just saying like these are the things like when you look back on games, these are the moments you want to pay attention to, right? That's a decent draw. You can actually do something now. I think he just took 4 turns off, so feels good to actually play a card.
Yeah, not those backstabs, letting that Ozdrake do a little like machine gun impression across the board.
So the good news is the backstab, you can actually get rid of this taunt and hopefully then find a future lethal here. But I think he's going to have to sap a 5/6 or else face his own demise, right? 5, 10, 11, 12. Oh, there's no damage in Zethun's hand, though, is there?
He hasn't played a Corruptor yet, though, has he? So there's like 2 potential draws.
Yeah, except not anymore. Now that he's backstabbed the 1/3. I still feel like you probably want to sap a 5/6. I know you give him another card, but
to win.
You take away that 5 damage.
He might just be so afraid that if there's like a Twilight Guardian, like he'll never win. But I think you're right that he's just unlikely to win if he takes 11 this turn anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Although he probably won't take 11 because Zethun will trade. Zethun doesn't have lethal, right? So
yeah,
there's no way you just leave up a 4/4.
And so you have 10, 11, even Eviscerate wouldn't be enough for lethal, so it has to be Auctioneer or bust.
Okay, so Azure Drake, he's got all these coins and preps, right? So it doesn't matter what he draws with this.
Yeah. Fan of Knives would.
Second Leroy? Let's go.
Swashbuckler. It could be anything.
Swashbuckler's not often going to find lethal
Twilight
from a
Whelp
priest,
is not
unfortunately.
helpful.
No.
Wow, that was all. Lost that one out of the trade.
Yeah.
And Big K falls to 0-1 in the finals of the losers bracket.
So could Zethund just be the poison?
It's funny, different people can be different kryptonite for people across Hearthstone.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. You have to get ready for your match soon.
Yeah.
Maybe not soon. This could still go.
Well, soon, relatively speaking. Rogue Warlock.
So this is like a matchup where I feel like, let's see, we saw some really good Reno Lock plays from Zethund earlier, but I think the Rogue is, gosh, I might be completely wrong when I say this, but I think the Rogue is slightly favored in this matchup.
I mean, the reason Miracle Rogue kind of came back was Reno Lock, right?
Mm-hmm. It just does such a good job at punishing a lot of the decks that just kind of want to like dirtle around forever. And Rogue kind of sets that like very specific clock where it's like, you need to be ready to answer me, or I'm going to kill you around turn 7 or 8.
It's like Warlock would like to start their game on turn 4, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it's so scary when your opponent has that turn 1 small time Buccaneer. All you can do is tap. You know, you're raising a lot of options, but you're just kind of getting smashed in the face like immediately. Now, Dano, you said there was another tournament running today, too, for the best of the rest in the Dills League as well. So people that weren't able to play in this one that was for the top 8 still have plenty of avenues to be able to play in any tournaments that they want. Like, as Season 3 starts, I'm guessing you guys will probably have the same numbers. You practically, like, doubled them over Season 1.
I think Dills and I haven't spoken about it yet, but I imagine we'll take a couple weeks off, probably 2 weeks or so, and then kind of get right back into it, so... it's just a lot of fun, you know.
Very
A
nice.
little bit of time, but
yeah, and hell, we may have a new Hearthstone set on the horizon too, which is always one of the best times to like have a fun new league. Let's see, and so I like just kind of playing cleanup duty. When you get that recurring damage off of the small time Buccaneers, like it just goes such a long way. And even now, like if you're Zethund, you don't really want to like shadow pull the small time Buccaneer, so you want to play your biggest minion, and then this will be what the 3rd attack that the small time Buccaneer has delivered this turn or this game.
Can't complain about that.
We don't see a Reno from Zethund's side. He does have the 2nd rate Bruiser. He has Siphon Soul. He has plenty of ways to buy time, but without that Reno, it's going to give Big K a window to just kind of get a kill. But finally cleaning up the board, and this is the position Zethund wants to be in, where he is the one with the minions on the board, still above 20 life, and, you know, like, you have a Twilight Drake. They're very hard to do.
Do you like to coin on the auctioneer this turn? Or would you like waiting up one more turn? I mean, could have
kind of like to wait
last turn.
I think it makes sense with the prep Fan of Knives. You can like take out like the Twilight Drake, or you can like take out the Darker, or sorry, the whatever the heck, the Dark Peddler. But with that extra prep, you can keep Fan of Knivesing and keep drawing cards, and that just was such a valuable thing to find off the top.
No coin.
So, Dan0, ask me again if coin auctioneer was
coin auctioneer right call on this one?
I don't want to be too results oriented, but it seemed like it worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
hey,
That's quite a selection
Dills, if you see in chat there, Blaze in HS, he's actually the reason we had the Dills Hearthstone League. So he's the guy that started the Minnesota Team League, and gave me the idea to kind of approach you with this thing. So you can thank that guy right there, actually.
Kudos Blazin'. Just anyone that promotes like fun Hearthstone tournaments is like amazing. But you are especially amazing for doing this.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool, man.
Sure.
So, how do you feel about making a giant Edwin this turn?
It's always scary to make big Edwins against Warlock, isn't it?
Gosh, if you just saw that Siphon Soul,
But a Siphon just got played, right? So, unless there's a Blast Crystal, there's really no way to remove it. Problem with this board is this board dies to Hellfire.
Especially because you would be doing that on going into the 7-mana turn, so like Twisting Nether is another out that they could potentially have to it, and you just miss one potential attack that might have been able to close the gap.
It's a very risky tap there because he does now die to Leroy Double Coldblood.
Yeah, you're just giving your opponent outs when you don't necessarily need to.
Yeah.
The Potion of Polymorph
should be pretty solid though against
not
Arena
bad.
Lock.
Minis for that to hit for sure.
Yeah, it can do some really tricky things. It's definitely a good Jiraxis counter.
Now, is there any way you can make the read that that's what that is? I guess it has to be, right? Because it's the only secret that comes off of the
Oh, you're right.
the chemist?
Yeah, so there's only one.
So you know it has to be that.
I would feel
Right,
pretty good
yeah.
about playing a giant Edwin Van Cleef right now. After that.
After
you
after the Blast Crystal comes out, yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like there wasn't a lot Zethund was like probably going to do with the Bran. Bran Kazakis isn't quite as good against like Reno, Rogue decks just because you don't have the time to set it up. So I think recognizing it was a Potion of Polymorph, just playing the Bran was the best minion to bait it out.
was, yeah. You can't give up the Bruiser or the
No way.
Sylvanas for sure.
But Zethund's got to be desperate for that Reno at this point. How far into his deck? About halfway through.
Yeah, I think you pretty much have to Twisting Nether this turn. There's just too many ways you get beat through like a Bruiser here.
And at that point, if will that be the point that Big K deploys the Van Cleef?
Well,
It would seem to be the right time to do it for sure. There's nothing left after Twisting,
the
right?
thing is, though, he really can't make that big of a Van
Yeah.
Cleef. I mean, look at his hand. What are you going to play?
You're right, because all the spells are like Saps and Cold Bloods and
Well, the
Shadow
fan could
Strike.
get you something, right?
Then again, since the fan is so bad, maybe just like an Auctioneer fan.
Yeah, Auctioneer fan is
like,
actually probably going to be better next turn. Zethund is really trying to figure out if there's any other play that's not Twisting Nether here. Oh my. Oh my. That is... Woo! And that's going to do it because the sap is there.
Yeah, the Sap and Cold Blood. It's yeah. And we're back to game 3, going in for 1-1 for each of these guys.
And to be fair, though, Twisting Nether might... Like, we don't know exactly what would have happened because, you know, He could have gotten a Leroy or something like that. Still,
There was.
Yeah, that's
so I think Zethund was just thinking my only real way to win this game is to tap into, Reno or something. So
I think, yeah, it just was a case of, like, my hand doesn't have the tools to win or prevent me from dying, so I have to take the chance and tap.
yeah. So that mean we're tied at 1 now?
Yeah.
Tied at 1.
And this is going to be whoever wins this is going to take on...
Illuminati, tough break, man. That's too bad. Good luck with the birthday party.
Children's birthday party. So fun for the children.
It's no fun for anybody else.
At least there's that. Yeah. Everybody else is freaking out the whole time.
Is this over yet?
All right, the Shaman. We know that this is the super aggressive Shaman build from Big K. The Reno Lock could have the tools though to beat this back. It's just all about drawing that Reno, really.
Especially having Doomsayer is so good against Shamans.
Yeah, but there's so few minions in this one though, right? So if he just doesn't draw his, AoE in time.
If you're Zethund, do you keep all 3 of these? They're all pretty good in this matchup.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Like you need to make sure you have early plays, right? So if you throw these back and then you end up with a handful of 6 and 7 and 8 cost cards, you feel real sad.
Right? And if you're Big K, this is a really tricky hand too. Cause
I like this hand a lot if I'm Big K. Yeah, absolutely. The Feral Spirits, potentially, like you might want to try to get some Pirates here. But,
I like Finley there.
You're not sad with that hand at all.
Finley. If you can find Steady Shot or Life Tap, you're just in incredible
Steady Shot,
shake,
Yeah, Steady Shot and Life Tap can both just win you the game.
Or even Shapeshift.
This coin token one is going to get destroyed. Zethund has the perfect answer to this opening.
Yeah, you just dropped that Doomsayer. It's funny though. I do really like the Big K coin totem golem here because you do have a 1-cost card in your hand. A lot of people will refuse to do the coin totem golem because they don't want to be overloaded on turn 2. But totem golem is never going to be stronger than it is on turn 1. That is totem golem at its best.
You have Doomsayer here. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zethund was thinking, is it possible for me to play a little bit greedier with this Doomsayer? But there's no way you can pass this up. He's got the Reno, by the way, so...
Yeah, the Reno picked up on the first turn. It's so nice when you draw Reno on the first turn, because then every decision you can make, like, knowing you have that safety net.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sign up the control player.
That you have that
early Reno.
And those definitely aren't the totems that was not the totem he wanted to see.
No.
Is it not the totems you're looking for?
Sometimes it's even like tempting to just not totem at all when you're facing down an Imp Gang boss.
Right.
It's so devastating to hit the 1/1.
And the shield bearer
I'll stop some damage.
One of those games that Big K is gonna kind of start to find himself foiled with every decision he takes, and drawing the 3rd weapon of your 4.
Yeah.
Really, it's not where he wants to be.
Too many weapons. I guess you go for the spell power totem because a Maelstrom portal here would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, and the one nice thing about this hand is it does have 3 ways to enable Jade golems, so it potentially could enable that synergy to the point that it takes the game. But I like trying to roll for a spell power.
I don't think you want to waste.
Yeah, I think that's
spell
the
power.
play.
Either way, I think you weapon up and clear the 04 if you don't get the spell power. So, and if you get the spell power, you can clear everything. So.
Yeah, the spell power is literally a board clear because you kill the 2/2 and the 1/1 pops out, and then you have the weapon to kill it.
And then if you didn't get the spell power, then you could always just equip Jade Claws and send your other 2 1/1s into it and clear the taunt up. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was just a lot of things that could go right if you hero powered there.
Which is the maddening part about playing against Shaman, right? It's like, I'm in a great spot. Oh, you rolled spell power. Now I'm not in a great spot.
Yeah, now I'm not in a great spot all of a sudden. Yeah.
How did this all go so wrong?
This M gang boss is doing work right now.
Right? It's just been so good every turn. And it's It definitely speaks to like Zethan, probably like having played this matchup a lot, like throw away the Earthen Ring bars here, keep the Imp King boss in the mulligan. It's paying off in dividends.
So I think Big K realizes with a double Lava Burst hand, my win condition now is to just hit him in the face as many times as I can. And if you're Zethan, I think you can actually tap here. I think you can do that fairly freely.
I think if you're tapping to a point.
Yeah, you have the Reno. You're not going to die next turn.
I like the tap because it almost makes your opponent think you're digging for Reno, and
Sure.
it may entice them to go all in.
Yeah, they might like next turn. Big K may just throw one of these Lava Bursts at the face, right? Oh, and perfect. He got a card he can actually play. Wow.
Does not get much better than that.
No.
Although those were kind of weak procs on the 5.
You don't want to summon 2 minions when you play the Doomsayer, right? And you're ahead on board.
Yeah.
What an awkward hand now for Big K. But like you said, Dano, he doesn't have a lot of minions in this deck at all. Most of his minions tend to come from the Jade.
Yep. Yeah.
Cards,
So he
right?
tops off at Totem Golem. Just.
And if you're, you have to go for it if you're Big K here too. Like you can't not. And so
Yeah.
it's
I
just.
think actually you're supposed to even just Lava Burst face here and just hope he doesn't have Reno, right? Because then next turn you can Lava Burst with a Rock Biter and you actually win.
Exactly. Like you have to give yourself that chance to win because you're never gonna win if he has the Reno. So it's like a shame it won't work out, but this is definitely the correct line.
No,
of
this
play.
was definitely the correct play because you're right. He can't beat Reno anyway, right? So the only way he wins is by him not having Reno and this damage actually working out. But there's Zethan, goes ahead and gets the heal. And I think that's going to just do it for this game. There's pretty much nothing Big K can draw that's ever going to find him 30 damage from here.
And especially with the fact that Zethan can really expedite his clock with an 8/8 next turn.
Yeah. Like if you start now like weaponing off 4/2s, you've basically given up the
I
game.
think you keep on punching face until you try and find your Doom
Yeah,
Hammer or your
that's-
second Rock Biter to go with. If you could just get enough damage to face, and you draw quick enough, you might have a chance to burst him down. But I think it's pretty much over. So I can see not conceding yet, but I mean,
No, I like it. Yeah. If you're Zethan to actually, I keep clearing totems. We don't need to get face damage to win this game anymore.
and I go face with that weapon. Well, I guess you can't because until he clears that 3/2, then you can go face with it again.
Yeah, you got to keep the weapon right now.
So Leroy power overwhelming would be 22, close to finding lethal, but still a little off.
Gonna go ahead and go downtown with the Lava Burst. Again, he's like, this is the only way I can ever win.
And that's the card that I think just locks it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was I think Big K played this game really well, and
No, yeah. He just, it was like we talked about earlier, it's like this is one of the problems I have with Reno as a card, is if you don't have Reno there, you lose, right?
well, it's also
So you win.
he only has one Doomsayer, so when you coin Totem Golem, you can't play around Doomsayer. And it's unfortunate that the Doomsayer was there to respond to it, but yeah, coin Totem Golem makes sense.
Yeah, when Reno Lock draws properly, it's just an unstoppable force.
So that 2-1 again now for Zethun.
2-1 for Zethan, yep.
Big K is grinded through the losers bracket to get here, but now one game away from just kind of being knocked out.
I might just stick with that Shaman though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the Shaman matchup is probably your best bet to beat this Reno Mage, right? Because you can just find enough damage to just blow him out as fast as possible. But Big K might just be feeling like, okay, this Shaman's not working right now. Let me just do something different.
Shaman is such an exceptionally tilting deck to lose with. It is good to get the game off.
That's why I didn't bring it to the tournament, man. I was just, I couldn't do it anymore. I could not play another game of Shaman.
It's one of those decks that just eats at you emotionally. When Shaman doesn't work out, you're this should be working.
Well, plus all these rolls can go against you, right? You can roll the wrong totem. You can get the wrong thing off a Maelstrom portal. It's just so many things where it just feels like it was out of your control.
Yep.
So I kind of like just dropping the ooze here, you don't have a Twilight Drake in your hand or anything, so
Right.
nothing really you want to be building up with the taps yet.
This is
Definitely
one of
just
those
want to get
games.
some tempo going.
Like Zethun is very good at drawing his Doomsayers.
He's really good at it. You're right. You know what's funny is like when I'm playing Arena Lock, I'm not that sad when they Doomsayer like this though, because tapping is still just like it feels like a productive thing to do that turn. But when you're a shaman and they get that and your totem is your option, it just feels really bad.
Oh yeah. Really unhappy whenever I can use my Doomsayers for more than anything that's just like trying to keep my opponent from playing a minion the next turn, like control mirrors. So just like being able to even get a 1-for-1 is like feels like a small victory.
Yeah, it gives you initiative, right?
The Doomsayer is like one of those cards that it always feels like so feast or famine. It's like either one of the best cards in your deck or like it just does nothing.
So this has to be a peddler into Shadow Bolt turn. Ooh, the Weasel Tunneler.
Is it the best option?
Is there any world where
So tempting.
Let's see, Big K isn't running Soulfire in his list, right?
I
So
don't
the
believe he
Mountain
is.
Couldn't pick anything up.
But the 1/3 is still a 1/3, right? And the Gadgetzan Jouster, if you lose the joust, it's a 1/2. So it's probably still imp anyway.
Yeah, Joust against another Reno deck too is like such a risky
But
gambit.
the Weasel Tunneler is just so cool.
Yeah, the Weasel
It's
Tunnel for the
always
memes, right? Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing, Big K? Give us the memes.
Serious. You gotta play for the memes sometimes.
If there was like a world where you could like brand and get 2 Weasel Tunnelers and get
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
He's only who's running Raptor. He could Raptor his Weasel Tunneler. Which actually I don't think works. Who was it? Toast that did a bunch of tunneler stuff.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts
Yeah.
of weird interactions with the Weasel Tunnel.
It's just like a broken card still.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't work the way as intended. I think definitely the best play is the 3/6 here, right? Because it doesn't die directly to the board. He's just gonna go ahead and take a turn off though.
I like just playing your cards because with Reno Mage especially, it can be so easy to like just fill up your hand and like be at risk of overdrawing or like having to just make a suboptimal play.
Yeah, it's actually one of the trickiest parts about playing the deck is, you have all these like times where you're trying to get all this value out of your cards, but you end up with just like too many cards, and then you can't even play those value cards.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
And,
got 9 cards in hand, and you want to brand Kazakis or something like that, and that'll take you to 10.
I mean, if
so.
you're gonna clear the minion, why not clear with the Cone of Cold and Shatter?
I think he's saying that like the big. Like,
Well, yeah, the fireball kills the 5/5, but he might not be able to kill an 8/8
Yeah.
with a fireball, right? So.
But it always is a shame to have to use your fireball for removal that early as the Reno Mage because it's such a limited thing you have is that burn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Cabal Courier and a Cabal Courier.
Infinite value. You probably just want a big ass dude, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I might have taken the Fearsome
Yeah.
Doom Guard there.
Big stats are sometimes good.
Yeah.
Maybe Zethun just feels like it's funny because Zethun like has board wipes in their hand, but it's like Cone of Cold and Arcane Explosion, and they're all like really tiny ones. Maybe
Sure.
hoping for like a flame.
Just
strike.
hoping to find like a Flame Striker or something like that.
I do love that we might be able to see like a Cone of Cold enabling a Shatter in this game, though. You don't see a lot
We
of
can
decks come
expect
off.
it.
So do you play around a Flame Strike here? Not throw down the Gang Boss? Yeah, looks like he's gonna go for
Also
it.
play around MC Tech.
That was a pretty
as
good
well,
draw.
right?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Against Reno stuff, like you always have to be aware that MC Tech is a possibility. Not a great 5-drop because it dies to either one of these minions.
What is the name of that card? I like
Lotus
forget what that
Assassin.
even is. but
Lotus
alright.
Agents.
The
Lotus
Lotus
Assassin is the
Agents.
awesome 5/5 for Rogue.
Oh yeah, to get stealth.
Third favorite card in the game.
So I think there was a misplay. Should have Abyssal Enforcer to kill his own dudes and assert dominance.
Just, I feel like if you're up a game, be a third dominant.
Sure, yeah. That's, yeah. Now is not the time to be asserting dominance.
All right, better options. Pale Tress. There you go.
Eltress. 3
Yeah,
legendaries.
I'll take
Soul
Peltress.
Fires.
Soulfire is pretty good too, though. It actually
Peltress
kills
is so
something.
awesome. You gotta take Peltress. Just as a favor to me.
Peltress is
Been
the
at this for
fun
5.5
card.
hours now. Someone has to get some Peltress value. So
This is really awkward now because, yeah, a Cone of Cold and a Shatter is terrible when there's an Imp Gang Boss on the board.
Right? Like that Kabbalist's Tome really just kind of put Zethund in this awkward position ever since it's been cast. It's like filled his hand with these clunky cards.
Yeah, I actually ended up pulling that card out of my my Reno Mage deck just because I felt like it backfired way too often.
Mm-hmm. You almost always have like a full grip of cards, like no matter what you're doing as Reno Mage anyway. It like never really seems to be like something you're looking for, is like 3 random spells.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and get the Enforcer down. He might go with a Faceless Shambler as well, but he might also think, no, yeah, there's still MC Techs out there.
no, he's seen a fireball at this point. So I mean, he can feel
Here we're
pretty
gonna see
safe
the
about
Shatter.
playing Jiraxis.
Yeah, I was
That's true.
Same way, is that he could have like cleared 1 minion, maybe play down
I think he
Jiraxis.
played Jiraxis here. He has an empty board.
Yeah, this would be the last time you'll have the opportunity to just slam a Jiraxis.
I mean, you still have Reno. You have Kazakus for armor. I mean, I think you play Jiraxis now, and then you can play Kazakus later. I don't think you play Reno before play Jiraxis.
Yeah, I don't understand the Reno play this turn at all. There's so many better things you could do.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean...
But
it does make
2
sense.
4/6s are hard to get
Yeah.
rid of for a mage, for sure.
And you just saw your opponent like use a Cone of Cold to like clear kind of smaller things.
Blizzard
Maybe-
and Flame Strike seems pretty sweet right now.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
You can also Flame Strike and Volcanic Potion just clear this turn.
I
So he's
think
gonna
you
go
play
for.
Jiraxis.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just, it feels bad to deal 15 to yourself.
yeah. Well,
you know?
the Reno play
Yeah,
was the
it's
unfortunate
fake.
bit last play, right? I mean,
Sure.
you had the Sun Fury in hand. But I mean, are you worried about burn really? I mean, you know he's gonna.
You shouldn't be. If you're paying attention to the cards being played, you
and
shouldn't be.
You
for
know
sure.
he's gonna hold on to Ooze until you play Jiraxis. So, I mean,
Oh, man. What an awkward tap that was.
I guess he could be worried about whatever the spell was that came from the second
Why
Oh,
not
Cabal.
that's
play
true,
Mox
because
first
there are
instead of-
a bunch of random
Yeah.
spells.
seems like this is getting away here.
Yeah, the problem is like the later you play Jiraxis, the more likely your opponent is to have something that'll like kill you through it.
Yeah.
And like you guys were saying, he already played the Fireball. So it just I don't know. I would have even liked Kazakus maybe to just try to get
Sure.
something big.
Zero Poison Mind, not the greatest legendary he could have gotten, but it does give him some gas. Is Zethun's list running Archmage Antonitis?
Let me check for you.
I guess is no without like seeing any Burgly Bullies or Ice Lances.
Yeah. I would guess no as well.
But I do love the Archmage
No,
Antonitis
Alexstrasza.
variants. I feel like it's
Which is another reason to drop Jiraxis, right? I mean, what's he gonna do? Heal you?
Oh, he's got Alex
Yeah.
Straza. Oh, okay. But no, yeah, he does not have Tony.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just not worried after I've seen Kabbalist Tome come out. There's no way to beat you except for through fatigue. So if you can just hero power a bunch of 6/6s, that's how you win.
Sure.
and I don't want to be too results oriented about it, but like if you look at it, like Zethun doesn't have the Reno yet. If like that Jiraxis had come down like 3 turns earlier, it's like 3 swings with the weapon that like might have been able to get in, and suddenly you're making the game a lot easier for
And if you
yourself
play
to
the
close
Gate
out.
10 armor,
So this is actually interesting. Did he
'cause
get
if
the
he
armor?
does, he has to wait until. So
But that's a great play to make
Jiraxis.
after
That'd be
playing
25
Jiraxis.
health. We didn't take it actually though.
Yeah, you play Jiraxis and then you play your Kazakus potion that gives you armor. But you took +6 to
I wonder if
minions,
he's just
right?
trying to just. I mean, maybe he's playing around Jiraxis and he's gonna hope to.
I'll say this though, summoning 3 minions and then giving them all 6 health is
Yeah.
really good.
Right.
Really, really good.
Like Zethun will have 1 turn with his Blizzard to respond to that, and after that,
Yeah.
like Big and Big Cave will have a lot of really sticky.
Yeah, there's no more Doomsayer, right? You played that early already?
I think Zethun played Doomsayer, but I don't think
Yeah.
Big and Big Cave did.
But yeah, so Zethun won't have Blizzard Doomsayer as an option.
No, yeah, I don't think he's gonna have a way to deal with.
There's
Like,
gonna be no way to remove all these minions.
it is
Now,
a
Big
bunch
Big K doesn't know that, but
and these minions could get a lot scarier this turn too. If you add in a mountain giant or maybe
yeah, you're throwing a
Sylvanas.
mountain giant in there. Yep. I don't mind either one of these, but I think I'd go with mountain giant first.
Yeah, I like
Puts the
mountain
most
giant.
pressure on the board, right?
And you also save like Sylvanas Shadow Flame is like a trick that you can deploy.
Yeah, absolutely. In case, like, for some weird reason, Zethun suddenly goes crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if Polymorph is in the hand, it's hitting this 8/8, right? And then your Sylvanas is not getting polyed.
Which, do you prefer that, though? I mean, what are you trying to steal from him?
Well, you want Sylvanas to die and then come back with Kazakus potions, right?
Oh, an 8/8 come back with Kazakus potion, also very good.
8/8 is also good.
No,
Yes.
he needs to play a Kazakus potion.
Okay,
this
you
turn
never play this
if you're gonna do it,
Doomsayer.
'cause-
Yeah.
You never play this Doomsayer.
Because the Big Big K has a bunch of kind of crummy minions hanging out in the graveyard right now.
You know, you could Jiraxis and start putting
There you
6/6s
go.
in the
That's a pretty
graveyard
good
as well.
idea, too.
How many cards does Big K have left at this point?
Only 5.
'Cause this is the matchup where they did go
Yeah.
to fatigue, right?
Yeah, but it was from the other side around though. Like last time it went to fatigue. Big K was wait, was Big K the mage or was he the arena lock?
He hasn't, I don't think he brought mage.
That's right. Yeah, he was the arena lock because it was the mage that had ice block up that was the interaction.
Oh, there's a
And-
good one to come back.
Yeah. Oh man.
How do you clear a 5/11 Thorson?
Yeah, mages don't have twisting now.
Oh, Dirty Rat.
Dirty Rat is the
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer.
If you're gonna Blizzard, you want to you want to Rat first, right?
There's a 1 in 3 chance if he Dirty Rats that he just wipes this board.
Yeah, he gets Doomsayer out, and then and then it just everything dies the next turn. Big K was hovering over that Jiraxis last turn. It's on his mind. And now you can do it. Now that it's gotten cheaper, you can do it and hero power in the same
You
turn.
hero power first if you're gonna do it.
Nah, you want a 6/6, not a card.
Yeah, especially with like he's now at 4 cards left in his deck after that draw.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
6/6s are better than cards. Yeah.
And you've seen the Flame Strike, the Blizzard, the Doomsayer from your opponent. Like Frost Nova is like the only thing I can think of that's left that would like just buy him a turn, or just killing him in reverse. So if you're Zethun, that's really your only option right now. Is how do I end the game?
So he's got the ooze for the weapon, and he can play Sylvanas. Ooh, he's gonna rat as well. That's risky.
Rat Doomsayer.
if it pulls a Doomsayer,
Look at
pull the
that.
Doomsayer.
Oh, Doomsayer!
Oh my god.
That's why you rat
Oh.
first, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Don't rat first.
well,
Because now you just threw out your Sylvanas.
Yeah.
play everything, right?
I mean, Big K is still not in a bad position though. Like I think you just at least dump the Twilight Drake.
He's
Maybe
in a
it's
fantastic.
two.
Zethun
I
has
think
3 cards
why would you
left.
not play your just minions? Like, get them out.
Yeah, I think Drake and Sylvanas makes total sense.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, it's spam the board. You've seen Blizzard,
Yeah,
you've seen
you
Flame
have to
Strike.
punch face a lot now.
And you've also seen all 3 cards from the Kabbalist Tome too, so you know that there's nothing like really crazy about them.
That poison.
He did play Vaporize, though, right? So one of these is dead.
This is an interesting play here. I actually kind of like playing your dude and then killing the Sylvanas, giving your card draw guy to Big K, getting him even closer to fatigue, right?
Clever.
Because now how are you winning as if you're Zethund here? I think you're winning in fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, I don't think you're winning at all anymore. Oh,
No,
man.
and Kazakis.
Kazakus, yeah, Brand Kazakus is how you win now, right? So. There's some Beefy dudes
if you
right
want one
there.
to go, though.
Oh,
If you
Vape
want one to
Nation.
go,
Vape Nation.
Scene. What does that leave? 16. So
He's got the ice block up.
So Reno's in the bottom 4 of Z-Thun's hand.
You can MC Tech,
Ooh.
Gran,
oh my god.
and Kazakis.
It's got interesting.
Suddenly you have a board as Z-Thund. I think you're going for 10s
Hellfire
now,
looks
right?
pretty good
Because you
here,
just
though.
need big beefy stuff. Deal
Yeah,
8
I'm
seems
thinking-
pretty good.
2 deal 8s could theoretically represent lethal, but the Siphon Soul will like buy a little bit of time.
8/8 demons are pretty sweet. Giving your minions 6 health is pretty sweet if you can get the summon. I think you probably just want an 8/8 demon though, right? You're trying to close the game out
think
now.
you want the
You have
armor,
the
don't
ice
you?
block up. You know you only have a couple turns here. You want field damage.
So you took the
No,
armor,
the
probably.
8/8.
I guess now.
Freezing minions is the same as gaining 10, right? At that point.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So you can safely dirty right. You know none of those are minions, right? You know one's a poison and 2 are Kazaka spells.
Looks like we're about to see the Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Shadow Flame makes a lot of sense here.
And so Z-Thund still is like a few cards away from fatigue, right? Like Z-Thund has like 4 or 5.
Yeah, Ethan has a few cards. Yeah.
Now, if he doesn't pull Reno, it's
But at 3 health with no more ice block,
gain 10 armor is going to be helpful, but if you can't clear the board, I think it's just
yeah, he has the
So,
armor and
Alex
clear
Straza
the
puts him to
board.
15. That's not enough. 6, 12, 14.
Gain 10 armor and freeze minions. Okay.
Not dead.
Not dead.
Not dead.
Gonna take
Yeah.
6. Not
Still
dead.
not dead. So then he does the Alex Straza this turn. Put himself to fit. Oh, or does Reno Jackson.
Oh, Reno's
Jeez.
huge.
Oh, Reno.
But
Not dead with Reno, right?
12, 18, 22, 25 is the most that Draxus can do
Hellfire
next turn.
included in those in that math.
Yeah, 22 minions on the board, 3 more from Hellfire.
Sweet.
And so, God, what is it if you hit him in the face for 8? Then he takes 3 from fatigue over the next 2 draws. You can do like 11, so. Oh man, oh that's good.
Transforming all minions doesn't quite do it because
Yeah, Hellfire is gonna kill him.
the Hellfire is gonna kill.
But that was a close game. I mean, that definitely, like, both players had to get super resourceful.
Well played.
Hmm.
So we're going to game 5.
Yeah,
Of course we are. Why
this is
wouldn't
the
we?
best way to finish it.
I got a puppy climbing all
Yeah, I
over
had
me
to
right
put,
now.
put my mic
Hi,
on mute
dude.
for a second because my kid came crawling
Hi,
on my
buddy.
lap.
All right, what's the final matchup now? It's going to be the mage again.
Shaman.
Oh, and it's the shaman, right? The aggressive shaman.
Yeah, and this is not the best
All right,
matchup for the
so-
Shaman.
Basically, the key here for Z-Thund
And Ice
is
Block.
Reno.
Ice Block and Reno. Those.
Reno, Ice Block, yeah, absolutely. So I think you probably keep the barrier in the book, right? This barrier is going to give you time.
I would keep the book,
I would-
but I never really like
Yeah.
keeping barrier unless I have like one
I guess
more.
that's true. Yeah, barrier doesn't really do anything.
So we can tell they're both good players.
Just
so
stalls.
Big K did not draw patches. Z-Thund drew Reno. So, Big K, good at aggro.
Yeah.
Z-Thund, good at control.
They both no misplays so far.
You have to imagine that Ice Lance is going to come in a lot of handy towards like protecting that Doomsayer.
Mm-hmm.
Because now Big K is overloaded. Oh wait, Big K is overloaded 2, so he can't lava, or overloaded 1, so he can't lava burst. So if you went
Yeah,
like
he
a
won't be able to lava
Doomsayer-
burst next turn. So this Doomsayer will go off.
If
Oh, no, he's got
coins
the lightning
Ice
bolt, though.
Lances, he
Well, what I
does.
mean is
But if he
Doomsayer
doesn't, it
playing
won't
Ice
go off.
Lance on.
Oh, if he ice lances, I see what you're saying. Yes.
But this way is a little too conservative, and now Big K is going to be able to build a board.
Because here there's like, what, 5 different cards that would kill this? I mean, you could have Jade Claws, you could have Lightning Bolt.
Yeah,
You could
just
have so many things.
You give your opponent a lot of outs to remove the Doomsayer when you don't use the coin Ice Lance to protect it.
That being said, he's not like he's in a terrible spot here because he knows he has the Reno, right? The Reno's just chilling. Got back pocket Reno.
Because he saved the coin, that's the Reno that can come down like a lot earlier. Oh, well.
Hey, that's...
Now he's
I
Ice
mean,
Lancing.
there's not a better minion to play that Ice Lance on, so... Though, you could use it on face when he plays his Doomhammer, but...
Yeah, personally, that feels like kind of throwing away the Ice Lance, especially with the Reno. You're almost trying to invite as much damage as you can right now because you're going to heal it up.
I definitely like playing the Jade Claws here over the other Totem Golem because you're getting essentially 4 damage this turn.
I wouldn't say it's throwing it away. I mean, it's a good minion to use it on, right? Because now you're going to ping it, but...
But all it really did for him there was preserve 3 damage,
ping
right?
It, then why did he use it then?
Yeah. I know, the sequencing from Zethund is, it seems like a little unconventional.
Well, I think he's feeling like he's in an okay spot and he's just trying to figure out how to manage his board properly. But yeah, you're right. It's like the ping there is almost the same as just playing this, right?
Yeah, and if you were gonna coin an Ice Lance the totem, I'm surprised you didn't go for that play like
do it with the Doomsayer. Yeah. It's not an obvious line though, you know.
And you're definitely at this point like if you're Big K, it makes sense to just kind of let her rip.
Look at this draw.
Oh, that block was huge.
I'm not sure there's a loss anymore now. The loss now is never drawing Flame Strike. And this board just never going away.
See, but if you can use the Rockbiter weapon to break the block and not the Lava Burst, which I think is the case, right? That's 5, 8, 11, 14, 15. Oh no, so you do have to use the Lava Burst.
I think he has to use both, right? Yeah. You can break the block this turn though. You do it if you can, you do it because, like we talked about earlier, the faster you get them down, the less chance that they have Reno.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better from here. And even if he does Reno, he's still going to be taking a hefty chunk of damage on the follow-up.
The only thing better than breaking the block exactly on turn 6 is doing it on turn 5 and they can't Reno.
And so you can take him all the way to 1 health here. Not that it will matter after the Reno, but we'll see if Big K makes that play to attack with the 1 attack minion first.
Yep. He got him to exactly 1. So he did that absolutely correctly. So now the key here for Zethund, I think, is after this Reno, he's going to have to draw something like a Flame Strike or a Blizzard. Or this damage is just going to continue to repeat.
And that Courier gives him at least a chance to maybe find like a Frost Nova if he bricks on the draw from his deck.
Yeah. But see, like this pressure is not letting
you just got to send it all face. You don't play around. Just Flame Tongue and send everything
just keep
face.
pushing face damage. Yep. I don't think he Feral Spirits, though. I think he just Totem.
See? He said...
Oh, wow, he's trading.
I guess he is good.
Well, he's making room for Feral Spirits, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah. High risk, high reward.
Sure. Oh, not even going to play the Feral Spirits either. This is a little bit tricky now. I think Courier and then Fireball the Flame Tongue. Wow. Oh, another Ice Block.
That Onyx Bishop could have been interesting, though, right?
I think you have to kill this Flame Tongue.
Yeah, if you're Big K, this is where the game can start slipping away from you.
You gotta just push as much as you can face.
This is kind of crazy because I would have said, 5 turns ago or whatever that Zethund could never lose this game, but now Big K's just found like these totem golems have stuck. They're not going anywhere.
They have been doing so much work. That totem golem, it's like been around since like the second turn of the game.
It's never died. Zethund just hasn't. So he got it to 1, didn't ping it, and then it got healed all the way back to full. And now it's still smashing face. All right, so he traded a 1-1 to get 2 more 2-3s on the board, which I think I agree with. I think you definitely hit face here, right? Because next turn you'll have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage.
Exactly. Like, you have them dead to rights if they don't come up with anything else.
Well, you can definitely live a turn. He's going to go ahead and brand to get the heal for 8. So the 3/5 heal bot.
That's such a solid pickup, too, because even now, like, sure, you might want to close out the game, but the only way the mage ever wins is with, like, getting any kind of recurring damage on the board. And if you can't kill them this turn, you do kind of want to take those trades. So if they have a flame strike, they don't just win the game on the spot.
Yeah.
Dude.
Look at is trying to figure out exactly the correct way to do this. Oh, look at this guy. 2 free damage. I'm shipping it face.
I think everything goes face here. I don't know why you would trade.
I'm going upstairs. Yeah,
there's no reason to not go face.
I didn't mind the trade with the brand just because you don't want to give, like, you know, a Kazakus
and
or
at this
something.
point, even the ice block, I don't know with double Doomhammer. Well,
I guess the difference of your opponent being at like 8 versus being at like 12, or sorry, like 9 versus at 12 isn't that huge because you still, it's like the difference between needing to draw 2 or like 3 separate cards.
Well, he would be at 6 here, but the thing is, like, then you could maybe like let's say he had a flame strike here. If he was at 6, you could still top deck like a lava burst with spell power.
Why did he hit the fireball with the 3? I guess a 3/2.
Oh, he fireballed the one with less health. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Overall, it's not going to matter,
It's
right?
gonna get healed, but it just seems
probably going to Firelands portal one of them next turn. But you're right. I mean, like if you were to draw something like the potion that deals 2 to everything or whatever, then
what a bummer!
One you wanted.
Like Earth Elemental off of this could be enough to change it.
Yeah, Earth Ellie would have been kind of the out there, right? But yeah, now he'll be able to pop the block. And he's got now damage in his hand to finish it off next turn.
I'd say.
So Flame Strike, Flame Strike's no longer an out.
Nope. I don't even know what is an out anymore.
I think it's just over, isn't it?
Maybe like a Dirty Rat?
A steal 4 damage to everything, gain like 7 armor, maybe?
A Dirty Rat might do it. And Alex Straza might do it.
No.
That doesn't do it.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be the one where Big K...
Big K fighting his way back again.
Yeah. I think
Man will not go down.
Right. Well, Dills, it's been fun, but...
yeah, but I
get out of stream.
For me to go. All right, I'm going to before I start the finals, guys. I'm going to take this dog outside because I think he's telling me something by jumping.
Your
on
dog
my face.
and I had something in common then, so.
I'll be ready to go in probably about.
All right, I'll let Bigga know that we're going to be about
so.
2-3 minutes here then.
Okay, cool. Be right back.
Whew. What a series. I feel like both of those guys. So 9 games combined played between the two of them today. And we saw some doozies of control mirrors. I mean, those Reno Mage and Reno Lock games were all so amazing.
Big K, thank God. All right, I'm just going to take a quick break here myself, so.
And so, just for anyone that might still be joining us, we are going to have possibly 1, possibly 2 matches left. But right now, we are at the finals. But the way that the double elimination works is that because Dills won the winner's bracket and has not lost yet today, Big K is going to have to beat him twice. Once to reset the bracket and put them on the same level, and then once to win it. Or if Dills wins the first matchup, he'll just win it all and end the day undefeated. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Is we've got 2 guys left standing out of these top 8 out of 52 people over the entire season over the last couple of months, and it has come down to this. But we will be taking a little break for just a couple of minutes before we get started, as we are all folks with dogs and children, and everyone's got to take care of the people close to them. I'm lucky that I'm getting taken care of myself. My girlfriend just bought me a cup of tea, so hopefully I don't lose my voice yet. But this is, I just wanted to thank everyone for sticking through this tournament so far. We've been going since, I guess about, what was it? I'm on the West Coast, so I started at 10, but 12 o'clock for you guys. And I don't know, this is pretty exciting. I love always seeing, like, when you finally get to the finals of a big tournament, especially a league, like, you know these guys have put a ton of time into just everything. Like, every week, when you're in a league like this where you know people, like, you can't underestimate the amount of time everyone puts into their lineups every week and trying to figure out, like, what decks they're going to play. And, you know, everyone gets a little sneaky. People do their research. They look up what people have been playing, and it's, you know, just everyone that sat here has, like, had to work to get to this spot. So I just wanted to emphasize.
You're welcome, Magooch. It's been fun. It's been long. I think we're looking at Skype now. We're at 5 hours and 47 minutes of casting. So, but I'm not gonna lie. There were moments there when I just kept my headphones on, kicked my feet up, and listened to Dills and Billy talk about playing through stuff. I was like, yeah, this is pretty fun.
Hell, I could, like, watch and talk about this game, like, all day. Who needs football?
I don't. I haven't watched a football game in a while, actually. So.
Well, I just, I feel like Tournament Hearthstone is, like, one of the most fun ways to play it. Like, I kind of touched on that earlier, but I can't emphasize enough to anyone, like, watching this, like, might be thinking about, like, whether they do or don't want to participate. And if you're on the fence, I just recommend give it a shot, because you have nothing to lose. And if you're going to be playing Hearthstone anyway, might as well try out, like, a new format.
It's a lot of fun. And it kind of adds a lot of, like, thought to the game, especially, like, when you're playing on the ladder during the week and stuff, because you're paying attention to more than just this current game, right? You're paying attention to different matchups that you're playing against and different lineups that are going to work for you that week and stuff, and just makes the game more interesting.
Heck yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, no, I'm going to step away for just a quick second, too. I'll be right back in just a minute.
Yeah, Matt, I'm with you, man. I think, so Dills and I haven't spoken about it yet, but I think we're gonna. My idea or thought process is we'll take the next 2 weeks off, and then we'll kick it off at the beginning of February. The awkward part is that will probably give us another. They'll probably give us another, like, expansion, kind of smack dab in the middle of the season, but that kind of made it interesting. So I'm kind of okay with it, and I'm actually maybe even prefer it because it does make the season can get a little bit long. So, you know, having, like, the meta just totally get flipped on its head in the middle of the season kind of makes everybody just kind of sit up straight again and look. Because, you know, at that point, no one's really out of it yet. And it can really just make it a lot more interesting. So, yeah. But I think we'll probably stick with the same format, though. Probably couldn't, you know, best 3 out of 5 again. Though I know that I've kind of been thinking about different ideas. Maybe go away from Conquest. I'm not a real big fan of Last Hero Standing, because then, like, just one specific deck can really kind of take over, and that just isn't really fun. But Conquest can kind of get a little bit old as well. So, you know, there's definitely different ideas out there. I know I've talked to a couple people about it. So, looking at, like, the strike format and that kind of stuff, to maybe try and add a little bit more thought to, like, how you plan your lineup and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I think it's you know, definitely been a good time. And this tournament's been just absolutely nuts. And Big K just been kind of been his stream all day, you know. But
sorry about that.
you're fine. I was talking about season 3 and was saying whether we stick with Conquest or do we do Last Hero Standing, or I personally think that the new the Strike format could be kind of fun, where you ban out different matchups. So on the Good Gaming Strike Tour, whatever that is. Later, Mekio.
I'm kind of torn on this. Personally, I hate watching Strike because I don't know what's going on, and it's really hard to display graphically. I think it's a lot more fun for the players, but it's I don't know. I like it. There's a reason Conquest and Last Hero Standing are nice, good old standbys.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Last Hero Standing because I think it just lets one deck. If you're really good with one deck, it just kind of feels bad, right? So, you're getting swept 3-0, by the same deck just kind of sucks.
Right? I feel like it really punishes you for maybe taking some risks in your lineup. I'm kind of torn because at first I used to like Last Hero Standing more, and I hated Conquest. And after playing them both a lot, I really did come around to Conquest. I think it's a really good format.
Yeah, I think I like Conquest. I like Conquest. I think I like Strike a little bit more because it really, you can bring some crazy decks, and you can try to outsmart your opponent by okay, so, Reno Lock is what's being played, so they're going to ban for Reno Lock, and whoops, here you brought Demon Zoo, right? And so it just really kind of rewards you for really kind of going outside the box. Yeah, I think probably Conquest is where we'll stay with it, so. But as someone who lives outside the box when I'm in this game, I don't know that I play. I think the only meta deck I've played has been Pirate Warrior, right? Otherwise, it's been completely off meta for me, so. I don't think we'll do Wild simply because not everyone has the cards for it. You have to have a pretty healthy card pool to play Wild. You have to have all the old adventures, and then you have to have a pretty healthy, I don't think we'll probably stick with Standard for sure. Although that'll be interesting with the next. We'll have to talk with Dills about that. How we're gonna do it with the rotation mid-season, right? That's interesting.
Right. And with Broad and Ixar, God, I feel like yesterday they kind of mentioned offhand that it seemed like they expected Wild to gain more in popularity as new sets come out too. I have a feeling we're just a little too close to old Standard for Wild right now, but in probably a year, it's gonna be really fun and different.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's just if you started in the past year or so, right, you're just not gonna have, the Goblins versus Gnomes type stuff. You might not have Nax, so.
Yeah, and you don't want to incentivize people who may be short on dust to be well, you have to craft Dr. Boom, or else you're just not going to be competitively relevant.
Lotheb, right? Because how are you going to play without Lotheb, so...
Exactly. Although, if you ever disenchanted Lotheb, and you're an old-time player...
Yeah, but if you came in later and you didn't buy Nax, though, then you're not going to have Lotheb, so...
Exactly, yeah. If you came in later, then no shame.
Yeah, so... I imagine we'll stick with Standard, but... just because that's kind of where we're at. But it does think... oh, they started. My bad.
All right. We are getting underway with the Grand Finals. This is Game 1, and right now, Dills is playing for the championship. Big K is playing Reset the Bracket and give himself a shot to win. So you got to imagine, at this point, you guys have been listening to our cast. Dills has been hanging out with us. He's rested. The Big K's been playing all day, and he's been winning all afternoon. And it will be interesting to see how these styles kind of clash. Do you have the hot hand? Does rest help? But we might be seeing some long games.
I don't think you spend your sap there. If I'm Big K.
Yeah, definitely. A very quick sap.
Although I guess Shaku's going to come down this turn, but it's not like Shaku's easier to kill. And next turn you've got Blade Flurry and you could have killed that next turn with Blade Flurry and just poking with your face. So that seemed a bit aggressive.
I think with the way Big K's hand is shaping up, I think he really wants to stick down that Tomb Pillager on turn 4. And so I think he figured if that Buccaneer is in play, then just that trades up evenly with the hero power into it. So he just uses his mana to remove that from being a potential option.
Nope, totally feel it. That is a bummer of a card for Willy Dills, but it goes wide, which is not so great, which is good against rogues. So
yeah, it could end up like becoming useful. For example, the Shaku is able to produce another thing with
I
Jade
think we can
Golem.
expect that it will.
It's unlikely, but it's not that unlikely.
I think you Shadow Strike one. Oh boy, you don't want to use your second sap though, because then you just drop a giant Edwin and you lose.
I wonder what's scarier, the Shaku.
I honestly don't know, to be honest. I mean, they're.
I kind of like the Ozzer Drake. You like both options seem scary. Might as well just develop a minion, give myself a little bit more range. But this is the kind of situation where like Dills can now like start taking control of this game with like a backstab, a conceal, a fan of knives. He's pushing a lot of damage, and the conceal doesn't only help him push more damage, but it helps him increase the amount of resources that he has by protecting his
Skulker's
Shaku.
gonna be good.
Yeah, Skulker is a relevant one because that really helps him finish off things that might like be able to stick to the board. Like if Big K was ending up getting some swashbucklers and Apaches down.
Shaco getting 3 cards is just incredible. You have to kill Shaco this next turn.
It really is just one of those cards that it's like, it was just never convenient for Big K to deal with it. Anytime he got an answer to remove it, it was like, well, I have to leave a bigger threat up, or I have to use more mana or cards. Then now he's trading 1 for 1 for it, but it already got 2 cards, and so in a way it's like a 3 for 1 when it gets hit by a removal spell.
So we reset. And I kind of like just dropping small time and then the Jade Spirit here.
Yeah, I think so too. You definitely want to get the small time out and just start pushing damage. The Questing Adventure with the coin and like you can just do some really degenerate things right here. Looks like he's gonna choose to go for the Jades and the conceal.
That's good. That's a pretty good turn. That's a pretty good turn. The
thing is, Big K does have the sap to deal with the Questing Adventure the next turn. So, how does Big K put himself in a position to deal pressure while also not just kind of die again when it gets played? Like, we're looking at 9 damage, potentially 10, 11, looks like the most that could be done.
Trade with zero. This is just good. Now, nice thing for Big K is he gets to go off with Gadgetzan here. He gets to sap that questing back into hand.
Yeah, while having a prep already, knowing that he just needs to find 1 more spell. But he did already use a Shadow Strike and an Eviscerate, so it's going to be hard for him to find another removal spell to be able to answer like that 4-3 or the 3-2.
He can, and then SI7 the 3-2, and then have the SI7 on board. So then you have 2 minions on board.
Mm-hmm.
So you imagine smash the Skulker into the Gadgetzan if he doesn't have any other. Doesn't draw any spells. Well, he draws that, so he gets to keep it on board. Or he can clear board.
Right? It's a shame though to be looking at that Shadow Strike. Like if you play it, you lose your 4-3. But you could always use like a Questing Adventure and Shadow Strike play here.
Run your 4-3 into one of them.
Mm-hmm. And that way you at least force your opponent to only be able to deal with 1 minion with the SI7 agent.
Both Saps are gone, Shadow Strike is gone, 1 Eviscerate's gone, so not a lot of answers to that questing right there.
Indeed. This Swashbuckler might need to come up with some magic. Although that backstab
I would say is an answer. Though I think you swash first.
But we know the Dills Leroy, so it definitely is scary to be the rogue with 10 health.
Oh,
That Van Cleef is such a good pickup. That Van Cleef just changed this game
Yeah.
entirely. Big K is a tremendous favorite. Like, I maybe even put the Cold Blood on the small-time Buccaneer right
put
here.
the Cold Blood on there. I mean, then you have 2 massive minions out there. What's he going to do about that?
It makes sense to save it as a surprise. And I guess he does threaten 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, he does only threaten 20 this way. If he had cold-blooded one of his minions like the Buccaneer, he would have threatened 22, although that would have turned into 20 right after that Fan of Knives. And Dills chooses to take the trade instead of pushing 1 more damage. The reason that's kind of relevant is if he pushed 1 to the face, it would bring Big K to 9, and then like 1 more face damage would have brought him to 8, which would potentially make like an SI7 agent, another lethal top deck in addition to that Leroy Jenkins.
That's lethal, right?
Yep. That's definitely lethal.
Can I math?
Excellent draw. But it's very well played from Big K. Like, he was able to know, kind of just navigate, like dance that death, or do that dance around death where you're kind of about to die, but you kind of assess the scope of your opponent's hand, and then you just give yourself an opportunity to go deep on an
Miracle Rogue, right? Because you're losing, and then you won. So Big K up 1-0 over Dills to try and force the 7 or 8 hour tournament.
Exactly. But my guess is Dills, everyone's probably hungry for dinner a little bit. My guess is Dills is hungry for dinner, hungry for a win. He's probably going to snap good. But Big K has worked so hard to get here to this point today, and like all season, and he won the freaking thing last season. So like, I don't doubt that he's going to have a few tricks up his sleeve.
There's one thing I know about Big K is he doesn't really care what deck he's playing as long as it's good. He wants to win. If playing face means he's going to win, that's what he does. If playing control means he's going to win, that's what he's going to do. So he likes to play decks that win. Yeah,
right.
That is totally his style.
And so Big K's rogue is off the board, down to his warlock.
An interesting hand. Yeah, mistakes.
The mistakes were made. Yeah, a terrible mistake was made in drawing patches.
Look at that swash pull, though. Cruel.
Oh. Is there any world that Cruel, so it's his like Shaku could maybe give him other demons that the Cruel suddenly like goes deep on?
I mean, we have to. It's all singletons though, right? So even it's a bad card made worse. Like that's a bad card if it doesn't require you to play a Reno Dex, and then requiring you to play Reno makes it worse. Like they could have printed that card and not made it a singleton, and it still wouldn't see play. It's just a bad card. That Abyssal Enforcer, though, is good.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, this is such a tricky matchup for the Reno Lock to navigate. He has, like, these few minions on the board are really going to need to go the distance, but Dills doesn't have any removal, so, like, it's kind of the excellent spot for Big K, where you, like, were able to play kind of on curve, and your minions live. So then you just get a bunch of free damage and just get to keep on pushing for nothing. And is Big K, like, as the combo rogue, when you're playing, like, the Power Overwhelming list, you're really just trying to get your opponent to 22. Like, one of the hardest battles is Reno Lock. It's just doing, like, the, like, 10 damage you need to do to your opponent to set up, like, space for your combo. And now Big K has already achieved that through, like, relatively minimal effort early in the game.
Pretty good spot. Oh, hello, Reno. Big K deciding to just keep the board clear.
seeing with that Reno pickup, Reno tends not to be quite as good against like Miracle Rogue style decks as it does against other decks, because they can usually burst you down in one turn. So they usually know how to bait you into getting you to the turn where you have to play the Reno, and then they can still push through that Reno because they probably have minions on the board because they're either concealed or they've been cleaves, and it just can be really hard to find that exact turn to drop the Reno. Oh, Biga isn't playing combo though? Son of a gun. When every competitor brings Reno lock, it is very hard to keep track of which Reno locks.
Everybody did bring Reno. Now the Unshackle doesn't look so bad, right? If this game was a little bit longer, just a huge giant minion is going to look pretty good.
Mm-hmm. See, and that Twilight Drake is just a little too slow. It's one of those things when you have a 3-mana Twilight Drake, you're like, how the heck did I never have an opportunity to play it? But as you've seen from this game, like unfolding, it's just so hard for like the Reno lock to deal with like these, you know, big turn 5 through 7 threats, like from the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, it's definitely it was started off looking pretty good for Big K, and it's just getting awkwarder, more and more awkward, and you just cannot clear that. I mean, you guys just twisting Nether here.
I think you do. If you Reno and like Twilight Drake, sure you might have a board, but you just get hit for a ton of damage on top of that.
Second questing off the top.
Let's see. And with that Cruel, Cruel's base stats are what, like 7-9, or is it a 5-9?
It's just a huge. It's got the big body, so I mean, next turn that's going to be a huge board, right?
Yeah, and if Dills is trying to assert dominance, he needs to play this.
Well, now it just contests the board, right?
Right. Do you ever like sap the Abyssal Enforcer? Like, is that even like Auctioneer? Just like sap it, or do you just play the big thing?
You play the big thing, right? I mean,
Big K doesn't have an answer to contest it, and he's used his Siphon Soul, Twisting Nether. Really, just a lot of the hard removal that like would be able to ignore the 9 health.
I'm not sure what Dills. I mean, he can drop Kroll, which, by the way, the animation is so awesome. It's like such awesome animation.
Right.
Such a crap
I haven't seen that. I think one day it'll have its moment in the sun. It may not be in this meta, not in the small time Buccaneer.
Maybe in Wild, a Wild Demon.
I would not be surprised at all. I still remember VLPS, I think, saying he thought Cruel was one of the best cards of the set, and he was having a lot of fun playing with it. And if VLPS thinks something, it's a good idea to take stock in that opinion. I don't know if you even, like, how do you deal with this 7-9? Do you tap?
Just wait.
Just tap?
I don't know.
This Dirty Rat is revealing an Auctioneer would be pretty dangerous for Big K. It has to be Reno. But now if you're Dills, that you eviscerate, that sap. Like
so now, if you're Dills, do you clear or do you go? Do you clear the 6/6 then? Yeah, imagine you would.
I'm trying to think. If I'm Dills, I think I'm just going face. I guess he wants to protect the Auctioneer, so you clear.
Maybe have the conceal next turn. It's interesting because the Hellfire is good, but not great.
Yeah, the Hellfire is like it's just not inspiring. This would be an excellent turn for the Dirty Rat to come down if Big K knew that. He has seen like both auctioneers now, right?
Yeah.
Or
well, I think
was
both,
it just the
I think
one
it's both
auctioneer in this
auctioneers,
game?
right? This is the second auctioneer right here. This is the
I
second
think
one.
so.
Yeah.
But leaving that auctioneer alive, I mean, I guess there wasn't a way to deal with
We're
it.
gonna see
but
a really big.
it's
end here.
going to be scary. Oh, and that Void Walker is huge because that protects the auctioneer.
Double Cold Blood. Does he Edwin and then?
Edwin
Yeah, he's gonna have to.
Conceal?
Imagine he's gonna. Oh, jeez, yeah, I'd make a giant Edwin. Then if he doesn't have.
He already saw Siphon Soul, right? So Conceal Edwin might almost be better.
Would it be?
I guess your opponent can face the Shambler, target, like, copy things that your opponent
That's
has.
an 18-18. I think an 18-18 is big enough. I don't think you need to be a 20-20.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Don't think Secondary Bruiser is quite big enough.
Yeah, Big K has to tap, and I don't know what he's looking for.
So, can he Secondary Bruiser face a Shambler? Or Mountain Giant face a Shambler? No, I think you want Secondary Bruiser and face a Shambler, because how does he get through both of those, right?
Yeah, I guess that's your only option is to try.
Argus is interesting. Do you just play as many taunts as you can right now? I mean,
Like, you could play second-rate Bruiser, Mistress of Mixtures, and Defender of Argus, the, like, Mistress of Mixtures and the Drake, and you're also gaining 4 health off of the Mistress of Mixtures. So that's, like, a potential way that you could live. I don't even know if that would be enough. I think he might still die through that, but that seems to be, like, the best defense he can come up with.
Leroy Jenkins? This is interesting.
And so all you have to do here is, like, Fan of Knives. And
Yeah.
two,
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you need the fan knives? You don't even need the fan knives. I think you need more taunts.
It definitely is. It just speaks to the strength of having just a really big Van Cleef, but also timing it. You know, Dills was able to work out a lot of the removal out of Big K's deck, and literally cycled through his entire deck to kind of set up that the Van Cleef would be lethal.
So 1-1 now,
And so
right?
that brings our series to. Yep, 1-1. Big K took the first game, and Dills got the second
Rogues
one.
are out at this point.
Yep, Rogues are off the board. Now we saw. Right now they're in a best of 3, but it's a best of 3 for Big K to reset. And if Dills just wins 2 more, he wins the tournament.
Reno Lock Mirror. We're definitely going to go 7 hours in this stream. The difference here is, so Dills is running the combo, and Big K is not.
Mm-hmm. It keeps throwing me off because I feel like Big K is like playing Emperor Thaurisian, and he's playing Power Overwhelming too, right? But he's just not running the combo, the other combo pieces.
Is he running? He's not running Power Overwhelming, is he? It's just.
Oh.
I mean, because.
Maybe he's
I
not.
can look here. I
don't
have
have
it in front of me. I could just
the
stop
list.
asking questions and just look, huh? He is running Power Overwhelming, so he's just not running Leroy.
Yeah, that's why I keep thinking Big K is combo. I think just because it's kind of an unconventional arena lock list, but it's been working for him really well. Big K is like constantly coming up with lines that I am just not realizing. I've learned a lot about Reno Luck today from watching some of these games.
BigBK likes to craft his own decks, so he doesn't do a lot of net decking usually. A lot of his stuff is just kind of, top of his head type stuff. So.
Which I think is one of the best ways to learn how to play Reno Lock, because sure, you can like net deck a Reno Lock list, but all 30 of those cards have a very important purpose for different matchups and when you want to mulligan for them. And if you just play with your own 30 cards in Reno Lock and add and remove cards as you feel like they're suited for the meta and your decisions, you'll end up getting a lot better with the list than people who just do net deck. I never try to criticize net decking, but I always try to emphasize doing it intelligently.
Yeah, I also don't criticize net decking. So that Shambler's probably going to get punched in the face pretty quickly here.
It's so hard to like tell what's in Dills' hand with like this display. It's looking like... Luckily, I'm very good at identifying cards from like just the corners of their heart.
So
he's got the Kazakis. He's got like some defensive tools.
Yeah, I think Dills is in pretty good shape here. I like the Leroy in the mirror. Because Jirax.
How do you answer this Sylvanas without it taking something really nice?
I don't know that you do.
Like.
Or I think you have Blast Crystal, so I think you just kill whatever it takes. Unless you...
It looks like he's fishing for a polymorph.
I don't think you can polymorph off the 1, though, so...
Yeah, that's... Lead's gonna be with...
Just summon a 2/2 demon, and then, 2 chances to brick there, right? With the 3/3 and the 2/2?
Has Dills lost any other minions, too? Or if he summoned, like, a friendly minion this game? Like, could it bring back, like, a... Hell, Mistress of Mixtures. I guess he hasn't played
anything else.
So
that was a 4/9 Twilight Drake, right? So.
Yeah, he didn't take either of the produce a minion ones. And I like it. If you can't deal with the Sylvanas, just try to make it as hard for the Sylvanas to like take any of your things as possible. Now there is a play where Big K, has the option to potentially like Demon Wrath and like Mortal Coil his own Sylvanas after attacking it into the Dirty Rat to potentially steal another minion.
And then there's also the chance to get that 3/3, which just
Because after this Demon Wrath, you can send the Imp Gang boss into the 3/1. And so it's kind of annoying if it your Sylvanas takes the 4/3, but I think it's worth a 50-50 on like taking the 8/6.
Yeah, I think so.
And then I guess the question is whether you Dark Peddler or whether you just go ahead and tap. Like, you're probably going to Reno, but the tap is risky. You do stand to take 8 potential damage off of the Mountain Giant if you miss right here, and that could just be the end of the game. I mean, if
Soulfire's pretty good.
He takes the Young Priestess. Alright, this 50-50 is going to be so important, though. He just buys himself so much time. Because the thing is, Dills can answer like whichever minion he steals, but by being able to prevent Dills from being able to push a lot of extra damage next turn, it kind of... because Dills has the Mountain Giant, Big K loses a lot more flexibility about like when he can play his Reno Jackson. Like, now he will very likely just like have to play the Reno Jackson like in panic.
Well, because he knows he runs the combo. I mean, he does not even need the full combo at this point, so... So if he goes face here and then... Oop. Got the 1/1. Oh, got his Dirty Rat, a golden Dirty Rat. It's a clever looking card. That's cool.
Well, that's the beauty of like the gold Kazakist, right? All your spells are gold, all the
That's why
effects
you need
are
the
gold.
golden devolve, though, right? You turn all their minis into gold and something else's. I don't know that this Reno is going to be enough. It's a pretty big board.
It's so scary because right now it's what 11, 12, 14, 20, 23 is the amount of damage that or oh no, he's 1 mana short of 23, so I guess just 20 is the amount of damage Willie Dills can do this turn. But now that that Reno is done, you can push like 14 damage with your minions on the board, and then maybe just use like a blast crystal on the 4/6 or something.
That's a pretty good play.
I like just getting maybe like, is that Emperor Thalrisian or Sylvanas in Willie Dills' hand? Yeah, just playing Sylvanas doesn't seem that terrible. You haven't seen a lot of board wipes, but your opponent also has shown that they don't really be able to. They can't seem to answer a board. So you are going into the Twisting Nether turn. Maybe you do want to minimize your risk that you commit to the board.
Blast Crystal though, because if you can push enough to face, you have 20 damage on turn 10 because you have 2 pieces of the combo. Oh, I'm sorry, you have 12, right? So,
yeah.
I mean,
it does make sense. Especially because you're pushing so much damage with your minions on the board this turn that your Leroy is still going to represent potentially lethal if your minions on the board stick. And right now they're going to, right? Unless we see a Shadow Bolt.
But just do you want a Shadow Bolt
then,
Dirty Rat though?
And if he Shadow Bolts the Dirty Rat, he'll be dead. That's just gonna do it for this game. I mean, how can you ever have the read that your only way to live with the cards in your hand is Shadow Bolting the 3/3?
Here we go with the Golden Leroy. Good card. That's 2-1. Right?
That's gonna put Dills just 1 game away from taking this entire series, this entire tournament. And Big K still has a bit of a road ahead of him.
Dills wins this one. That puts him at undefeated for the tournament and for the league. So there's a lot of pressure on Big K here to at least win this one match.
Right? Just ruin the record. Be the bracket right here. And so I guess Dills' last deck is going to come down to his Dragon Priest, and that is a deck that is, just famous for just imploding upon itself. Although having the Wormrest Agent is pretty important. Just having a curve is so important for the Priest, and as we kind of mentioned earlier, and in a lot of the matches we've seen today, just getting Bran is one of your key ways to just flip this matchup on its head, because it's not a great matchup for Willie Dills, but if you're able to find a Bran, then you can do things that just give you more value than the Reign lot can even produce out of their entire deck.
But nice looking start for Big K though.
Yeah, just having the Mistress, having the Doomsayer, just not getting blown out by anything is so important. But Willie Dills does pick up the Bran, and if this game goes long, Dills is going to have options to maybe find a win.
Well, I think didn't we see Big K find a win with his Priest versus a Warlock earlier today?
Exactly. We've been seeing a whole lot, and it's not representative of how the matchup normally goes. But Bran has been doing work in this tournament. I feel like Bran and Ysera have been 2 of the big heavy hitters.
Yeah, they're good cards. Big K is playing on curve, but I think Willie Dills was saying he's playing a little bit more of an aggressive Priest.
Yeah, we know. Did he say if he was running 1 Dragonfire Potion?
He's running no Dragonfire Potion. He's running double Holy Nova and just a single Bookworm at the top there.
Awesome. And I like that build of Priest a lot, because I feel like Dragon Priest's greatest strength is the fact that it's a fast tempo deck, and it can just win games. And a lot of people, especially now that you have cards like Entomb and Draconid Operative and all the Brand combos, sometimes people take Dragon Priest and they think, oh, I'll play it like a mid-range deck, I'll play it for a lot of late games. And sometimes that is correct in some matchups, but a lot of the time you just want to come out guns blazing and try to end matches as soon as you can.
It's too bad that running the Inner Fire, that list he's playing right there just goes so well because you can get even more aggressive.
And that Onyxia is an excellent threat to pick up because it's just a 1 card that just demands a lot of answers. It's kind of funny. This is like the third Onyxia we've seen today too, from like Dragon Priest spawns off of like another.
I've only seen it
story.
played from Dirty Rat though, unfortunately.
Right? This could be the first game we get to see a whole lot of whelps, and every time you see a board wipe like that, like a Hellfire, in Dills' mind, that's probably saying, oh, this Onyxia is more likely to be safe. But now is the scary part of the game too, where the priest is entering the 8 mana turns, where they can start doing things like Brand, Draconid Operative. And if you're big K, you're thinking like, hey, I'm down to 6 cards. Like, it's possible for the priest to start beating me in card economy right now, so I need to start putting something big on the board that he can't deal with. This might just be the Enforcer turn, but that doesn't seem very good since it would only deal with
Thorson's
Agent.
not bad. I mean, it doesn't cheapen a lot up, but it's a 5/5. Where you could.
Yeah, and if you could also just go for a Kazakis and try to take a 5 mana spell because you know you're about to see a lot of minions. But instead, it looks like Big K chooses to protect the Emperor Thaurisian from the Ozzer Drake on the board, and basically force Willie Dills to have to Defender of Argus and trade into it.
Yeah, and I like this. This is gonna be a fun turn right here. I love Brand, Defender of Argus. Just
puts Willie Dills just so far ahead right now. I mean, I don't want to say far ahead because it's still a rough matchup, but it's at least putting him in like a position he needs where he might be able to steal a win. If Big K isn't able to find the Reno, now he's going to be taking a lot of damage on the board.
Hellfire and a stick can do a lot here, though.
It measures up so nicely with that Brand, and also just Acidic Swampoos also will trade into it. But that is a Brand that lives for 2 turns. There is some degenerate things that can happen from Dills' side, and I'm pretty sure we're just about to see a Blackwing Corruptor and a Talon Priest.
That's gonna be brutal. Not Big
now,
K's in a tough spot. I think.
Big K is sitting at 14 life, staring down, 9, 12 on the board. So to tap next turn basically would mean that you would have to be playing the Refreshment Vendor, which ties up like 5 mana of your resources. Even this Power Overwhelming is going to require a Kazakis to be able to deal with this Brand. But this for 5, doing the 4 damage spell with Power Overwhelming would wipe the board. So Big K just has to hit the 4 damage spell.
I think you have to take the two random demons because you just want to hit Pater. I mean, you got to pray to RNG just to get good demons.
And there's no 4 damage to everything.
Because right now your hand is just not great. So if you can get a couple of the really good demons, maybe you're okay. What do you take?
I think you have to take the freeze on the second one. So he is trying to protect maybe his Acidic Swampoos here, but oof, that is a rough Kazakis potion. That's one of those Kazakises where like you need some business, and instead of Kazakis is like, I'm just gonna hide my best options for later.
And man, that Brand is gonna keep on doing some work here too.
Yeah, when Brand lives for 3 turns, that's when the priest is able to win this matchup.
Yeah, I'd say it helps. You keep on powered shielded, keep it all going.
Not a Shadow or Death he was hoping to find, but still pretty much a good enough Shadow or Death. And it's so hard for Big K because you need, as the Reno lock, you need lots of different cards to be able to produce a win. When you only have like 2 cards left in your hand and you're too low on life to tap, like you're basically praying for like runner Reno into like Twisting Nether or something, and even then you're still kind of back to square one. You don't have an advantage.
And it's funny, but there's just no answer. It's crazy for the Warlock to not have an answer to a minion or a board, but he just doesn't have anything here.
Yeah, and even if he finds a Twisting Nether off the top, it's gonna be met by an Onyxia. He's already used a Hellfire, so then he basically needs like either runner board wipes or Reno, and that's can still tap, but that tap is so scary.
You have to tap though, don't you? And there you go, Siphon Soul.
Yeah, Siphon Soul is nice to pick up. especially because that Bran is
Finally
gone.
gone.
That just has to feel so good.
Stickiest, most annoying Bran ever. Yeah, Kazaka's potion was a total dud.
I'm just trying to think, how can Big K get back into this? Like, is there a window where he can stick a Jiraxis? It's going to be so hard with his opponent having minions. That's why that 5-drop spell not providing the 4 damage to all minions is just such a letdown.
Wow, both deaths. Nothing to use them on. I liked Dill's trade in there because it gives him something to heal up next turn for some more cycle.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's not like there's that much of a difference between 11 and 8 life. You kind of either do or you don't win. Although, so the thing is, if you go up to 15, you just lose right here.
Yeah.
Right? That's 7, 8,
Yeah, it's
12,
Reno or bust, isn't it?
15. And so I guess this potion buys him one more turn. But gosh, yeah, if you find a Reno into a Twisting Nether, like Big K like could theoretically still win this game, but I don't know how Big K would beat the Onyxia after
That's
the Twisting
lethal,
Nether
right?
without. Oh, yep. Wait.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. And Dills takes it all. Congratulations, Willie Dills. And
Yeah,
congrats to
congratulations
Big
to
K as
Willie
well,
Dills.
too. I mean, what a long day.
And really just everyone that played in this tournament, like they didn't just happen to fall into this spot. They won over a 52-man league, but what a great tournament series run by you, Dan0, too. Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
organizing
Thanks
it all.
thanks for the long day, man. I appreciate you sticking with us the whole day. So it was lots of fun.
Oh God, I had so much fun. Like, thank you guys to everyone too who was watching for sticking through the whole day. What a tournament! God, Big K like it played so well. I mean, to even get to this point, to crawl through the losers bracket from falling there from the first loss is really hard to do. So a lot of good games and a lot of good people.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna call it there because I am really hungry. But thanks everyone. Congratulations. Yeah, Dills is the Dolphins. Congratulations. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Gonna stop the stream here. So have a great night.
Have a good night.